Jamboree. There's big bucks up for grab, and we let them swing. Blower, turbo, and nitrous. That's why they're here, because nowhere else do we go blower, turbo, and nitrous, and let them hang all the way out. There was no contest there. 996 in the 60 foot, 052.
Yes, first off the line, first to the stride.
That's a matter cutting light pro lights, and remember, look, 634
is
small block.
That's only about a tenth and a bit off his speed.
Probably nearly the first V8 that I remember coming to Jambo. Extreme, he wanted to run the car, and we said, well, listen, V8, whatever, we're the only place we can put you in Extreme. Turbo, EFI V8, Mr. Mad turned up, nearly stole the whole damn show.
Yeah.
670s, I think that thing ran, and you know, Ivan Tessick, it was a legend car. Hands up anyone out there that's come to Jambo, hands up who remembers Mr. Mad. Just a history lesson. You remember Mr. Mad? Yeah, right. That was one car, I think, one of the first V8s that sort of said, right, I think we've got to let turbo EFI V8s in here. So it kind of was still kept down on the down low. Now, a couple of years ago, of course, the radial classes came in. There was a big push for small tyre racing, J315, J275. Guess what we've got a bunch of? Cars that fit perfectly in that class. And guess what? Turbo EFI V8. So they're here for good. You know what you should be whinging about? Why aren't there any EVs here? Take that out of your mouth.
That's
if
not.
we get a person coming on this chat and goes, where's the EVs? We'll shut them out.
We will take anybody that we draw the line there.
We will celebrate internal combustion and boost till the day we die. So let them in. Let them in. Horsepower, let them in.
All right, all the horses. All right, next up it is... a shot for the Burnout competition trophy. I don't think it's quite there yet, but he's working on it.
All right, so yeah, now Renzo, this is the little 471 cubic inch Brad Henny. Now, it's only a little edge, it's got 88s on it, so he's got to really get some RPM up. Away from Western Australia, made a big trek over. Renzo's been around drag racing for a while, the Milano family. He's got a radial Mustang, I suppose. Yeah, just move anywhere, get a photo anywhere. Stu Walsh, of course, that Camaro, Paramount Performance, Extra Kiwi, Queensland, turbo, 521 cubes, 471 cubes to review, brand new Mustang Pro Lines. You see the man out the front, he may not have met him yet, but you don't know where the icon changed here. This is an Aussie tuning icon right now. Yeah. Jeff Johnson, Jeff the Rock. Big heart. He's just one big, warm, fuzzy man that's got a hell of a lot of knowledge about EFI and tuning.
Alright, so
the revolution will not be televised. This was all out of bounds, ladies. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. Out of bounds.
On the return, right?
You've been kicked out. There we go. Security, that's escort them completely off the car. We can't stand it. Oh, where's my hand up there? I don't know. Yeah, thank you. We appreciate the media. There we go. Their C's got a good sense of humour. Security do. Looks like he's just coming off the property file. Giving Lorenzo Gallardo, Stu Walsh. We're going to go to Bump City and Pro Bond. I want a little bit of that right now. Come on, Pro Bond. Not bad number, 589, 261.
We're only going to say it once. Stu Walsh, 589, 692 for Lorenzo Gallardo. 198 miles per hour for Lorenzo.
Before we go anywhere, look at the reaction times. I'm telling you the reaction times on the Pro Tree, guys. 028 for Lorenzo, 026 for Stu Walsh, 2 turbo Pro guys. Now look, there's a lot of hate on Bump City yesterday there, guys. There's 2 sections of Bump City that go 02 or 3 on the Pro Tree. So don't bag all of Bump City exactly. Some are new citizens, newer citizens to others. You can be done perfectly by the new citizens of Bump City. What a race. Renzo ran the top, the recovery out that time, that big time. All right, there was a little round there.
In the speed block lane, taking on Joe Gauchi. In the Pro Mustang, Joe Gauchi.
half track for Joe.
Yeah.
387. 387 to half track. 207 mile an hour. No shake. 100 flat. One flat for the Mustang.
Tell you, there was a bunch of shake for JC. He drove through. I thought it was actually going to kick out on him, but he did a good job of driving it, actually. Yeah. For a guy who hasn't got a lot of laps in this car, he did a really good job of getting it back in the centre of the group, keeping his foot into it, and 605 and 248. Takes a loss this time around, but we're pretty happy because he's got his 599. He went 605 and keeps running consistent. That's really all you can ask for.
Well, he's looking for seat time. He's just had the thing put together. It's about, well, where can I shake this thing down? Testing yesterday's quality, and now it's a combination. It's battle. It's his first engagement in battle, and his first competition. Well, I suppose it's Chef Canajar's Pro Board debut, competition debut, first round of that. And Jeffrey will come back from that. Then he got the turbo car, just saying. So let's just see what happens in the next one, because hands up all the nitrous fans out there. Hands up who loves a whole lot of nitrous oxide. I mean, hands up who wants 959 cubic inches of PAP using. And also, here's another question. Hands up all the Kiwis out there. Where's all our Kiwis? Put your hands up, Kiwis. Boy, we've bought for a few of them here this year.
We've got a few, don't we?
Not only here spectating, but competing. More Kiwis than ever.
There's even one guy on Barry Plumpton's tow car down here. I don't know whether he doesn't want to admit that he's a Kiwi, but he's not sticking his hand up. Is he an Aussie? Is he a ringing? No, he's a Kiwi, but the bloke on the other side, there we go. Yes. Okay, he's admitting to it now.
Absolutely, 200% choice here today. We've got more than ever. We're not a bit Stewie Walsh at the Bro Mod. We've got Big Baz Plumpton. Wants to put
Steve Carlson as well.
Steve Carlson's in there coming up as well. We've had in the past, we've had Reece McGregor, Glenn Suckling, Andre Simon, Rod Harvey. We had, who was the other one back in the day? We had Ronnie Lim. I think Ronnie Lim ran in here in the early days as well. Just trying to think of the one more that came out. Zohab, there was a Zohab there as well, I'm sure. I just remember the early days. Oh, and an expat called Ben Diggles. Yeah, Team New Zealand came over with my brother.
Yeah.
He was living in New Zealand, and he brought his little gazelle over from New Zealand. Even though he was living there, he was moving back, so it kind of was a good way to bring the gazelle back.
It worked out okay.
And I don't want to spread too many rumours, but guess what? My brother has bought that car back. He's doing it with his sons, and it'll blow your mind when that car comes back out, because it's not only going to do drag racing, and he wants to run a 7 in that thing. Like, it ran 912, which is still one of the quickest S12s in the world with an FJ20. He's going to make it, he wants to make it a 7 second. Plus it's going to be a time of that car as well. So he's going to do a lot of, there's some traction for kids. I tell you what, about that, the track.
Yeah.
Garrett Plumpton and John Rigger. Here we go. Lower versus Nitrous, and there's the big Kiwi flag.
Is he? No, he's not.
Oh, I'm going to take a photo of that. Hold on to that one for a moment. Hold on to that one for a moment, because guess what? John Ricker off the tree. 018 Ricker off the button.
Yeah.
01860. 60 foot 944 to a 968 for the nitrous car. John Ricker half track 367, 206, and then some smoke at the end. 586, 176 mile an hour. Barry Plumpton, 575s all weekend. Barry, 575, 380 to half track at 200 mile an hour.
If Barry had another, I reckon, 20 or 30 he probably would have got John Ricker there. The closing speed was over, what, 75 miles an hour on the finish line. He was coming home like a freight train at the other end. I would have thought he was going to get me now. Next up. John Canuli, another one. He's going to take on Craig Burns.
This is a lady that's grown up around this. She's concerned about her husband driving. She's also watching movies again, so she's going to take that information. 968 to the 60, so we've got that short time out there, but I suppose at the last minute it's like, well, do we take it out there and swing right now when we don't have to save our bacon for the next round, and that's what we're doing by the look of it. That is the crew's wisdom right at the end there. Not really fighting for lane choice because we're not in a final. That's round one of Pro Mod still coming.
Yeah, it just keeps on coming,
Yeah, so that's a win to Canuli. And again, look, a 1587 is not going to affect much. It may affect lane choice. Mr. Popovich and our tough streeters boys. Hey, Wes, we must catch up, Adam. We must. Yes, we must catch up. And Popper, he was in the lane beside George Giuseppe when George had the fireball. So you know that photo, there's an iconic photo of the VL on fire and a yellow VL on the back bumper beside Australia. Come to Australia, land of the attacking VLs. That's what it looked like. Popper was in the car beside on that run. So he's a little bit famous.
A lot of blowers here in this Pro Mod field, isn't there?
You know what? Again, if we went back all those years and said, you know what, one day we're going to see blowing V8 Pro Mods running fives, and we go, yeah, no, wait, the squad is involved. We haven't got the rule over down there in the pits. The fucking one is there. Got the trip down there.
So it's another taking on Steve Carlson now.
I don't mind that, just that they're going to be kind of really very hard to do. They wish it so easy. Oh, my God, so that's like everything. Right on field, where the fight is going to come from. argue. He's given it a massive don't argue there, Steve Carlson. He was out on Southern Manor. 7:33 gets the win, but oh, the Falcon, she's a wounded bag.
That's given it a real good whack down there. It's crab walking down the racetrack, and you can see on the camera, it is coming to a stop down there. And obviously we're going to have the Jambos on the scene, because that is one of the worst kind of impacts that you can have as a side slap in one of these cars. You know, the front on impact's not too bad because you've got the front head restraints, the belts, everything else. Even going in backwards is not as bad as a side slap. It's very hard to restrain everything when you're sideways. So we are just going to wait for confirmation from the top end of the racetrack that hopefully everything is A-OK, and obviously the crew on the start line are going to be hanging on as well. Please, guys, we will certainly update you as soon as we do know anything. So that is a real shame for Sir Carlson.
That was a big rattle, a very big rattle. And you can see the mark just near the 330-foot barrier there, just out on the outside wall. You can see a bit of red, you can see the big black rubber mark from the front tyre as well.
It was almost like something broke. The car was shaking, and then it just sort of snapped to the right. So Steve Carlson, unfortunately, we were talking about how much we're enjoying having our Kiwi bros over here, and to see that happen is a real shame. Hopefully it's not too serious. As we have a look, this is the two sides of racing. You've got the crews. Look at Kev. He's gathered around the laptop down there, having a look. But then you've got all the other boys over the back cooking, making sure that everyone's being fed down there. That's important. Hey, you guys know where the commentary box is. Make sure you send some up.
Hang on, is this live? There's Saccharides, there's Greg, he's supposed to be the lanes. I guess the thing must be breaking, or he's decided, you know what, lunch first, round two will come out. Sounds like, Paul, it's not yet, it's broke. You reckon? Put him in the trailer, you think? But it's lunchtime. That's why there's no stress there. It is lunchtime.
Absolutely.
And it's making me hungry. He goes Frankie Tambo over with more. Look at this. We've got it's pretty much a pro mod factory extreme who's who. There's Vic Elf's coming over for lunch as well. There's Frankie. G'day, Frankie. I can see him down there.
Frank, send some food up, brother.
Yes, some food up. We've got it all on the cook down there, but right now on the track, it's not so good for our mate Steve Carlson. It was a hell of a leak. Drove through the shake. We wanted to win there, so he was going to fight. He's going to try and fight through that shake. And you know what? The lesson that you learn when you drive it a little bit too far through shake is that car is in no way settled. Any other part of that car you thought may have been ideal to run it straight down the track is imperfect. As soon as it starts rattling, you keep driving it. And by the time he had that extra second, well, I'm not going to ask for a replay because, you know, no one likes to see a car go in twice, but
especially if you hear that everything's
it's okay. I want to hear I'd love to see a long shot of the butterflies on that. You know, that gives you more of an indication from further down track about the pendulum, the driving of the car. He certainly did try to do it.
Yeah, try and have a look at the tyre tracks as well, because that can also tell the story. It definitely shook very, very hard as it got out of the start line. But yeah, you don't like to see anyone bend their cars or take the shine off them. Steve Carlson, it hurts even more when you think about the fact they brought it over from NZ.
Yeah. But, you know, it becomes, well, a lot of the time they're running pretty decent times over there in NZ. And, you know, we were mentioning yesterday that, I mean, the facilities over there, they've got a bit of age to them. All of those great crews and clubs look after those venues as best they can. But, yeah, I was watching some New Zealand footage on Friday from over there. And yes, Willowban is pretty much like a pool table when it comes to flatness and traction. A couple of the Kiwi tracks still not perfectly flat, still a bit bumpy. They still managed to get these cars down there over there. It's unbelievable. Yeah. But you can notice a few of them, like Rod, for a long time, Rod's kind of used Willowban as the home track because he knows you don't want to take sometimes a factory extreme car like that down sort of Mary or the likes of those tracks over there. No offence to the venues, it's just that, you know, when you want to throw cars of that ilk down there, yes, less bumpy is better. This track, since it's had its upgrade, is just so smooth. You know how smooth this track is? I was watching the top alcohol funny cars at the Winter Nationals, you know, Shane Phillips, Daniel Reid, best final we've ever seen. And top alcohol funny cars weren't even moving around. They were going down the track, no bumping, no weaving, no whatever. This track is as smooth as they get. The stickiness, of course, with Justin on the tweak, on the track prep is amazing. And the whole sport has evolved to the point now where, yes, to bring the big cars, you need the good prep, you need the good tracks, and the end result is drag racing magic 90% of the time. The other 10% can be interruptions, all hands, breakages, drama, fires, you name it, and in this case, stacks. Mind you, for some reason, we're still honed in on the food. For all the mega thousands of people watching on the live stream, they're all getting hungry. I can nearly smell that. I can nearly smell
I reckon if you stick your head out the back of the commentary box, you probably get a little bit of a whiff.
Yeah.
A little bit of a walk.
It is lunchtime. Look, Greg Zacharini's in there having a go. A few guys on the smiles, having a watch.
I bet you they're watching the live stream.
G'day, boys.
It's like Inception.
It is. It's crazy. It's great because I would assume by that you know, the world, Australia's second quickest door car, sitting there in the pits, I'd say, because they had massive shake in that car yesterday, I would hazard a guess that's done some pretty bad damage either in gearbox or chassis department, that they're not bringing that thing back out.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency around it, does it?
Pretty violent shake yesterday with that car. I've got some short times out of that car from the other day, and that it was even half a tenth quicker than it did when it went the 48 in Sydney a couple of weeks ago, the 548. So there was some big potential with that car on Friday night testing here. Whatever happened in quali yesterday, it shook so bad, I would imagine that's why this thing is a no-goer. I'm determined. DRP just snuck out.
Why don't we go in and see if we can actually see what's going on? Is there a gearbox?
You know what would be really good? I'd like to go down there and interview. That'd be a really good thing to do.
Yeah, do we know anyone?
Yeah, no, shaking his head. So, and again, that might be because of, you know, we're having trouble getting the mic to really talk down there.
Yeah.
Just the range. You come past the end of that, the grandstand, and it can be there. So let's have a look.
There's something missing there.
There's something missing there.
Yeah.
Of course, it's got that big transmission in it. I think the big 3-speed in it, but something in the back of that car's not giving us the clues of why that's not running today. All the carbon work seems to be intact, but there could be a bit of carnage from there on end. But imagine being strapped into one of those things and going 540s and nearly 270 mile an hour. I mean, that's nuts. That's what this car's. You know, this car has actually done that. It's got a 270 plus mile an hour time slip attached to it.
275?
Yeah, I think, well, Paulie...
Back when Paul drove
Paulie drove in the States, brought it over here to Australia, and again, look, all he ever wanted to try and do with this car is fit into the current door slammer rules, and that was a no, Mr. Mahan, we do not want nitrous or turbo cars in the door slammer classes. And Paul goes, well, what if I run a blow? And they go, well, you can do it, but we're not going to catch us. And Paul goes, take that as a dare. And then he literally, him and Zap, virtually obliterated the door slammer ranks for about 2.5 years there. And one of our guys texted in, Chris O'Barry, goes, why did you call out Zap for you to come and take it to a line? I go, you know what? If the planets align the right way, we'd almost get Zap's rat out here against these guys. Imagine if you said to Zap, hey Zap, you know what, any weight that you carry that you can lose it. You know, if you want to overdrive this and overdrive that, do it.
It is outlawed.
I was rooting for him, of course, when Street Outlaws came over here, it was the year before. They went to Perth and Brisbane here, for the people that remember that. Sydney and Melbourne. Zap took on Lutz twice, right? And to be honest, I don't think Lutz gave the guy enough respect, right? Zap was going to whip on him because Zap knew how everything went. Lutz played the game like a true hustler like he was.
Like street racer.
Well, I remember that run like it was yesterday. Basically, the whole idea was, Zap goes, I'll give you the hit, because Lutz goes, oh, you're a pro mod, I don't want to race you. And you see how already, when Whipple wins that, oh, you're this, I'm not going to race you, then I lose interest. So anyway, he goes, give me the hit. And Zap goes, okay, what's the hit? Well, basically, you take off when I take off. So Lutz sat there. Zappia's on the high side. He's on the chip. The lights have gone green. Lutz sits there for another couple of seconds, hanging Zap out. Now, people say, Zap, why did you have it on the chip for so long?
Because he had to.
He didn't think that he had to wait for Mr. Lutz to play the game that he did. And Zap lost 2 really close races. And you know what? If it ever came back to Australia, whatever that rematch would ever do, I'd go and see that, because I think it wouldn't be the same result next time. But that was just something, another clash of our cultures between what we've seen in the United States get popular and what we've got here. Hey, now they've got the right idea. They're running the kids around here, burning up some of that energy.
Wear them out.
Yep.
You want them to fall asleep in the car on the way home.
No, I think it's only Leanne on that side there with the, those fingernails. Yeah, be careful of those there.
fantastic.
They're lethal weapons, those things. They're honestly lethal weapons. She was doing a bit of, some of her videos she's talking and she's using her hands and these nails are going everywhere. I thought about dubbing in some of those old kung fu movies, stuff like, she's got those big talons, not nails, talons, that's what she's got. So it's good to see we're giving away some good stuff out to our patient people in the spectator areas. And you know what? We've prided ourselves on doing that for the people here at Jamboree for so many years. And you know what? Ray certainly like to encourage, that we kept everyone entertained during that time. But I took an idea to Colin and Kelly a while ago because yes, we shoot t-shirts, we still do that, right? But when you have to wrap them, pack them, rubber band them, get them all the same size. So until someone invents a t-shirt mechanical folding device that makes them all exactly the same size, or you buy t-shirt shootable shirts, and then an infinite amount of CO2 or oxygen that you need for the cannon, I figured, well, this is a lot of effort. What if we just maybe did like the old T20 cricket games? A lot of balls getting hit into the crowd. I thought, well, you know what? I went down to a soccer field. I took a Prime Signs Nerf stress ball and I filmed hitting it with a tennis racket. I could get that thing 50 metres and I hit it hard. And I said, you know what? Can we hit balls to the crowd? Can people keep the ball as a memento? Can we give special balls out that people take back to Jam Central and get their prize? And they said, go for it. And then they did it. I remember when Ozzy Moyer from Orlando was here, a big shout out to Ozzy. And Ozzy goes, that's a great idea. I said, well, mate, you can take that back to America and do your own green Orlando balls and hit them into the crowd. I said, if you ever need a hand to do that, I'll come over and I'll do it for you. People have asked me to do that at other events. I said, well, you know what? I don't want to try and set it out because it's kind of the only people that let us do it. So I'm going to keep it here.
Look, you are the leading ball whacker worldwide.
Yeah, right now makes me want to do it. And I think the racket is not in the tower side of the track. I think the racket is down with Auntie Talon. Auntie Claus. Down there, I think.
Mrs. Claus.
Well, it's Auntie Claus. It's Leanne.
All right.
Leanne with the. She's got the big fangs on. So I think my racket's on the far side. So yeah, before the end of the day, I reckon for the stayers that want to stay here all day, because it's going to be a big day, folks, you know it. I might crack a few to the moon and back once I get my favourite racket, Clarabelle, back.
Very good plan, Diggs, very good plan. While we're getting this cleaned up, we are going to take a break and come back with more here at J-Day number 35, Jamboree, Brisbane.
As a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fuel tech, everywhere.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What is today? So cam welcome today.
But it was going to be a hard race. Smith has been really consistent so far this weekend.
Yeah, it sucks for us that we sat there for so long. Sat in the staging lanes for so long and sat in the warm-up box waiting for the clean-up after Steve Carlson's unfortunate accident. And either way, Steve Smith's going to put it in beams and put it down the racetrack. What's the number going to be? Because it's getting warmer out there at the moment.
I was talking to Kevin from KPN Performance about Smithy yesterday. He said that Smith had run 389 park track, 3 passes in a row.
Yeah.
Which that's really consistent. So they're just, Davis so far. It's gone away a little bit. Goes 582, 257 mile an hour.
That's moving.
So it was down a little bit at half track. Got off the start line all right, 104 to the 60, put only 395 to half track, 205 mile an hour, but yeah, 257 mile. That's his first full lap in the car at 582.
Absolutely, 257 mile per hour. That is absolutely honking at the top end of the racetrack. So Steve Smith will get the win there in this round of racing, and I'm sure we'll see him back for the next round in Chicago Shootout.
I wonder if they soften it up in the mid section of the track. Maybe they're getting a little bit warmer today.
Yeah, like 395.
They did, yeah, they went 89 yesterday.
A little bit down on what they did. I might take a quick break up here and maybe hand over to Tess if he's going to jump on. A few things that I need to attend to, and I'll be back a little bit later on.
Yeah, we're moving now into the GTR Shootout at the Skylines. Round 1 of racing. Up in the door to take on Hunter Pencil. See up here there. Come on, so nice burnout there from Mansour. So a small but respectful field here for the GTR Shootout. Down the Garrett for the shootout. Heads up. So Aki yesterday went 8:46. Didn't get a representative pass from Mansour in qualifying yesterday. Terry, as you joined me on the microphone. That's your first hit.
No, it's not. I've heard before. I've heard you coin a respectable field of GTRs. Is that what a conglomerate is of GTRs? A respectable field. So, how good is it? We do love a good GTR. I'll tell you that now. That's the people's car, the fast car that everybody says, well, they've got a GTS, a GTR, we're going to do it in 5 wheels.
Mansour rolls through for a 13-second pass at 129 mile an hour still, Terry.
So the question is it technically a GDR if they're only using rear drive? That would technically make it a GDS with them. What's your knowledge? My daughter has an R30.
My knowledge is limited on the Skylines.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're a piece of work. They're a tidy piece of work. You'd want one. Like back in the day, you could pick them up pretty easily, and they weren't that popular in some ways. But then, when we go back to the old days of the Datsun 240K, which that was the kind of the early Skyline styles in a sense that we got to know and now love these days. Do you remember a 240K? Or is it a Datsun 240K? Is that too old for you?
Too old for me as well, yeah.
I'm so sorry. Let's move on to the next conversation. Let's have a little bit look at Simon O'Carroll and Adrian Hines. How does that sound? That would be co-categories.
No, this is the J315 class.
Oh, the boys.
The heads up.
Oh,
I know Diggles really want to be up here for this category.
he run up and bought a violet crumble up here, but I don't know what that means. He brought up bite-sized cubes of milk chocolate violet crumble. I don't know what that means. He threw them on the stage.
Diggles.
Mate, I think you and I have, I'll be, when I go back to work on Monday, I'm going to have to drop in and see the doctor and get my cholesterol tablets put up a bit higher. Can I have 20 milligram now, thanks doctor, after the weekend of everybody bringing treats in here, which has been very grateful. But mate, what a great day, how good is that weather? We've really turned it on for 2025, haven't we, mate?
That we have, especially after what the predictions were at the beginning of the week. It's just turned out absolutely fantastic here at Willowban Raceway. But we are moving down to the J315 class. This one, already number 2, I believe, for these guys.
Round 2, this is where you can make a name for yourself, put yourself in the best situation possible in the third round.
rolls through for a 732, 147 mile an hour. He gets the win. There was a real chance for Adrian Hines to maybe take the win off O'Carroll there, but he went up an instant spin on the start line. And just rolls through for an unrepresented past 20 seconds there for Adrian Hines. But Simon O'Carroll got out strong. He was 4.37 seconds to half track, so he was already down on ET there because he ran fourth flat, I believe, this morning in round one racing.
You can see the chatter marks on the line. We can see his crew having a really good hard look at it as well. So where he launched, you can see the chatter marks just there. So hopefully, and that's the thing is, I suppose Danny Land seems to be following the same lane. But you have to think if you've just gone through just watching someone else, build it up and get a bit of loose, a little bit loose off the line.
It's probably the back heads up. Did I take enough power out of it in this session? Because as we saw yesterday, the early session, up some of the radial cars to get on the start line. And that's the trick for these guys. Lansdowne in qualifying yesterday. He's very susceptible to the track conditions, the change in heat that we've got here. Lansdowne, not as much power, only ran 7:27 in qualifying, so that could be an advantage for Lansdowne right now.
Because Jenny could put more in and say, look, the track will take me what I've got, whereas Andrew might have to actually take something out.
Yeah, well, don't get me wrong, Lansdowne's still got weight, he's got all his current board as well, but there's not as much as Halsey's car moving down the lane. So he's still got to be careful, because he can definitely spin on the edge here if he oversteps the mark. To take the win here at 767, 209 miles an hour. Lansdowne goes 849, 191 mile an hour. Andrew Coles gets the win here in that spot on Performance Mustang.
It was a spin fest, Mark.
It was a spin fest. So there was an opportunity there to take down Andrew Coles, that number 2 qualifier, but he was able to pedal it, got it back under power, and gets to it here around number 2.
We did see similar conditions yesterday, Mark, you and I, when we were commentating. Everything was on.
Yep.
And then the conditions were much better.
Yeah, and the thing that doesn't work in the factor is that these radar cars love fresh glue. When I say the fresh glue, that's the traction compound that we apply to the racing surface. They love it when it's fresh. So since the track has been sprayed, we've had all the pro categories go down. So every time they do a burner, every time they launch, they take a little bit of that layer of glue off the track. So these guys love it when it's a fresh track. They can, it makes it a little bit easier for them to get off the start line. So, but it's exact same conditions that they had yesterday in the middle of the day. So they've got data from what they had yesterday. So yesterday's runs where they were reported runs, they would have like, okay, we can't do this tune up tomorrow. So they cross that off the setup. So what can we do to get off the start line in these conditions, which are very similar to what we had yesterday?
Okay, so anyway, we will see Boyce and Holtz. That's a good matchup too. We've got the Mighty Nova and a little 2-door Tirana. You guys, I know Chris was discussing it this morning, the history of the car. But I'll tell you what, if that's not one of the lowest. Up off the high tyre, and he's gone through from 804 with a win at 186 miles an hour. That was who dares wins, was it, Mark? And he did. He said, I'll have another stab at that, said Damien. Says, and it bit, and away he went.
Yeah, Boyce gets a win here in round number 2. Ryan Holtz rolls through for a 15-second pass. That's a shame for Holtz because he was actually got down the track on all 3 classes yesterday in the heat of the day as well. So that's unlucky for Ryan Holtz.
And that's the thing, Mark. You can just imagine Ryan just hit that throttle, and once it lit up, you'd be going, oh, kidding. You know, we've had it so right for so
he would have been feeling so Next moving up here at J315, it will be James Horan to take on Reese Carheat. Carheat is holding forward in the Hilux here for Drain Dead. So, able to take James Horan with that number 9 qualified 11.6 class. Well, we know the pedigree of this Hilux. It can go into the low 6-second zone. Reese Carheat, he was that number 8 qualifier, he went 7.61. So that's about where the Carheat car usually runs, over the 40 miles.
Yeah, like so the thing is though with Carheat, if anybody saw it, the big wheel stands that actually Reese puts that thing on that E8 is pretty wild. But it's not going to matter. It'll be not for the show. You need to put James Horan away. And if James gets it all right, Reese needs to be on his game. And I'll tell you what, it won't be a wheel stand affair here from Carheat. I'm going to try and get this thing down. What's the better try and run it?
I think you're correct there, sir. I think if you can't see here, I've got the same power as James Horan. I know you can go a lot quicker, but if I just lay down what I know I can do and hope that Horan doesn't get down the track again, I take it. At the moment, down the track here, Reese Carheat will get a win here in round number 2, 763, 184 miles an hour. Takes down James Horan, who got spin off the start line in that Hilux. And he will roll through for a unrepresented time by restart here with an upset win here in round number 2.
And he stood up, didn't he, Mark?
He did, and I'll tell you what, we've actually got Chris Diggles down in the Group 1 pits here at the Brisbane Jamboree. Who have you got for us, Chris?
Are we on? Are we rolling? 35-year anniversary of Jamboree. We're down in the pits, and we've got two guys, and there've never been a one. We've got Bubba from Touch Street. There's an applause, Bubba.
I love this. This is crazy.
You may have recognised this bloke in the Touch Streeters ads as well, Barry Hall. Hey, Baz, I can't believe you haven't been to a Jambo.
I can't believe it either, but what a great event. It's got a real buzz to it.
You've seen a lot about the cars. Bubba, of course, has been probably not the best tour guide. But Bubba's done a lot of racing. You're doing some drag and drive. You've got some tough cars yourself.
Yeah, I've got a few cars in the garage. A few too many here,
Yeah.
apparently. You in the garage, as we know.
I am noticing a lot of different personalities coming up through, not only AFL players that want to have tough cars in the future, but other guys like Bubba. And that's done it all, and all you are, you're a man of the people, Bubba.
I am. And I love all the food here. Oh my God, you've seen Jamboree's about fast cars, cool people, and food. Amazing.
You watched that film clip before, we had Rocky in the bib and the bit goes, I want the chips, the cars, the horniness. Is that
Pretty much sums it up, yeah. Jamboree, baby!
We know Bubba won't have a car here on the track anytime soon, but any category that catches your eye, you reckon Barry Hall could get away with it.
We've got a radio car in the build to the LS Turbo build where it's just in the build now, so it's newly finished. We're trying to get ready for the road challenge, so we might have a car. It'll be a serious contender soon, hopefully.
This is Australia, this is Jamboree, it's the best car company.
Ridley on the start line there, the KPM Performance Valiant. He just had some issues there off the hit, so he's going to roll through. It's been a pretty consistent car this weekend, Ridley, considering it's one of his debut events in that car. Running into that mid-7-second zone so far.
Mate, what do you reckon? How is it? Chris looked like he was in his absolute element with those two boys down there. I thought, hang on, these two aren't even, he's not even coming back for commentary for the rest of the day.
It should be knocking on the door of a 6-second passing, but in these conditions, there's the big challenge I guess that as we've spoken about today, would be getting that start line for these guys. Have they taken enough power away? As the driver's probably in the back of your head to already thinking about pedaling the car. If you want to try to get the recovery, so there's probably already going to be one that's a strong flexibility that can happen. I thought it was something more than neat car, there's some flexion, something like through the front wheels of Scotty from the car.
Yeah, actually, that's right.
Yeah.
This looks like this spin.
Yeah.
The mighty R41.
Pedal there, he's got the Cortina across the whole bolt there.
Yeah.
Scotty Cortina gets the pedal and job done there, 917, 128 miles an hour looking the window. Even though he goes a quick 85, 181 miles an hour, he sat on the start line there.
That's not bad. And then run nearly 270 odd mile an hour in your spare time.
Yeah, look, we did 5.50, which is jump 74 mile an hour back in 2021 with the old setup in the car. This new setup's pretty wild. It didn't happen. So,
Here's a question. One bit of unfinished business we're doing with here, and we send it at the end. Jambo at the end. Are you locking this in? Full send pro mod at the bend? Full send at the bend?
look, the bend is about 1.5 meters wider and it's got a long braking area, so the car can do it.
All right, well that's Jamboree, 18th of October. So crack housing now, all are updated, and he's going to be at the bend to get the unfinished business end of the Jamboree season. Thanks, Paul.
No worries.
It looks like I've got to speak to Colin and Kelly, see if I can get down to Adelaide.
I just like the way he said it's 1.5 meters wider. Well, why do you need a wider track? There's a reason there. So anyway, we did just see Danny Busbridge go 7 couple laps. Brings it back in. Oh.
Leap over, he's going to get the win with a 754, 186 odd miles an hour. But obviously, all eyes were on Tony Webb there because wheels were up in the air. Did he actually go across the centre line because it looked awfully close?
Yeah, we just didn't catch that. We might, we need,
Moving to the next pairing there, but he was up and away.
we really need a deep end camera of some sort, but that's okay. I move on. Anyway, I digress. But that'll be interesting to see that on the highlights package without a doubt later on, Mark. But Ryan Scott and Shane Belcioni. Let's have a little look. I do love a good VM. They're a tough looking Commodore.
Yeah, not too much separating these drivers in qualifying. The Toronto ran 824, Caccioni went at 793, so only 0.3 of a second between these two drivers. And you know what? With the conditions of the way they are on a radial tyre, hard to beat those 841, 65 mile an hour to get the win, but that's just unfortunate for Jane Caccioni.
Quicker car, luck of the draw, things happen, Mark.
It does, and that's the thing was called on the issues with guys were jumping in and out of stage. He had a little turn for it, so I can't think of it at the moment.
But it is, it's
But,
just what
yeah.
Up here to the front stage.
It was a massive building game 275 this weekend. We had 26 cars We had a few casualties in day 275. Brantley Schloss in the Toronto took a spot on performance. Backing up here, ran a best of 734 qualifying. He was our number 8 qualifier in this Toronto. He was pretty consistent, yeah. He had 760, 740, 730 yesterday in qualifying.
That's a heads-up bracket car. If there's such an animal. But that's quite good, 737, 476. Nice big 190 mile an hour on the top end as well for Brantley. How many spot-on cars? We were talking about it earlier. How many spot-on cars are they going to need in about 5 years' time? It'll be a spot-on thing.
The spot-on tents go for about half a kilometre down across the
We're talking about Trader Alley, it's spot-on alley.
Yeah, it's spot-on alley. Actually learn more from a pass like that than a pass that you do where you go down the track from A to B. So you just learn a lot about the track and the conditions, what the car setup. Anyways, he gets the win. Gets a win here in round number 2. Chris Diggles is down in the pits again. Chris, what's happening down in the pits?
We're all over the place down here for the 35th Jamboree. Tuned by Shane t-shirts. This is the most tuned by Shane t-shirts I've seen anywhere. And Max, where we get back, what do you think about Jambo here? I mean, we're living and breathing the scene, mate. You're pumping up the socials. We're getting people aware about this import tuna scene that's never going to go away.
Mate, honestly, this is the best event in Australia, especially down here in Brisbane. I love it. We've made it a ritual thing now where we come down here like every year. It's been like 3 years in a row, and we turn it into like a little trip for the boys and stuff. And you know, it's been awesome. You know, we had the guys on Kelly a couple of weeks ago on the podcast, and we had the pleasure of actually doing the podcast away this time down here in one of the private suites, which will be coming out probably tomorrow. So awesome
Absolutely, and you know what, I'm a bit more prouder than that. I say the world. Hey, we punch your eye for Aussies, don't we? One more thing before we go. You know, content creation is a new thing. I love that not only are you going to get content out of this great event, content creation is also sharing of content. I love that there's probably 50 other people making content for this event right now.
100%. Look, it's the future, and you've got to get with the times, and if you don't, you're just going to get left behind. Anyone that sort of sells any sort of product to people racing, but it helps the events and it helps the community grow, and it's just something that everyone should collaborate together with, and you know, share and repost. Look what you guys have been doing. It just makes racing better, and it is the future. So it's very simple. You know, you either get with the times or you get left behind.
Making drag racing great again, but then again, it's been 35 years of great, more greatness back to you guys there, you great fellas.
It's nice to be called great, I'll accept that.
I've been called professional once. So there we go. We just saw Mansour go through for bye. We have a J275. We've got Keith Hards appeared here, of course, in this big, tough Ford sitting there in Rocket Lane. And from 7-1, we know capabilities of this car. Master out from there. You know it's happening.
I think he ran a low 7, a bit 7-0 in round 1 this morning for Keith Hards.
This was we don't get
I'm just going to jump on to Burnout, please. It's a good results for us.
I love this process. The process for the racer, it has to be right. Everything is like that. When you're preparing a 6-course degustation, the car is there, it's been looking down the screen. Everyone has been struggling at this time of day, Mark. It's almost like we need to have like a siesta.
And it's a combination of things here. It's the temperature from the sun on the track surface, but also because this morning when they ran, it was a lot fresher track. There's traction pump had only just been applied as well, so they had that fresh glue that we spoke about earlier. And it's all those sort of things. They're the variables that you have to take into account as a tuner, as a driver, as a team. As a team. Plan of attack for this session. So I've just been given a Lincoln Dull. If you're looking for something of yours, we've got it up here in the tower. It'll be up at the top of the tower with our team, press control team. So Lincoln Dull, something of yours will be anything. Alright. That's up here in J275, is that number 5 qualifier. I've heard that this pronounce 17 first names, 18 or something, not 18, yeah, it was, sorry, yeah, that's right, it's yeah, set 8, so he's got a solid pass. He had a good round 1, so he went 7-1-0 in round 1 of racing.
There's nothing, no wide body, no scoops, no nothing, just there it is. It's beautiful, it's super.
My dad was out of the Fast and Furious when he went through that individual up the event super.
There's no such thing as that. Anybody who's a racing kid, you've always got to believe in young role. Here we go. Let's see how soon that goes.
The storyline that we had here in the second round of racing. But the positive is that round 3, a couple hours away, they go back and everything's data. Every time they're on track, it's all data. They learn from every single pass. There's no such thing as a pass that you don't learn from.
And you would have to
That's a team like that's something while we see some car was ready for us. 275.
to be honest, mighty RX8. Not too many cars had them.
He's gone 2 solo passes in a row racing, so he's going to go 2 from 2. He didn't get down the track in the first round of racing, so he's looking to lay down his first full pass here. He's on a solo pass. It takes the pressure off the team, the attack performance team in the main.
Once the tyre got skinny, Mark said no.
Well, they needed this cloud cover 15 minutes ago at the start of the session for J275. So the cloud cover usually helps the cars here. Okay, next up. We got Michael Apuri on a solo pass here. Let's look what he did. So he was a number 16 qualified, went at 8.
Really good vision there. We're just going to get my off screen at different times from the pit action. You can see the Harvey's working very hard there.
Round 2 of Boost Line connecting Roger J275 and great shots from the pits down there.
Big J, got it on the screen there. We love the Big J. You see the Big J in all its beauty, all its inflated beauty.
Well, that's what the drivers are racing for the J trophies.
That's what I don't think anybody has ever won that one. How good do you need to be to win the Big J, the big inflatable J? Where do you put that on the mantelpiece? You do not. But let's see when Michael can run this thing through the circulate air conditioning. Big field, Mark, as you said.
Huge field, Slightly for power management solutions in that Ford Mustang. Tail on the tape. 756 in qualifying, he was our number 10 qualifier. In round race, I'm just going to see what he did here. So he got good in round 1, but it was only an 897. So no clean pass for the team.
It's almost like a lottery mark with these guys.
Yesterday's qualifying that we've seen more cars get off the start line here in the second round of racing, but hasn't been that way.
Like the Wild West, all of a sudden it's like a different category of what was to be a London.
I'm actually going to
the run, well, it's got some competitive in this car as well. He's done a lot of racing in the radio scene. This Mustang. In other hands, both the recently the craft, the art craft of radio racing.
There's been usually having a campaign in RXA for a lot of years as well.
Challenging session for the J275 class, and that'll bring a close to the J275 class here. We'll see back out later on in a couple of hours for racing.
So we'll get into the independent comp and see you very shortly, and I'll be back.
Now we're moving into the Street to 89 class on the RS3 and number 3 qualifies, so this is a good matchup here in round 2 of racing. Just have a look at the total takes round 1. Come on, hey guys, I'm in for you. So, we are on now into Street 289. In Street 289, so round 1 racing, Rick went 7:49, Sligo went 8:18. So Rick had lane twist here in round 2 of racing is a number 1 qualifier. Can we see an upset from Sligo? We've just seen the challenge that the J275 guys had in trying to get off the start line here. In the middle of the day, so rest towards it. Alright, so the challenge is the warmest part of the day. They're on a small tyre. The start watch this car, these guys. Rick's already so he's like, let's go boys, let's go, I'm ready, let's send them. So once Sligo brings on that first ball here, you see that top ball come on right here, Sligo, the 6, 7 seconds. Staying really otherwise. Gets the win at round number 2, 776 at 189 miles an hour, takes down Garrett, who's went up in speed off the start line in that Subaru Rugby. Upset here, round number 2, Rusty. Nice win for Sligo. The first time I've actually gone through Street 289, so we're going to be moving on the fly here, that's okay. We can get anything around it. It is Mohammed Salame in the RX7. That's got to be a candidate for Burnout. Hurtsville towing RX7 it does do some pretty good loads. Right on the short list
With the ice train rules, it doesn't actually need to go into the stage because he's gone through the burnout box. He's officially so he doesn't actually need to unless he was trying to get some data. But he doesn't no matter what happens in terms of it's got to fly back up, so we'll swing. He went through for an 853, 160 mile an hour. In Street 289, did tail on Sullivan, the RX-7.
Yeah, Dim, this car's been around for a long time. The New South Wales. Nice. Beautifully presented car, this one.
The 20B car on board. We're at 780 in qualifying yesterday. Yeah, got a win at round 1 from 744, round 1 at 186 miles an hour. That was actually a bogey 10 on round 1.
I don't know, because I'm just looking at some of the comments on the live stream. Harry Newman said, sorry, Brad, this is really thorough allegations about the last end of the win. I wish I did, and the answer is no.
No, we're all professionals up here.
There's a few others that are jumping in there saying, whiskey. Which, based on the videos, which I believe will make their way to the Discord page. Yeah, Japanese whiskey is definitely the way to go. So, Dim Toyota, the Total Brothers Racing, X7, great looking car. It's had those graphics on this car for a long time. It still looks like it does. It really does. There's some fixtures and days and stuff. Very, very well. So, little Zos is going to struggle to get up on the loops. Here, really get up to the 16%. We're going to see the again, buzz the tire. It's a tricky track to get a hold of down there on the racetrack.
Yeah, there's too much power there on the start line. He was low T in round 1. He's got the low T in the event so far. Yeah, Street 289 at 744 in round 1 of racing. So we'll just have to wait to get off the racing seats. We're moving to our next pairing in Street 289. There must have been a few cars. I think my boss has had a few solo cars.
Last couple of rounds, there's been 50 cars in general. It does have a way of going quickly.
It happens in all cars. It doesn't mean the same.
100%. I like the fact that Tokar down has got a parachute on it. Well, that's a pretty good Tokar.
That is very cool.
All right, so we shut the car down. Obviously,
So we're probably waiting for Dim to get off the race. So the thing here at Willowban, what's all drag strips, is that the braking area is actually longer than the racetrack itself. So if it took Dim a half a minute to get to the finish line, it's going to take a little bit longer, just till he gets down to that third loop and off the racing surface. So he's actually come to a stop just before the third loop by the looks of it. We're just looking at our live stream here presented by Real Street for us.
being downhill also does assist a little bit. It's not drastically downhill, but it does assist with the cars. But once they get to a certain point, they do need a little bit of a handoff to get them off the racetrack. Harry Newton's come back about our comment regarding drinking beer. He said we should be drinking 4X instead. It is Queensland, no Japanese whiskey. Well, you need to try some Japanese whiskey, Harry.
Our lovely friends from Japan brought up the Japanese
That's
whiskey
exactly
for us
right. It
to
was
try.
a gift. It would have been insulting if we didn't drink it.
You still tried their smoked cheese they brought up, Rusty?
No, that one I'm still not going.
I think we should put the live camera on and get Rusty to try the smoked cheese from Japan, from our Japanese visitors.
Tell you what,
They've come all the way from Japan and you won't try their
I'll
smoked cheese.
have it as an entree, say about $7 an on.
I reckon we'd get you on camera and try it. It was better than I expected.
So, Cheeky Mango, how's the weather there? The weather is perfect. Coming from the airport, apparently. So, obviously, coming to grab the last part, the last section, the last quarter, really, of Jambo for 2025. Right, we've got firing signal again. Should be good to go back to it. So, it's Cameron or Serio in the rocket industry zone from Strathfield, Victoria, the Magic Dog. There was a lot of cars that didn't come out. A lot of the cars that had problems in the first round came out in the second round. A lot of the cars that ran in the first round broke stuff, so they're not out in the second. So that's the reason we've got so many solo cars. Back there, but bring the car on stage. Across the line for a 10.75 126 mile race. Improvement does get the win. Really, race day is really about wins. It's not really about the ATs. It is about being what wins. It's all about that prestige, the prestigious Jamboree at the end of the day. Next up here in the street, actually we're going into modified 10.5. Actually, the second round of racing called modified 10.5, and it is our number one qualifier, Guy King, on the track to take on Rob Katie. Katie here in the Mazda, the Power Seals, CQ Rotary. So 708, number one qualifier. That is seriously impressive. You've been commenting about all the cars blowing the tyres off on the hit. It's got nothing to do with track prep, it's got more to do with the type of time, federation, radials, slicks, every type of engine combination you can possibly think of. Actually, they're probably the cars that are most disadvantaged and they've got this up probably the radials. Because they love a hot day, nice sticky track. Lots of really hot down there, which is that lots of finding that balance. Well, that's right. The EDU being upset here in round number 2 of racing. We do have an upset. Rob Katie gets the win, a 7.74, takes down our number one qualifier, Guy King, who runs a 7.98.14 of a second win margin for Rob Katie, getting a win here in round number 2. Upset win. King had the whole shot here, got this 14th on the rear. Drag racing, it's when you think something's done, then they just throw up another curveball for us. Upsets. There's always upsets. There's no such thing as a short thing in drag racing.
Absolutely not.
You should know that. You should know that. So next up it is Michael Andreevich
Edmonton in Queensland taking on Potang, and this should be a good matchup. Poe is another 2 qualifiers, so why not just got his 20-mile track. He can run into the 6s in his car, so don't be surprised if that comes up. I dare say there's probably a little bit left in this car for Andreevich as well. Andreevich and Tung both had wins in round 1 of racing, so one of these drivers is going to go 2 from 2. Tung had the low ET of the first round. He went 7.21, so he had lane choice in this round. He's taken that right lane, which is what he was in round 1 of racing. And Andreevich, he was actually in the left lane, so they're both in their respective lanes that they were in previous. Okay, Potang. So he was a quicker of the 2. How do you attack a race when you know that the driver in the other lane had a bit of an ET advantage on you in that first round of racing? There's 2 ways you can go about it. You can throw the pitch and sink at it over the sticks. On a track like what we've got here, I would be surprised if that was the attack they were going with the conditions the way that they are. So if I was Potang, I'd be sitting there saying, okay, well this thing's probably going to spin a little bit. At 175 miles per hour, 853 for Potang.
Well, that's another upset win because he just took down number 2 qualifier. Andreevich gets a win.
Number 1 and 2 qualifiers down in this round race. Next up is Trent Big.
We mentioned that yesterday. Sometimes consistency plays a major part in drag racing.
There's a reason we don't run these things on paper. You know, there's a reason we actually put them on the racetrack. That's because nothing is guaranteed in drag racing. Nothing. If you think it is, this is not the sport for you, because you will be humbled very, very quickly. A great example of that is Rob Harrington.
If he's on
and Rob won't mind me saying that. It's
his words if you on his Facebook post.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, okay. He said that it's you come down from heights. Drag racing is a humbling sport.
Yeah, came down from winning the biggest race on the calendar in one of the toughest categories to do it in Cold Slammer at the Eliminations. Took down a 16-car field as well, mind you, which is cute. 8 cars more than what you usually have to do with. Came from the bottom of the field and won. I think rolled down next to it hasn't come together for it. And unfortunately, the supercharger was not it's actually not involved by the MDM in last time. So it is a very, very humbling sport, that is for sure. So Trent being the upright Steel Calais, beautifully represented car. This one, number 10 qualified with 86. See Phil Petty rolling up the next matchup as well. That little Honda.
Yeah, well, going by the data I've got here in front of me, he didn't come out from round 1 of racing. So solid pass here for the team. Here round at number 2 for upright steel is VL Calais. Can they get off the start line? Trent Big, and across the finish line he went 887 in qualifying. This time around he goes 879, 159 miles an hour, so that's one car for Trent Big. To take on Phil Penny in the Honda, from the inside Remco to Booker. Phil Penny.
Yeah, nice part of the ball up there. That's like that on the side of Fox up. This direction. And Troy White, the container cartage wheel. There's a lot of VLs in this category. Not too many Hondas though. It's 3,000. Not too many of them.
No. So both these drivers had a win in round 1, so one of them again will go 2 from 2. So in all of these practices, which we call the round robin practice, where the drivers come out 3 times, the finalists are from the 2 drivers with 3 wins. If there's more than 2 drivers with 3 wins, the count back goes to as the quicker ET, the 2 quickest ETs in round 3 of racing. Right now, Troy White, he was quicker in round 1 of racing, so he had the lane choice here in round 2 over Phil Penny. We haven't really seen the car Phil Penny's doing lap in this weekend. The
1.25 staging field. No one moving forward here. Cars in pre-stage. No one wants to bump in. The starter will give them the signal to move forward now. So once the starter gives the signal, you have to obey the rules of the starter and move forward. Penny's still not going. No one's going in. The both these starters, okay, one's going in, waiting on Phil Penny now to move forward. He's got 7 seconds to bump in. No one's going Phil Penny goes 8.20 seconds, 156 mile an hour for the win. I think that's his quickest pass so far of the weekend. Troy White unfortunately dragged through the beat, just giving the automatic win to Phil Penny there, but he was up and spin on the head anyway, as it was.
Nothing like a little staging field just to keep things.
It's good to see some staging fields here.
And you know, there's nothing in the rules against staging fields.
No, never.
It's all part of the theatre of drag racing. You really can get an advantage if you get it right. And if you get it wrong, it can look like an absolute boost as well. But for the most part, you can do and Trump coming in the car and so on.
Exactly. It's all part of the theatre. As you said, I think the only rule that they had to obey then was the rules of the starter. So once it's in the hands of the starter, you've been told to move forward, then it becomes to the discretion of the starter if he believes that you're following the rules. And he's going to be a bit clear before you make sure you guys have to go in, or you can disqualify both drivers for following the rules.
If we want to see some really good staging who's going with Warren Johnson, Scott Jeffrey back in. It was 1994. It was there was a good one, and the interview afterwards was good as well. So it is Jason Scott now. Scott Speed, Barrett Howard, E.L.
Start launch there as he goes across finish line. 871, 174 miles an hour for Jason Scott. For Scott Speed. Modified 10.5. Having some fun here around number 2 of racing. Hopefully everyone's enjoying the live stream brought to us by Real Street. Next pairing out in modified. I think we're going to be moving into modified compact now. So,
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We might pick up. We've done this before.
supposedly. Got your own categories here. Modified compact. So basically what that means is the drivers nominate a time. And in this case, he's nominated 9.62 seconds. So he's going to lead first. Chris O'Neill is nominated 8.00 second bowling. He will chase 1.62 seconds later. Whoever gets to the finish line first and doesn't go quicker than their nominated time will get the win here in modified compact. That's the basic gist here of the class. And don't go red obviously either.
Don't really like don't cross the center line.
Or the other
Don't touch the outer boundary. Yeah. So, Harry George is going to be 162, so so George is going to lead with about a second amount of feet, second and a half, thereabouts. Out in front with Chris O'Neill. It's on the O'Neill, leads to the page. We also need leads to Harry seconds at Supra. You can see a lot of fluid on the track there. From up all lines, most
unfortunately. So Yarwood. He's been consistent 830s all weekend. That's his slowest pass of the weekend so far. 848, 166 miles an hour, but it's through to round number 3. Garrett modified compact. Alright, so next up it is going to be Daniel Rudiger, I believe. I can see the car down there. He's going to take on Dwayne Wisby once we get this car cleared out of the RX-7 down here. So I think he's still parked there with the intention that he wants to go now. There's a bit of discussion, a bit of animated discussion going on down here with the IHRA official and the Willowban official. Yeah, I don't know, so obviously we can only commentate on what we can see. Maybe they're saying that wasn't from his car. That's him on the track, I don't know. But yeah, once the signal's given for the solo pass, it's usually that's it, that's done and dusted for the day, but I think there might be a rerun on the cards here. I don't know whether, so yeah, we should probably speculate. Without knowing it, because it's all just speculation from us not being down to a sunlight. But then it definitely doesn't look like there was anything coming out of the car, so anyway, it is what it is. We'll call it when it comes out, and a bit of confusion going on down here just as we do a little bit of the car park shuffle. So it is going to be Dwayne Wisby up against Daniel Rudiger. So, from Prairie Hills to New South Wales. It'll be one of those days where we've had all this different stuff, a lot of stuff that I've never seen. Alright, talking to the talent team here, Dialing. So Richie is dialing at 8.80 seconds. Whiskey's dialing at 1.18. So Whiskey here really first in the basket. Oxy Solutions Manager, GM, now playing beside Whiskey here on screen. He's dialing 9.80, ran 9.23 in qualifying. Richie with 8.20 in qualifying. So pretty much dialing in around where they went in qualifying, which is probably expected today. It's all about the reaction times here. Goes through with an 898, 148 miles an hour. Whiskey with a 971, but unfortunately that red light. Anyway, any chance of winning the race for him at 144 mile an hour. Next up here, a modified and compact. It was a 13-car field this weekend. Ben Clark in the Calais, the VL, with a solo pass. He's dialing at 942. He gets the freebie here. Through to round number 3 for Ben Clark. And one step closer to having a hand on one of those J trophies. It is J Day, Sunday race day here. At the Brisbane Jamboree, brought to us by Garrett in Motion. I haven't seen that too many cars in this session. No, he hit the tyre hard there in that VL. It really was nice off the start line. It goes through for a 949. 144 miles an hour and that 942 dial, so the car's consistent. Ben Clark through to the next round. Absolutely. So it looks like we're going to do a little bit of track rep, and I think we're going to be jumping into Factory Extreme by the look at it, looking at what's in the lane. So we'll be down for just a little while, just as we get a little bit of a touch up, a little bit of a groom. It's a bit like a cricket pitch. It always needs constant attention, whether it's a roll, whether it's a hose. I don't know what they do with cricket pitches, but I'm sure that we will come up with a solution. While we're doing that, we might say thank you to a few of our fantastic partners here. No, we're not going to say thank you. We're going to go to some colour footage from Jamboree's past and present. A quick break and we'll be back with more after this. Anywhere on the planet.
ที่เสื้อสีน้ำเงินนั่งหน้าหันเนี่ยมันก็ไปสอบภาษา
The first 7 second pass ever.
Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour. Scaramouche, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory. Willowban Raceway late support. That just became the quickest street time GTR in the world.
No, it's got a triple right away.
The quickest four-cylinder powered car in Australia. Bring your buses for then line up.
We have to get out of it. What a wheel stand from the grimace.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest in the world, the world's quickest fourth compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Got to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting it down to the ground.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive pass ever.
Thanks, in Australia for the first time.
Track's definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street time GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Rigoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Actually, yes, absolutely on a mission. Number 29, still has the chase the Pack Boys though.
Is this horse's one road that will build that only engine of its type in the world?
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing.
It's getting a bit out of control.
It all comes down to 28.9. These things dance around. I love it, mate. The chicks everywhere, the cars, burnout, morningness, fantastic.
Yeah, it's great day, and each woman.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying the day? Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. The car's good too.
Uncle Ryan Burnout.
Grumpy's ready to ride.
Expecting big things from him.
Sonny Wilson in the hole.
Talk about keep the power down. Tail shaft everywhere.
What do you contribute that to?
Hard-working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree?
4 cylinders and rotaries. Still burnout.
Loves the burnout with Tony Wedlock. Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him on his first 7-second pass.
Dano's home parked up, so we've got the sleeker now.
The quickest car in the country. A brand new sport mod record. Or maybe you'd like to see a little supercharged Fiat-powered car or full manual. I think it likes laughing gas entire quarter mile to unleash that horsepower. 659. Oh!
And the car blasts out of the hole, but Sadek has the edge.
There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now. Lead line hard and then brakes the axle. Road compact, and the crowd love Mr. Mad.
He is the quickest street fight GTR in Australia. Stay tuned for more of the Jamboree.
For nearly 2 decades, the small compact scene in Australia has predominantly been dominated by rotary engines.
Joe Signorelli back again, the Rotomaster Series 6. I told him when he made the switch to the 2JZ, he'd love it, he'd never go back.
The Link is coming on hard. Joe Signorelli, new world record, the quickest, fastest pass by a small compact track car in history.
Unbelievable. Couldn't happen to a better event.
Big Baghdadi goes to the #1 SR20 spot on the planet.
Running with the fastest in the world now. This is a good pass from Ron Harvey.
575.
Nothing took not the dominance of the El Humil
roller from Puerto Rico. All of his passes were 6-1-4 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the final. He went up against Taliban, who had been pushing hard to run the first 6-second pass in the debut. Rodney Reyes in the RSA.
There's the first 640 in the Australian drag racing history.
And what's your favourite type of race car?
Rotary, of course. The noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup. Ivan Scaramouga leads with the wheels in the air, carries it out through second and third gear.
Ivan Scaramouga, the world's quickest RX3. That's right, mate. Number one in the world. Number one in the world, brother. Number one in the world.
Takes a great shot at the tree and takes a Village J home from the biggest sport compact event anywhere. And Rodriguez does not fall for the game. He drills the start line and he's gone. It's all over. Billy Corbin wins Jamboree. Two-corner Wilshire. He is keeping the 20 at play with a little 2-litre engine. The boss, he's left him on the start line. Perfect Jamboree debut for the factory extreme rookie. Steve Barnett runs Australia's first 13B 6-second pass.
Put your hands together for Anthony Mansour. 662, 190 miles an hour. He was well and truly up on two wheels.
Third factory extreme final. What a pass, folks. What a run.
Ray, how is the event going? This looks huge.
I think the show is probably the premier place to be.
I've had a lot of fun racing this year.
Well, that's a walk on the lifetime, Anthony Rodriguez.
Jamboree is one of the best events. I love Jamboree.
Good shooter, good car, good brothers, and grew up a lucky stolen.
We were a bit sceptical initially that the event just before Saunders would bring it.
It's nothing like a sunny Queensland afternoon in any drag strip, but of course the birthplace of Jamboree is Willowban Raceway, and some guys here that have really helped bring some stardom into the game, because when you turn up and start driving like these guys do, well, you know, we're Jamboree heroes for life. And again, remember, we're not pro racers, we're just professional recreational racers. And Sammy Sadek, is that what you still rate yourself as?
100%. Nice.
Yeah. So not a pro racer, but just you want to get out there and steer on a pro tree.
That's right, yes. We're here to come out and have fun. We enjoy coming to Brisbane Jamboree. Jay's first pass, 6:47. And like you said, it's nice and sunny. 5 days ago, mate.
You were celebrity all over the place. Now, of course, the quad father's starting to get some seat time, which is good. The old, where did we go the other day? You know what, did we ever look at that run between you and the RX9? Was that the quickest side-by-side road pass in Australia? I think it must be the 230s. You and Both, wasn't it?
No, it was George.
Oh, it was George and Both. I know you weren't in there. So you've been a
6:27.
So you got a 6:27. And then Botha last night, and George went into the 6:30. So I think that was the quickest ever side-by-side road pass that I can think has happened in Australia, surely.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think that's right. The mile per hour was actually identical.
No, identical.
No, it was. Mate.
Have a look at Sydney. That was quality from yesterday, wasn't it? So look, watch that stream yesterday and have a look at that quality run between that. I can't believe it, identical mile an hour. But at least you guys are up here enjoying it. Is your car here for this round, or is it?
No, I'm not racing today.
No more?
No, not today. I wasn't meant to race today at all. I was here for Wednesday, Thursday and Friday testing. But obviously it rained the first 2 days. But we got 6 runs in, Friday and Saturday. We got to use the lockup, which is good. So there's a bit more work, but I am happy that the car went 0.96 on 60. That felt good. But look, I reckon the next few weeks I'll be out again. So just go back like go back to pack performance, give them the car a little bit. It's got a boost slit at the moment, and we can't find it. So let's try it.
Now, of course, quad rotors as well. The Quad Father, we love it. It's a truly unique engine to have. As a rotor fan, your whole life, Sam. I mean, you car yard selling rotaries back in the day. You love the rotor so much. Is that I suppose if you're a nitrous guy, it's a Pat Musi 959. But if you're a rotor guy, is it the quad to have the quad? Is that like having the big block of rotors?
Yes, definitely. Yes. I mean, look, the car's making a lot of power. It's not the engine side at the moment. The issue is it's the converter, which stator to use. So look, we're learning. We're learning. But it definitely feels nice. I mean, it is a Jerry Pickle car. It's very comfortable. But I love steering, man.
He loves grabbing the mic, I tell you. You're a quiet mate. But this is Australian lifestyle right here. You want to talk about father-son recreational moments. How about this? Two happy boys steering the cars together. And you know what? Jambo for life, boys. Jambo for life.
100%. We love Jamboree.
All right, good luck, boys. Good luck, boys. We've got more to do down here. Just capturing that moment, eh? Just that ambience, that staging lane moment, you know, before we let them loose again, and before all hell breaks loose. Who are we getting? Who are we pointing at? Who's putting on the hit list? I don't know. I don't know what I can see there. I can see tow vehicles. Oh yeah, I can see a Celica. I can see Bother. I can see a few A-listers here. No. He says no. Oh, why not? Hang on. No, hang on. People that get a PB should get an interview. Can we get in there? Oh, are you getting? Oh, he's doing payroll. Oh, okay. There we go. No, he's doing. That doesn't turn up tomorrow, mate. There'll be anarchy back at the company. Okay. Yeah, well, that's it, mate. You know, you've got to be a pretty successful businessman to support recreational vehicles of rocket ship capability.
These rotaries, they cost a lot of money, mate. Coming to Queensland is even more costly.
Yeah, well, absolutely, it sure is. It's a big commitment, but how about that side-by-side run last night, mate? That's a bigger side-by-side.
How about that, eh? Left old Georgie snoozing at the start line, didn't we, eh? Not bad.
I love that the standards continue to tighten up in there, and that we've got all these cars, they're all knocking on the door. Remember, when you look at the activity for 23 rotor cars in the last 2 years, Australia's done all the action. The rest of the world's kind of dropped off on it.
Yeah, 100%. They're a tricky engine, so you've got to look after them, and they're dropping off quicker than we can put them together. So it's the solid 20V guys that stick with them, and we work them out, and we're going rounds, and we're sticking it to some of the other boys when we can.
The fun factor's still there, mate, or else we wouldn't do it. You rate yourself as a professional racer or a professional recreational racer?
Professional recreational racer.
This is recreation. It kind of feels like the pros, but guess what? It's just recreational. And he's got to get back to payroll. Sorry, brother. Got kids flossing over here. Where are they pushing them? We're going to Sammy, huh? Sorry, mate. Can you bring in a larger tow vehicle into the lanes, please? Here he is. Looking in the bush through the natural habitat, working near the gum trees. It's a Samius. How are you, mate?
What's going on?
Oh, mate, you know, you brought a lot to Jambo, mate, and they need a slightly bigger pickup truck here as well, mate.
Yeah, that's just one of the sponsors coming us out.
You know, a few little gremlins come in there, mate, but you keep having a crack, and you guys, you know, the hardest working guys around, try and get you back out there, and you just want to race. I don't know, what are we still running? Have we still got the yellow one as well, or what's doing?
Yeah, we've still got the yellow one, we had a bit of a wiring issue, we've just sorted it out, so I'll bring it out the next one. And we're ready, hopefully ready to go on this one.
Aren't you lucky we don't do this every week?
I'd actually prefer to do it every week.
Really?
We'll be more in our game.
There'll be what?
We'll be more in our game if we did it every week.
If you reckon we should just try maybe for once, do it for a fortnight and see how well we get, just doing it for 14 days straight?
100%.
Pockets, super deep. I'm out, I won't be there. If you need a commentator, it's 90 grand. I do commentate test days, so 14 days, I'll send you the bill. Okay. All right, off you go, Sammy, congratulations. on your tenacity. Oh, he's all the way down here. God, they're all coming in here. We've got them all walking across. JB Jeffries is here, walking across. Content created. Oh, you want a big screen? Follow me. I think he's in the car. So. Where is the speaker? Oh. Where are we, boys? Just a real quick one. Right, it's always a good time to do this, isn't it? Just as you start to collect the thoughts. Just as you start to collect the thoughts. You know, I can't believe this. I went down the other end there, and half of this car was apart. I'm sure it was. Bits are getting in and out, flying everywhere. We had Shane T down there, we had Benny down there. What have you been doing in the last couple of hours? Just asking.
Well, last night we actually blew a spike one out of the hit, and took a look at all the leads. So the whole lot went just went halfway to the front. But what happened was those leads were out from the smoke from that medic. And you go, we didn't pick that up until the last run. Put it in.
Thanks, Mark, and all ready to go. Clutching out of the car is probably normal for a car like this. This is round 2, so you know what, you're reaching over 2 more here, halves, and if you're good enough, it could be 3 more if you want to keep sending it.
I'll send it. No, I'll send it. But we just got to get the sending out.
Always has been dry with the clutch, and it's the short range that we
So not too long and we will be back into Factory Street with the trackers being sprayed. We've got the rotator out there, so won't be too long and we will be back into racing. First round was absolutely dramatic, there's no other way to explain it. And we'll be looking for more of the same rolling into round 2 at Factory Street presented by Precision Turbo and Engine. Right now though, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more after this.
has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fuel tech everywhere.
ลืมศูนย์แล้วเนี่ยเข้าดีกว่า
retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 134646 for a quote. For over 120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some nostalgia.
Always happens to the best of us, doesn't it? Hooking into
a tasty bowl of crumble.
I think that's a complete Australian candy. We're eating violet crumbles up here in the tower. So, and after that, we've also got Rusty to try to attempt to eat this cheese.
I'm not doing it.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
There'll be a race where I'll wager you on a race. If I win the bet, you eat the cheese. If I lose the bet, I'll put 3 violet crumbles in my mouth at once.
And commentate?
And commentate. How Australian can it be?
We always said you could talk under wet cement, but can you talk with a mouthful of
I'm going to dip my Tim Tam in my cup of tea. I'm going to have a Vegemite sandwich. Right now on 4, Con and Vic have got their arms wrapped around King Kong. Frankie himself is always seems to be pumped as a driver. George Jezewski, the driver's driver as well. Another guy that got really hooked on the fast car drag racing scene. His VLs are exceptional. Any other car in the fleet. Remember, this is a guy whose business is building recreational vehicles. It's Lotus Caravan, so one of the biggest caravan companies in Australia. So what does the man that makes his money out of recreational vehicles do for his recreational vehicle? He wants a 3,000 horsepower factory extreme car. So let him have it. Let the guy have it. Brent Tarabay, property developer. He has had some pretty good cars in the stable, but you know what I love? He is still hooked on drag racing to invest, to still want to run a car at 5-second potential for recreation.
Fun.
These are cars that people have for recreation, folks. Of course, the teams are professional, but we're not racing too much for championships. It's just for bragging rights, old-fashioned, who's the quickest, old-fashioned, who wins a billet chain by the end of the day. This is round number 2 of Factory Extreme Precision Turbo and Engine. 2 because that wasn't what I was trying to do, and that was the one time he has mucked up. 5.98 beside him, Jezewski did not muck up, and runs are 5.98, 248 mile an hour, half track, 399 with a 9, a 102 60 footer, 201 at half track, but oh Frankie, we talk about the bump infringement, it's a broken record. He'll also must have, it's either mash the foot, grab the thumb on the button, maybe the thumb, maybe the button failed. Sometimes it's that one moment you find a fail. Not a front brake lock. That front brake pressure didn't roll the car, it was slow.
And I'm just throwing it out there, we're not quite there, but we are getting to that point of the day when some starts playing with a bit of a roll. So, next up is round 2. Feels like round 3, but it is round 2.
Yeah, it is.
So, next up it is Chris Kumola taking on George Rahan. So, I think Chris Kumola got a solo in the first round of racing, off the top of my head. Very nicely presented car. George Rahan did not get the win. I think he actually pulled through the beams, very similar to what we saw from Frank Tarabay in that last pass. So, yeah, this time around, on pavement 6:38, George Rahan, number 9, qualified 223 miles per hour. We know that car can run very deep into the 6s. And Chris Kumola, a best of the 713 so far this weekend. But you would say that, if this thing goes to the finish line, it's going to go deep with the 6s.
Oh, look, absolutely. I stood beside Sticks last night. Of course, that's the 6'5" streaking Greek out there. One of our amazing tuners, and he's got, of course, tuning the single cam that's in it. And that run last night, he was doing everything right the hard track. I'm still scared of it, that's good. Because the thing was, he was taking it. And he goes, it's good that you've got to be scared of it a little bit. He still copped the short time, still copped half track with that top end speed. This is just the right thing out there. So, you've got to have confidence. You've got to have respect for these things. Confidence is the key in your equipment, your people, your skills.
Gets back into it, he will get the win. But an 804 probably not what they were looking for.
Yeah, look, 104 to the 60 for Kamala, so got out there and then rattled them back. Georgie not too far behind, did the same thing as he slipped the clutch out there. With the Georgie though, winning ugly, well, look, it's not so much the heat on the track, it's this UV that does kind of mess up that adhesion coefficient. Greasy's not the word. I don't think we can say that. It's just this mixed temperature, the UV right now, because that sun, when you stand in there today, you're feeling it. This track's probably hotter than it was yesterday.
It's just not glued up to its eyeballs. You see Zora Magic with a nice skid in the gas racing BMW. And Fifth McHale with problems, trying to get the car through the burnout procedure down there. He's putting it back in the water. Would have got an absolute a show. 2 tickets to the show here in the coffee shops earlier on.
Standing room only up here.
It was standing room only.
Quite surreal. Quite surreal. But,
passionate races across the board. So, the Fifth McHale didn't really smoke the tyre, just absolutely hooked up the seat there, which not necessarily the way you want to do it. No problems, Zora gave him to get pushed back, so he's gone off the back after the first round. Did not record a representative time, was pushed back with problems. The car was not fired, so yeah, Zora just trying to go about and collect some points this time.
It's been the long road round, this round and the next round there for Zora. Honing in on trying to, well, not only get win lights, but just keep whittling down that PB in this BMW until it's got that 5 in front of it. Our feet went 5700 last night, but completely different day today, 24 hours later. The car that didn't quite line up in the burnout and got into stage. So anything's possible here, but remember that starting line procedure, that is the killer. That's where you've got to be so focused. Top mile, second mile. Just got to hold yourself there so you're ready to go. Factory Extreme, round 2J. Both sides of the track. Track for John 404, come on, 606, oh, 606, 603.
Hold shot, 14 thousandths of a second in the strike.
You look at that time slip, there. It's 14,000, it's not even that.
10,000.
606 beats a 603, 078 off the button, off the floor, off the pedal for Zora Gadget, driving with a clutch, pulling gears, floating through the air, 404, 191 around track. A fair bit of rattling when you're getting 100 at 60, pedals and stuff, bringing it on down the deep end, but that is a great way to make up for last round.
I want to see the replay of that one because both of those guys got super loose. I thought the car was going to get out of it. I think he did for a split second and then got back into it. And Zora, that thing, just past half track and that is a big He's going to take on Harvey from Pakuranga in New Zealand over in NZ.
Remember we talked about, any category. Factory Extreme will use as the example. Your race can be over for a journey in round 1. Or ride the leads, ride the Niner box. Shane T was flying down there with an SR20. Niner box ready to go. We're going to put SR20 in return, Jay, and then Betty Bray came and had another one that would work, I think, a bit better. So they made it to the line. Now it's going to have the power that they know it's got. The clutch setup they know they've put in at Jason X. Spin of the tyres, and now it's going to be 6:35 and a win. Rod goes out the back, 6:60, 2:38 mile an hour. Look, he took a little bit of time to get everything ready right, then he let it go. He gave him not only the hit, but a fair amount. 9.70 in the 60, so it was on a streak straight out of the hole right, Harvey. You can see what happened after that. It started spinning the tyre. He was snaking away. He was still driving through it. Here's the replay right now. The Real Streak live stream.
So this is the first pair. This is Zoran and a fifth.
Yep.
So I don't know which one to watch here because they were both loose. It was a big bump from Mikhail. Look at the whole shot from Zoran. And right there, Zoran made a big wiggle back towards the wall, and he drove it out the back towards way over the finish line down there. That was just a good old-fashioned drag race.
That was, and being a traditional sport, we have a clutch on the stool, so a little bit favoured towards the BMW's efforts there. It's not a fight, but it's a fight. It's a fight for 6-0. I'll take a fight for 6-0 an inconsistent 5-7. I'll take the one. Remember, Elgin Neal a couple of years ago came here, had to run a fight, ran the best on the 602 and cleaned everyone up. So it can happen again. That was a big night when that car carved through Bachelor Street. 62 pounds in the car to make weight, but then back half car. GTA map of Bum City, and I'll have all these little heartbreak avenues, you know. We've already got Zingsville. What's the suburb? Zingsville.
Zingsville, up in the heights.
Yeah, up in the heights.
Just kind of.
Do you hear what he said?
What's the race like?
Lucky we don't do this every weekend because why not? And it's like, I wish we could do it every day. It's like, make it happen. I'm going to do a 24-hour drag race. So you just drag race for 24 hours. Got to do the next amount of runs per hour over 24 hours.
That'd be, it's like an
Yeah, endurance drag race. So you go to stage, there's a guy there, there's a guy next to you. Yeah, so how many scalps you reckon it'll take in 24 hours? Colin's ready to go and get into the seated solos. I didn't know Patricia Ray. No one can see me in this seated round. The captain looks like he's also got the same luxury. So then he goes through and get a token in TV for round 3. They just don't want to take a win. They need a number. Now on, getting a number is important even on solos. So no coasting right now. Sammy. Having connections down there. Every single time it'll be something else that's biting today. 10.67 and a win. So a win there for Sammy. And looks like Pro Turbo coming up to start the Fatser Extreme, but right now it is the captain's turn to let the Mitsubishi Eclipse breathe a little. And the captain won't probably take this anywhere other than to the line. So I mean the finish line.
The T609 that we saw from him this morning.
If knowing that your opponent is no one, that you would probably have another swing. 610, 620, 609. This car's whole purpose is obviously to achieve the captain's goals. There's one thing I know he'd like to have, and you know, it could be all the gold and silver and gold in the world. He could have a bigger gold chain, he could have a bigger this, he could have a bigger that. But he'd love a little piece of paper.
Yeah.
Little piece of paper with a 5 on it, and I want him to have that piece of paper as well. The only guy that can get that piece of paper for him, and for anyone out there drag racing with a goal, the only way you can get your piece of paper is you've got to get out there and put it in the beams. Colin is going to put it in the beams right now, and he's going to try and get this Eclipse to go quicker than it's ever gone before. He's got 6AA, so you know what, weather conditions right now, hot, dry, not super boost friendly, not horsepower friendly.
There's enough cars getting down the racetrack though that you go, yeah.
It's going to need to make.
He could stick this.
It's going to need Nelly to make 23 in these conditions. 23 to show weight shifted 2,300 plus horsepower to overtake the weather here. I'll just let it breathe. Let it go all by itself. Let's go. That's on a sand, Colin. 610 again. 610 again. Put your hands together. You've just seen one of the world's quickest 4-cylinder drag race passes again, because the captain goes 610 with a 7, 609, 610 with a 1, 103.60 foot, 401 and a half track, banging through that 7 speed.
He needs to go and do the modified compact. He needs to go and try the road pace. That thing is so consistent this week.
Getting that clutch to do exactly what it needs to do in all the high gears is important, and it's getting all the short stuff done. But they just know that if you want to get angry for a half a tenth in the 60, then that thing can be a 5. However, for him to get that short game in the ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
We have a new clubhouse leader.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, all those people, in the moment.
That's a genuine half-track
All
burnout.
right, okay, in the moment, people, if you think that is the best burnout so far at Jambo, put your hands up.
That's a warrant. One hand on the trophy with that. Now everyone knows where the benchmark is. You at least need to get it to half-track. Still smoking. Plenty of consistency.
That was pretty much half-track.
Yeah, had a double stab.
Yeah, pretty much half-track.
The smoke has been laid down.
Yep.
So, Anthony took Bill got. Garrett's in nothing, I was going to say.
Yeah, that's fairly trashed stout RB. This is the amazing how much punishment we can give them. It's absolutely punishing this thing. It screams, it loves it.
This is the RB. Look at the heat haze with each pulse. It's this car, if you could give a J trophy to vehicular height.
Yes.
This one.
Oh yeah, honestly, yeah. I get that too. But you know, we can do top 10s. Ask the public, did little poll question, icons we can think of in the future. Anyway, here we go. Justin Cook, he's had to let the Anthony Matuk show go on in the other lane, and now he wants to try and beat the guy. So everyone's trying to have a crack at the curve. He's trying to get in front of Cook, he's just going to get him too. Matuk 7.30 is 170 and Hayes 7.63 for Juzzer. He tried real hard, he left on Matuk. That 60 footed him, it was going pretty well, but Anthony put all that VL guide power back in and got the win.
52 10
down there?
Yeah. Big bad Barry. He's not really big bad.
Oh,
he's still big.
He still intimidates me.
Yeah.
The handshake, especially when you shake his hand and then he grips a bit harder, then he looks at you and goes through the headbutt you. But he's a great guy, lovely guy, real petrol head, and he's ready to let go on approach 3 with a radial car somewhere in the future. He says, and some Dragon Drive. Yeah, he had a couple of interviews. He didn't say what he had, but yeah, he's doing Dragon Drive. He's got a few AFL mates. He didn't quite get to the subject, but he just said, talk to me about so the story of current and former AFL players are in petrol heads now. They've got time, but they've got to do something with their life. And a lot of them are finding car culture and finding Dragon Drive, which is another avenue that's getting people into the sport drag races. And I love it all.
It also strikes them so, in Pro Turbo now presented by Multiversal Performance Parts, and it is Ben Slaughter taking on Jason Payne. Definitely spoken about Jason Payne. Good to see that back over there. Thank you very much. You think I will put this on? I'm not eating squid cheese. Squid is not meant to be made from cheese.
Would you be okay if I was to bring in maybe a small lab rat and he ate it first and you can fix that up and he ate it and then look at it?
No, because I'm not a rat.
Okay. No, you're not. Okay, Jason Payne and Ben Slaughter.
I think he's going to get there.
Yeah, 71 for Slaughter, 209. Got it done.
First six for Ben, I believe.
Yeah, it all came together for him. Payne 654, 218. Left behind on the tree. 288 to 286 at 330. 436 to half track for Ben. 428 to half track for Jason Payne. 218 mile an hour for the R32 train. Overcome that whole shot. Benny Slaughter, a well-earned whole shot.
Oh.
Jerry. lined up in the middle of that and think, I might just go for this burnout. It doesn't mind a good skip. Him and Arch, they're very aggressive in the skills. Tell you what, it's just, if he expects to get back into that 6 second corner, we know he's not. It's right now, Jamboree I don't know what they're packing on what the protein are moving to. And why would I see him bounce out the regular 6 second tees up? We know that Skyline does. He's kind of been limping into the line and rolling it down for an NT. He's taking it. So he's trying to go around and maybe do the Bradbury in the Pro Turbo. You know, that's another win and ugly, 7-4-0. Dom, just that bump infringement. We're back to that start line procedure again. Just cost you, all that effort you made to get into the line in round 1 to just get the win, and then have it thrown away in round 2 by just. Sometimes I think when you're trying to make 2,000 horsepower move an inch, and you're relying on hydraulics, solenoids, suspension, driveline, you're asking to bump the whole car about an inch.
Yeah,
and it's not an easy thing anymore for some people.
And that's why you see it rocking back.
Eddie!
It was close.
Yeah, no, it was close.
I don't think it was quite at Gatook's level.
No.
In terms of distance,
No.
consistency of smoke was there. Intensity of revs, RPM is your friend. But not quite enough to remove Anthony Gatook's fingers from the Burnout trophy this afternoon.
Yeah, not right now. So it looks like Eddie's in good stead. The Burnout felt good, and I think sometimes, if we do get a good skid away, I think they just feel like, no, this is going to be a good run. I am ready for what this thing's going to give me. And he's had enough seat time in this car to know its characteristics, knows how to shift, knows how to stage. And I'm not going to put the kiss on him by saying he knows how to stage. I have seen evidence of him participating in that procedure and doing it competently.
We have seen in the past.
He has won with this car on more than one occasion. 6 degree Eddie. He will put that thing in on a little stagger normally. Let's have a look where he keeps doing, because that thing does have a bit of preload in it when it leaves the line. And it kind of torques up, and if you stage it straight, it torques up towards the centre line. If you sort of tilt it off towards the wall, probably 300 foot down, a slight 6 degree tilt, it seems to just curve itself back. So I'm trying to correct your golf swing, not that I know anything about golf.
Well, Eddie's a guy who really puts his money where his mouth is. That's pronounced pointing. Look at it on the camera.
You look at it. Yeah, no, this is...
That's a pronounced pointing at the centre line, but it is
Eddie Harlock on the sand, 629, 226 mile an hour.
It's not a PB, but it's close. He went into the 20s down in Adelaide earlier on this year. But a 6:29 and 2:26, that is a very, very nice run. Is that quickest Pro Turbo?
Very well could be.
It's very close to
very well could be.
Yeah.
Now 103 in the 60 foot half track, 412 at 180 mile an hour. Height, hang and haul.
And he took the long way.
And folks, I am putting a little asterisk beside that as potentially our best wheel. Now I don't go for height if I see that. If I see epic hang and that wheel's nowhere on the here we go. Wow,
That's got to be close to the drive of the week.
The fastest wheel stand wins.
How does he steer up with the front wheels again?
I don't know. All right, here we go. Up next right now, Chris Hall, pro combat, next round coming up, and you know what, when you get solos like this, there's might have been a bit of attrition. Doesn't mean they're not trying to fix something, but Chris Hall is here. This is where a little bit of this attrition comes in. If he's not thinking, he might have stuff to fix as well. He might not want to wear this equipment out. Is he going to send it? Let's see. But again, if you're playing this long game, a solo you should not waste, but a round 3 solo you can't waste. You go slow in round 3 and repeat this behaviour in round 3. Don't expect to maybe get a call up for a final. So we're going to need the 2 quickest winning drivers from round 3 on.
Just wondering what result was waiting for here. But perhaps if he was on the side, I'm not sure. But he's going to put it in now.
There we go. He still wants to go for the lap there. So, making up a win, ET-wise though, won't be anything flattering. But I actually think he is. I don't think he's banging it through. So why wear it out? Why risk things, doing anything to the car? Like we already talked to some other guys in regards to that as far as, anything to try and keep a 6-second 13B together. Those things, you need to sometimes nurse them. There's a time to thrash them, and there's a time to nurse them.
When you're on a solo bus, there's no point in stressing everything out.
He's got to many a final. And he's going to have to defend himself, which means he's going to have to run it as hard as he can.
So Sam and Kim was now.
Whether or not it was a carried over name from the car, I don't know. It's an interesting little terminology there for it. I do like it.
See just how short wheelbase is. With the door open, you can see how brown it is. And Sam Kimbrell as we're working yesterday, he's a normal size guy.
Yeah.
He's not a giant.
Or he can be totally good at in the El Squirrel, tone 6'4", drives a 79-inch wheelbase car. Good thing Phil Penny's only a little guy, 80-inch S600. Kimbrell's 80-inch wheelbase, he'd be probably 5'8". Kim, Sam's a lovely young man. He's got into it because his dad Peter, for so long racing Toyotas and Jambo. He's now time for the junior. He's been doing it for quite a few years. 3 RZ power on board for Starling, and looks like, hopefully everything will lay okay. The thing just sort of stalled for a second. He's giving it a little bit of that. It is a mechanical fuel system on this car, which maybe everyone just assumes everything's EFI, but Sam has run this car in super stock, which is a Class WD gas, and it's mechanically injected. It doesn't have EFI, it doesn't have injectors. It's got a mechanical system with nozzles and a pump and returns and a
little bit old school,
valves. There's a boost side to that, which you can boost indexed line pressure. So it's a constant flow mechanical injection, but here just not installed. All right. Says, you know what? If you could get it in on the starter or make the thing run on it, the thing's lost fire. They've tried to spray the starting. Oh no, it's running right. Okay, so I don't know what the deal was.
It rain down there, so he's at least going to stay and take the points.
Right, and everyone gets caught in the moment. You've got to go back. If he's going to send it, just send it. All right, there we go. Okay, you better push that little car back, boys. Clapping, everyone's happy. They've got to win. This is sometimes what Jambo looks like. This is another plot twist. Always is. Always is. Attrition rate. Problems on the line. Not needing to run the number. Round 3, guess what? No one's going to hide in round 3 in the Wills class.
Everyone needs it.
There's no hiding right now when you're this green either. G. Back in the property. Now he did have the best burnout. And he messaged me before, so I still got best Burnout, and I said for now, and then I got the message in to say Anthony went to half track. So I didn't really expect dogs in there to come out and go for a half tracker. Not at this car, but he's decided to just get the game on, and I have a fair idea to think that Sup G is going to have a set here. I think he's going to have a set, another set in solo, because we just know that this attrition rate can get various cars. The obvious no-shows will probably pop up by the end. We'll all remember them if you were to see what the seating sheets do look like. So this will be a full set, it looks like, for Alan Dodd. This time, 7:38 at 148 mile an hour for Sup G, half track 465 at 160, and gets the run down 114 there in the 60. A little bit better, cleaned up a little bit on the launch, but not coming out of the hole too distressed. You can go certainly overboard in that department. So far, all that big tyre on that car and that wheelbase. There's a fair amount of different physics in that car, because it does have that longer wheelbase. That engine in relation to the back wheels is in a location, I think, that's affecting physics that it would normally be used to on the shorter wheelbase RX2.
It does change everything
I think you
around.
can send you can nearly throw just about everything you want probably at that wheelbase. It's just about getting the thing happy on the big tyre. And I don't know what the international standard is for any of these guys. Everyone's got a slightly different tyre size. Someone might be on a 33 by 14, and might be, a 30 or whatever, 31. No one's. I don't know. The pro mods go 36s or not. I think they can. Yeah. So you can go.
A lot of the time it comes back to what they do.
I mean, if that's a 33 by 16. That's a lot of tyre. They're the biggest tyre you can get on anything. In a door car, of course, even top fuel. So that's a lot of tyre to fit in a door car. I don't know what size dogs has got on it, but everyone's running that massive tyre. I think that's a little bit of the bad race. Look at a car. Enormously fat run back to the back. As soon as I saw a car, back up to the back. You have to be tough with that tyre.
Marcus Pepe up against the young Pascal.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So, what I'm sort of not there. I'm sure I saw the others too. I'm sure I saw it there, that's been pushed away. Oh, I see he was just standing there, like, out of his bicycle, so something's in the situation. Still there, giving crap. So this mostly Africa.
It doesn't look like it's moving. See who's down there asking the question.
So there's only so much time, and really that time was already passed.
Yeah, Marcus Pepe is just about ready to go on stage, so you can't really keep hanging on too much.
Yep. All over this round, boys. So this is round certainty. Gets the thing and come back round 3, still another opportunity. That's the beauty of the Chicago shootout. If it can't go right for you at this time, 4:31.5 track on the coast right now, 7:36 at 132 mile an hour. Marcus Pepe from South Australia, 109 in the 60. Came out all right on the big tyre. Power came in, grabbed a few gears. 4:31 at 159.5 track and got to about 1,000-ish and then popped the shoots out. So that's a good one for Marcus. That is firming with a little bit of form. It's been in the finals before with that mentality, but there's got to be some opposition coming somewhere for these guys to just be that last obstacle to be worthy of getting that Billet J tonight.
Worthy.
Yeah, worthy.
Speaking of worthy recipients, if you did miss the opening ceremonies earlier on today, 5 worthy recipients getting Icons of Jamboree Awards, one of which sitting alongside Mr. Gibbs. I know you're trying to be modest about it, but all jokes aside, you are the voice of Jambo. That is, everyone knows you as the voice of Jambo. You've contributed so much over the years, so many memorable moments. So I think it's only fitting that you get that Billet J with the microphone on it. I thought it was a miracle from the party bus last night, but it is a microphone.
It's pretty special. It's pretty special. Thank you, mate. It's just because I can do a variety of different things. I get offered all the time to do a variety of different things. I've only got so much time in my year to try and balance my life. And the events I stick with are the ones I feel the most love from. That's why you've got 150% to the ones that give you the love.
And the ones that you enjoy doing
absolutely.
Well.
And it was lucky for me, they've all kind of spiraled into what I still think is the coolest scene in the world. And if you've got to follow a year of my events, it's a pretty cool scene to be seeing. A lot of it's drag racing. World Time Attack in 2 weeks' time. Come and see that as well. Maybe one day I'll put it on there too. Come on. Looks like and sounds like and feels like
smells like
if I can smell it, taste would be full intent to get a number down here, Simon. I do think so. I do think right now, round 2, if you didn't have much luck in round 1, and we qualified for 724, 186, but this car has been into the 40s, just remember that. So this car is a serious 6-second car in premium conditions, whether that be air, traction, a good clutch call where you don't rattle and shake, or overspin the tyre, or neutralise the gearbox. This is shit, and do all the 900 other things. As we said in the market before, we're talking about a million ways to lose a drag race. It can happen when you get mechanical contraptions together to make them run reliably. These guys can make it look easy. They can also make breakage look easy. They can make performances look easy. This stuff is some of the hardest things to undertake. It's always measured on an international standard, quarter mile.
Yeah, it's the universal diamond.
Everywhere we go in the world, this that was a good swing at it, and just a little bit too much. If he had someone beside him, we're in race mode, we're in round 2, they'd be pedalling and fighting for that.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
In and out of it.
No doubt about pedalling and fighting for that, because round wins matter right now. So look, what an anticlimax. This is the one thing about it. Highs and lows. The big hits, the little hits, the fizzes, right? So I don't know whether that's a thing all over the world, called something called the fizzer. It's a fizzer.
Daryl Eastlake.
We've had the odd fizzer. We've had a few anticlimactic moments, let's call them fizzers, right? We've had a few brand new moments, let's call them fluke luck, or fluck, if you want to call it. Fluky luck. Or flukes.
So we're going to move
That's
now
ridiculous.
From McKernan Associates Pro Compact into Manly Performance Pro Mod, and looking forward to this one. Couple of blown cars. In fact, I think JC's only raced blown cars today alongside him. So it's
it's kind of making him feel right at home, surrounded by all these superchargers, black belts and zoomies. He'd be quite happy with that. He knocked out his first 5-second run earlier on in the weekend, 5.99 in qualifying, went 6.05 in the first round of racing. So, I mean, he's right there in terms of where he wants to be. And he's still only really made a handful of laps in this car. It's not like he's done a lot of runs.
Here we go. I'm looking at Bubba down there and Sandra. Of course, Bubba and Sandra do a lot of media for tough streeters online. And Bubba and Sandra are up for Victoria to be all part of that. Tough streeters do a fair army up. No owner of tough streeters. Garrett does the X2, that's why he's here and doing the media as well. So they're all right into it in Jambo. Round 2 of Brisbane. Track 198, 109 in the 60, so gets out, does everything right, very fat, very lazy, cleaned himself up, but still like 238 at the end. You know, that on the fuel side, I think that really did help that grunt its way down the racetrack, a nice keeper. Yeah, and, you know, you could clearly hear him running it through the gears, hear it running through the 3-speed, so yeah, JC goes from 5.97 to 238 miles per hour. Next matchup though will be Lorenzo Galotto taking on Daniel Campbell. Where is it, Daniel Campbell? You can tell it's a small box. You just get something that sings in that red range. 6 for Lorenzo, 225 mile an hour. The win, neck and neck the whole way down. 407 for Lorenzo, 418 for Daniel. Daniel 058 off the tree. Lorenzo 048 off the tree. 058, 048. Again, recreational drag racing done professionally.
Cavalieri, he hugged the concrete the whole way down that left-hand lane there. Did a good job of steering it. Didn't try and overcorrect, but yeah, solid pass there. Good run from Lotto. A couple of people who have said hello on the live stream. Frank Mamone.
Frankie.
Mr. 105 is watching. Sent me a message saying, I'm too quiet. Apparently, compared to you, Diggles, I'm too quiet.
Oh, thank you, Frank.
So there you go. I don't know whether he's saying you're loud or I'm just a little bit more muted. So I've adjusted the microphone. Hopefully that's better, Frank. Yeah, lots of people watching online. A lot of people saying that there's going to be a lot of WA cars that are going to be coming across next year. Obviously, with the what's going on over there with the refit, the redo, the repave, whatever you want to call it, over the Perth Motorplex. I think there's going to be a lot of WA racers who are looking to do some racing. And you can come over to this side of the country and you can run in consecutive weekends all up and down the East Coast. You can put together a pretty good schedule.
Oh, absolutely. And for the bend, it seems very attractive too. Then I think, what do we do for Kenda last year? Had 10 teams come from WA to do the Kenda, a nightmare at the bend.
It's just that little bit closer.
Yeah, that was a pretty epic performance by WA. Predominantly radial team. There was the 10 radial cars came there, but Lorenzo's one of those radial guys. Jeff the Rock Johnson tunes a lot of the radial cars in WA. There is a thriving radial scene in WA, except the track's closed now, so they can't do much at all other than think about coming east and having a crack at, of course, Sydney, Willowban, and the Bend.
Well, the
Jamboree at the Bend, folks. Did we mention October, 18th of October? Get yourself to Thailand Bend, South Australia, where our next Jamboree is. So
can I come?
You can, you sure can.
Yes.
If I had the time, I know we're coming into a time of the year where my boss won't let me have any more time. I'd almost do the road trip. Drive past, pick you up, let's go.
Swing through, pick you up on the way down. I've done the drive across Adelaide a couple of times. It's a fairly straightforward drive, and it's pretty cruisy. It's a fantastic venue though. You go down there, it's everything in one place. You can roll in. You don't need to leave the complex. You park your car and you're done.
Mate, folks, please, everyone out there, consider the road trip. Consider the road trip because you're going to see more of this country, all right? See this country, travel this country. A drag strip at the end of that makes it all the worthwhile. Driving home or something.
Talking about some of the guys coming down. McClure Motorsports, in Capitals, Adelaide Jambo, it's slime time.
He told me yesterday, he said, you can say it if you want, and then I forgot to mention it.
Well, there you go, here's your reminder.
Yeah, the Slimer will be coming as well, so Connor McClure will be there with the Slimer Corvette, another low 6-second car that can either run home on or whatever. I wouldn't have come down to the radials or come to the radial right here, of course, or whatever. That's coming up soon before we go. All right, John, pretty great, but oh my God, it's Victor and Burns, round number 2. All the dynamites that are going to sit with us to the end of today, no matter how long it takes. It's time half track, 360. Hold that, take a photo, quick, hold that, take a photo. All right, half track, 360, 212, 60 foot, 935. Burnsy strapped it on Ricker. 040 for Burnsy, 040, Ricker, 140. You can see him out on Ricker. Burnsy, power wheel standing down the track. Ricker could not lift this time. Ricker shows most of his hand. 545, 246, backs up the 43 you ran the other day. So yeah, we can confirm that that is the biggest Aussie door car we got.
That is two very, very bad men behind the wheel. Willowban Raceway, if that doesn't get you going, I don't know what will. Cravens, John Ricker, I absolutely tip my hat to him. Make some noise to the crews as they go down to get their drivers, because that was a drag race. And Burnsy nailed him to the tree, 040 to 148. He had a 10th up his sleeve off the start line. I reckon that's the only reason that Ricker ended up going that fast. He doesn't really want to push it that hard.
Yeah, he had to do it that time.
He had to
He do it that time. And you know what? If Burnsy keeps this form up one more time, I mean, he's now done from 2 though, that's the problem.
Yeah.
So only one more run from Burnsy, and that might be his night. Ricker though, he is scratching through. He's scratching through, trying to get that 20. So again, the super team's got to do it all again, turn it around, have another crack at it. But so far, wow.
Can we see a replay?
Oh, I don't know.
Can we get a replay?
We can.
Yeah, Tyler's getting us a replay.
Tyler, absolutely great. That we've got
Here we go.
from all over the world. Right, here we go. Let's go back to the videotape. Ricker, go to the chip, whole shot, big whole shot. Power wheel stand all the way to half track, still up in the air. Whoa!
It was still, the front wheels of Burnsy was still in the air past half track. 545 at 246 miles per hour into the sun. He probably couldn't see where he was going.
I almost want to take it back because there's a point there on that last camera shot before the trailing shot. You can see when Johnny just lifted. You can see a lift. There was a lift there. It wasn't to the stripe, obviously 246.
Yeah.
But there was nearly to the stripe. You can see that little lift. Honestly, I know we can't go frame to frame, but you look when the butterflies close on Johnny Ricker on that run. Yeah, look at that.
So here's my. I've got a theory, right? I've got a theory. I think he actually drove it into the chutes. I reckon he was still on the throttle at the speed cone, that first speed cone.
Right.
I reckon he drove it nearly all the way, but he knew he needed to get the chutes out.
Well, you actually started breathing through the headers. You see that. So just as those chutes came out, he must have got off because the headers went wet. So I think he definitely gave that an early click. Crazy stuff. Russ Pavey now, Stewie Walsh. Okay, I love guys getting on a streak. They're on a streak.
Well, he's on a streak.
Yeah.
He's on a streak. And to be honest, Burnsy's on a pretty good run as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's not quite a PB, but 574, best run of the weekend for him. Keep in mind, that is still a steep car. No. Stu Walsh has got the
20k
It's
almost like it unloaded or something in the burner, a big closed or whatever, but it was zigging into the burner for the big sort of unload. So that's on. Alright, Russell Pavey, he had to shoot a limited gearbox, so they come back for round 2. Look at the gears, the burner with the car, and the B&J 4-speed. After the gears. Alright, there we go. So that thing didn't want to disengage out of the gears. Benny Gray jumped.
I think they're going to try and fire him. So what he actually did, you saw Benny put his hand up to the ejector hat and he covered over one of the final holes there. Just to try and get the brakes down and get it in the first skid, but just didn't want to go.
Yep.
And pretty dejected. The body language down there pretty much told the story, I think. From Benny and the team. Russ had a fantastic start to the weekend, 591 in qualifying. Bit of clean time to drive on in the team. No, not this time.
No, that's picked up a missile, something there that only just revealed itself again. Look, a win's going to be a win. Let's roll it through. 1191, but one thing we didn't capture that I saw live here is I was watching Russell Pavey fire that thing up, and then it's trying to get gears, and it's gone into a reverse gear. Russ couldn't seem to get it out of gear. Benny literally made the decision to throw the sauce bottle away and run to the car to try and get that item out of gear for Russell, and then it was still idling heights, and then Ben had no other choice than to grab the hat, somehow turn the...
with the little holes that are on the butterfly.
Yeah, there's a little hole there which I think was enough to turn it off and save maybe an awkward moment where that thing could have gone backwards, God knows what. So, look, that means there's still one round Russ could come and run that car.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's got another round if he wants to sort that problem out. But definitely not going to be featuring any finals. Got one more opportunity for our team in the Corvette to have a go. It's just a shame these things pop up. And again, same deal. That was a 30-second window. Had that been fixed and identified and solved in 30 seconds, he could have run the bromide. But it was that nearly 1 minute where it was running and didn't want to go forward. You know you've only got a matter of seconds before you can be shut down, especially when you're in the hands of the starter and your opponent's doing its burnout. By then you've got to be nearly on the way to the water before that burnout stops, really.
Absolutely.
You can't linger in the back there, mate. You can get shut down.
There has to be a certain break that you need to get on when the other guys are down lane and then listen to really need that. We've been having a fantastic week. We had a he's going to take on Steve Smith here. He leads 577.
Yeah, no, I don't know what's happened there, but
it
did the pop on the blower.
Yeah,
well, it's angry, mate. 963 to the 60 foot, half track 381 at 182 mile an hour. That thing was on a march, and then pop off went the burst panel.
I think it had a cylinder out on the left hand side. I could see something coming out of the pipes.
Yeah.
And when they tend to drop cylinders like that, it can result in the panel coming out. It's funny. It actually got a lot worse to smoke as it went through the finish line.
Yeah.
So we'll have a look at the replay on that, and hopefully we'll be able to deduce exactly what happened.
Well, that's a tick for the win there for John Cannerley. Went to the line, Stephen Smith, just getting it in the stage, hoping for a Bradbury miracle where, John lets the button go too early, gets a red light, but he stayed. He went 049 on the tree, so he was ready. 049 on the tree.
Yeah.
963 to the 60, it was on a march.
I just noticed the superstar crew that he's got this weekend. He's got David Gregorini, Lisa Gregorini, Fred Cavassini back in the day as well. Plenty of names, plenty of experience with supercharged door cars.
Still could be a player in all of this game, because we still can't quite put a finger on a couple of favourites because we don't know how we are after 2 rounds.
It's still too hard to get a bit of a form guide.
Yep.
Steve Smith, though, put it in the beams. He rolled it on down there. 15-second pass, not what he would have been after. But hopefully we might be able to cue a replay on that one. Or am I asking too much? Tyler's giving me the thumbs up. That's what we like. I like that can-do attitude. That's what it's about here with the overtaking run team. Nothing's too hard.
Nothing's too
unless
hard.
You want to deep end camera.
This would be a lot harder for us if you weren't in the same room, Tyler.
I want a deep end.
If you were somewhere in a broadcast truck, it might be
end.
harder to say, hey, Tyler, give us a replay. But when you can just casually, in commentary, not even flinch, go, well, I suppose a replay for Tyler might be in.
Thank you, good sir.
So thank you, Tyler. Here we go. Great run here. Again, it was I shouldn't say he was a lame ducksman. He just knew he had a problem and just didn't want to make a big drama about it.
Yeah, the ball was coming at it. Looks like he's clear in the braking area though, so that is the... Tell you what, remember we sell tickets to the show.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And that's how we can pay for the TV.
That's a good idea.
There we go. Drink Japanese whiskey for his holes. $574,249 for Barry Plumpton. 002 on the tree. That's just a bad job of red lighting from Barry Plumpton. Man, he was on it. 233 on the tree for Celine Matter and a 583 at the other end. Nothing to sneeze at, but still 574 with a 6. Barry Plumpton takes a win here in round 2 of Pro Mod.
Just when I thought 003 from Luke Doughty in the first round of Extreme was going to be our light of the night, Barry Plumpton, after taking 3,000 off the trailer yesterday, could be in for another J opportunity here with light of the night. 002's hard to beat.
Is that a cash prize or is that a J?
That's a J.
That's a J.
I think it's a J. It is. You get a J. Yeah, it's not cash.
And look,
no cash. Here, no cash.
I'm not going to get into the habit of reading out the comments from the live stream, so don't think that I'm doing this. This one deserves it. Tammy Plumpton, Barry's daughter.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Woo. Yeah. Oh, it's so good to have family. It's got that little America's Cup moment, doesn't it? If you're watching from all over the world, and how must that feel watching your dad race in another country and to watch the big light come on and the light and be so proud of your dad. That's why I get teared up, when you can see that it's such a family sport, Rusty. Recreational motorsport is so family friendly. Everyone can get involved, cheer on from in the pits or from halfway around the world. And I'm sure Mr. Carl Cox, you'll be watching this live stream. Oh yes, oh yes. There's a fair bit of that in there for you, Geezer. Here he comes. The next round, Joe Gauci and Nasser Matter. We've got him on screen now, Joe. He's holding his hand up there, so we're getting that glare across the track. The sun's still pretty high.
Yeah, we're done too.
Happy to defend you, Joe Gauci. The time to complete this now. Nasser Matter, he's not going to back away. 159, 030 to an 051 off the tree, 100 over 60, and I thought it was on a soft one, but it moved around.
It was on a soft one, and then it darted back towards the wall. I don't know whether he got it, but man, it got really close.
Are you saying we should get another replay?
I think, Tyler, can we get a replay on that one, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you, good sir.
Yeah, that was a real white knuckler there for Joe. It didn't seem to come out too aggro. 100 over the 60, walks out 266. Power starts coming in 396, so that was on its way. Then it goes eight crazy at half track as it starts to. I suppose when you lock it up and you put more boost to it, the thing can just take you on a ride.
Keep your eye on Joe Gauci on the right of screen. He got very close to the concrete. Maybe it was the sun glare that made it look worse than it was from where we're sitting. But right here, snap back.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Up on two wheels and snap back towards the left-hand side. So good drive job from Joe to keep that thing shiny side up. So
yeah, that went a little crazy there.
With that, I think we're moving into extreme now, and I'm going to go and jump off the mic for a quick set. I think you're going to take a break as well, Mr. Diggles.
Oh,
a very well-earned
okay,
break.
Okay.
You haven't stopped since Friday, so
no.
Yeah, good plan. We'll be back shortly, and we'll see you later.
And of course, the fabulous Mark Allen, Lucas Holtz, we are in extreme. I'm just shoving these glasses on.
I'm throwing some sunglasses on. The sun's just in that awkward spot for a certain commentary box. Yes, we are into round on track. Lucas Holtz in the yellow altered, moving forward.
It's a bit of dialing up racing, Mark. So Lucas Holt's dialing into the 919. Megan Anderson in the drag start with a 923 dialing. I'll tell you what, not much of the dialings, Mark. I'll tell you what, these two are in serious races, so this will be close. And Lucas.
Well, Lucas had a surprising loss in round one of racing. He got to the finish line first, but broke out by a couple of hundredths of a second. He's done 919. As you said, almost heads up. Megan had a win in round one. So she's looking to go 2-2 here in this pairing against Lucas Holtz. Lucas Holtz is an experienced campaigner here at Willowban Raceway. Won multiple championships in this alt.
Yeah, it's very successful. So Lucas has got a handle on that party mark. A 055 light. Rattles off a 927 on a 919. Lucas Holtz to get the win. Megan goes under a dial with a 901 and a 923 with a red. That's it. Brisbane Silver Shag 910. A bit of a chase there for Rod.
So Rod had a win in round one. Luke did not. So maybe Luke can keep the trend continuing because Luke didn't have a win in round one, got a win here. So he can do that as well. And all of our drivers have one win, one loss.
Actually going into round three level, they've all got one apiece. That would be an intense round three. Sure. Drag racing actually happens to happen like that. We do see the difference.
So Luke finished at 9.0 dollars, so he'll be the first for the Paro. Hot Rod Blues is the ultimate $83. We'll go to Luke. He gets his first round win here. 9.46 on his 9.10 set for the win. Rodney Wilson gets the one win and one loss. Clayton's going to buck the trending because he's going to go 2 from 2 because he had a win in round one.
Clayton, he'll be loving that because it was an interesting race, the first race of Jamboree as well. The car wasn't doing as it's told to too much, but let's have a look. Clayton Ethel, 810. in the mighty Alters.
Yeah, he went 8:21 in round 1, 170 mile an hour in this Alters. It's the first event that this Alters been campaigned at, obviously with the new owners and new driver.
Yeah, got the Cleveland Dyno, of course, emblazoned on the front of that little Alter body.
But it's going to go 2 from 2, so that's a pretty good start for our rookie driver.
I think it'll be about whether he gives it a wasn't a good light, but it left smoothly, and an 8:38 with 166 mile an hour on the top end. So maybe you might want to sharpen that dial in a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's a couple of times over, so you definitely don't want to give your opponents 2 tenths.
Mate, what do I know? I haven't got 2 from 2, and he has. So well done to
Well, you're 2 from 2 over me anyway, mate. You always remind me about it.
I did not remind you of that, Mark, but it's okay.
Every day I get messages from you. Just it's 2-0 every day.
Sorry, man. And it was Brett Farnell that did say you don't have to be 3 times in a row.
Alright, we go with moving to outdoor round 2 of racing. Matt Walker, number 1 qualifier on track, taking on Brendan Leonico.
Now we talk about fast bikes. We want you to have a look at this bike in the rocket lane. Matt Walker, this bike 223 mile an hour.
That's just an awkward spot for everyone here.
Might be so bad
for
for Matt.
Brendan.
Yeah, it might be so bad for Matt. But let's have a look. Turbo Hayabusa. Watch for these things, mate. These are... But have a look at the top end. Watch this. 658 at 224 mile an hour for Walker. Oh, give me a break. And even 188 for Brendan.
Brendan with a great pass at 742, but Matt Walker, take a bow, 224 miles an hour, so we've just had an issue in the braking area here.
Yep. And we have, so we'll have to look, we've got the guys are rushing down there. So yeah, we've got to be honest, Mark, that trying to probably pull up a bike at well, whether it be 188 or 224 miles an hour wouldn't be an easy thing.
Yeah, I think that's probably, from when I've spoken to the bike riders, that's one of the hardest things to learn about the aspect of riding a bike at these sort of speeds is actually the braking area. That's actually harder than the acceleration.
Well, let's hope that it's all right. Whatever's happened down there. We've got our officials just heading down there quickly as well. We have to send our emergency vehicles down there. So, well, we didn't expect that. I can tell you that now. Matt or Brendan certainly most didn't expect that as well.
He says we'll let everyone know what's happened here, but
yes, we won't know until a little bit. So
what we might do is just take a short break here to everyone here at the racetrack and online, and while we get this sorted in the braking area, and we're back shortly.
การที่ต้องเคลื่อนย้ายด่วนด้วยเฮลิคอปเตอร์ก็บ่งบอกได้ชัดเจนว่าเป็นภาวะฉุกเฉินจริงๆไม่ใช่เพียงอาการวิงเวียนหรือหมดสติธรรมดาที่น่าสังเกตคือแถลงการฉบับแรกนี้ออกมาหลังเหตุการณ์จริงเกือบ21 ชั่วโมงซึ่งได้ว่าในช่วงเวลานั้นคณะแพทย์คงกำลังต่อสู้อย่างเต็มกำลังเพื่อพยายามรักษาพระอาการ
You're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fuel tech everywhere.
Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
Make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
did get up and he was walking, so he's getting checked out.
So we.
But anyway, outlaw bikes here in front of us, round 2 racing. Matt Wilson this time to take on Darren Foley. So Matt Wilson was then qualified, went 8.07 qualifying. Foley was at 3 qualified, went 7.05.
At a spicy 182. Out of there, 682 and 201 mile an hour, and then 776 at 180 for Wilson. I'll tell you what, these bikes are cooking. Absolutely flying.
That's Foley's first 6-second pass. We can just look at round 1 results.
Yeah, that was impressive. So we move on to our next category, which will be Nathan Nielsen. He's rounded over the 200 mile an hour. Well and truly, almost into the mid-6s. Craig Edwards, 767 with 155 at the top end. Both these banging Hayabusas.
Yeah, Nathan Nielsen went 6.78 in round 1 of racing. He was quicker than Craig Edwards. Edwards only had an 8-second pass, but he did go here, run into the low 7s on this bike and over 200 miles.
It's on a mission. 674 and 203 for Nielsen, a 747 and 177 for Edwards. Oh, that is what a great category. I love that. I cannot get enough of that. I want to field 20 of those things going fast. That'd be great.
Yeah, a lot of laps in the 670 zone for Nathan Nielsen this weekend. He goes 2 from 2 here in racing so far. All right, next class up, we have got, I think it's the every rapid value on track and saw a hyper tune.
Well, no lack of fast RVs though. No, we've got a ton of them here. But let's see what Ahmed Mansour, away from Peakhurst in New South Wales. Let's see what the GDR can do. Then things are going to get a little bit louder again. String cam, here we go. Beautiful Willowban sunset. Oh, big puff of smoke out
the back of the bed.
Officials have to run over and have a quick look at that because it was a big puff as he went through the finish line, right?
Yeah, went through for a 10.49, 117 miles an hour. That's probably one of his quickest passes so far the weekend, but obviously it wasn't a fluffy pass. It wasn't a big spinning. It didn't go across the finish line under for Carolina, and there wasn't a swing down the back of it. Yeah, so it looks like we've given a shutdown signal as we check the racing surface here of Mansour's lane. It will be the next round of racing for the J31. Is it J315?
Yes, not the 275, that's 78 entrants. No, I'm kidding. It has a lot though.
It does have a few entrants. As we are checking the lane here at Willowban Raceway for the Brisbane Jamboree, brought to us by Garrett Events in Motion. It's been one of those days, hasn't it?
Mark, this is, now you and I do, you and I have called the Winter Nationals for quite a number of years. I'll tell you what, this is the longest 5 days of Jamboree I've ever called.
So we've got the fire-up signal, so we're back into it, so it's all good, Terry.
Anybody who's done any commentary here over the last 2 days will relate to that. It's been a long haul, but it's been off. But the quality of racing has just been so exceptional. There's nothing, the racing has just been... So Moran and Hines, HG the Hilux.
What's happened so far in these two racing today? Moran has got 1 win, 1 loss. Hines still was first win of the day. was number 9 qualifier with 11 past speed. He's picked up a little bit today. He went 6.78 in round 1. In the second round, he definitely passed, but he did go back into the 6 second zone earlier today. And these conditions with the J3155, it's going to be a lot better for him. He has cleared down that hot track. We did see that he was given spray before it, so there's a little bit of pressure really there for both drivers. Adrian Hines with his HGU, he was at a full qualifier. He went 7.26 in qualifying 1, hasn't picked up a win yet today. Has run a best of 7.22.
Seems unfair that he hasn't picked up.
He's looking for
Car's been going well, car's been consistent.
I think he's going to like it, this car.
Oh, that car review, but there's no doubt about it. It just matches that sunset down at Willowban. Raceway, look at that, it just blends straight in. But look, like you said, Mark, this is the time of night. The conditions are exceptional here for these races. Just that fuel temperature is just drop a little bit, track red eye.
Who's going to get back on? He's at the moment, they're just both idling down the track. Adrian Hines could pick up his first ever racing gear. He's back into power. Or has lost power by the looks of it. Adrian Hines will get his first win of the day with a 14-second pass, 117 miles an hour, and James Horan will roll through here.
Well, give Adrian some credit. He did cut at 0.66. I know they both went up and both tyres went up in flames, and it was like boom, and it was all over in an instant. But Adrian said, no, doesn't matter. I can still run 14s and get a win. I'm happy with that. A win is a win in anybody's book. So Andrew Coles, Damien Boyce, the battle of the spot-on performance.
So Damien Boyce has got 1 win, 1 loss so far today. Andrew Coles has gone 2, so he's 2 from 2, so he's looking to go 3 from 3 here in round number 3. He went 6.82 on round 1, and 7.67 in round 2, which was one of the quickest passes we saw in secondary racing at the beginning of the day.
So Damien with the evil red eyes on that.
That looks a bit menacing.
It's like I love it. Menacing eyes.
Yeah, in qualifying, Andrew Coles was our number 2 qualifier, went 6.49 seconds. Damien Boyce was number 7.36 so far this weekend.
Big top end too, that gives you 18 mile an hour there.
I think Boyce has gone back home, I think he's gone back past the finish. He must go.
That is actually what you see.
Yeah, you're right.
It does look a little bit off because of the white line on the Old Western. It's right in between the stickers there. No, right on it. No, Damien's in. It's just no sticks free. Just waiting for him to come forward.
Anybody's race here.
We get to see some sweet frames out of these guys. But this will be on.
Side by side at half track, Andrew Coles will go across the finish line first with a 6.88 at 212 miles an hour, gets the win. Damien Boyce goes 7.32, 186 miles an hour there for the loss, but Andrew Coles gets the win with 6.88. He did.
He got that three. He's really used it. That's tough work.
Andrew Coles going 3, up through there.
Danny lands down with Simon O'Carroll. Simon O'Carroll. not sound right, did it? It didn't sound right through half track.
Sort of nosed
Didn't want to change. Didn't sound like he didn't want to change up.
That's what it sounded like. He didn't want to shift gears there for Simon O'Carroll, but he does go 3 from 3 with 7.71. So it is a slow ET. Getting the 3 from 3 wins there for Simon
Ryan Holtz, Dale Brinkley. Performance valiant. What a bit of patina. This car has it in spades. What a low Sloan Tirana. Holds it. That thing is tough. How are they sitting, Mark?
All right, Ryan Holtz. Pre-qualifying hasn't had a win yet today. None from 2. And Dale Brinkley is 1 and 1.
1 and 1. Well, I think Dale did a bye, didn't he? Or someone did.
He had a bypass.
So,
but he's been consistent in the mid-7s all weekend. We really haven't seen the potential of this KPM Performance Valiant yet. I think this is the first event for the car, for the team. They're running 750s at only 150 odd mile an hour. They haven't been putting down full laps just yet. It's baby steps, solid start line, creeping up on it.
And look at it, it is just a wild bit of kick, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
like it's so cool. It's a photo photographer's delight if you're a car nut. The car just really oozes.
Some of the old school, the work that KPM put into it. So I was lucky enough to be in the KPM workshop and had that in there. And it was true. Some of the machinery, the work going into it was very cool.
Out of there, 677 and 213 for Ryan. Dale Gridley, the car lit it up. And but Brian said, I'm gone.
They holding it up that time off the start line. They've been pretty soft with that car off the line. The performance advantage on it. This wasn't to be Ryan Holtz getting winning around number 3. Moving on to our next car here. In J315, it's going to be Reese Cartier, the Holden, for 27 dudes on board for this team. He's been running in the consistent mid-7 second zone as well. Wheels up in the air off the launches.
Well, last time he didn't remember, he kept it safely down, remember, Mark? He said he will play it safe in, and Reese will be a racer.
All right,
not for the show, it's for the win.
This is actually a vital race because Reese is 2 from 2, so he's going to go 3 from 3 with this win here, Reese Cartier.
But
the big thing with Reese is the ET, so he needs to run quicker than that. What do we see from O'Carroll was a 7.7, wasn't
yes.
it? Yeah.
So he needs to go quicker than that.
Might hurt his chances of making the final. Look at the count back at 951, 160 mile an hour. Looked awesome from our vantage point, but
it was a big bad wheel stand. But now was not the time that Reese needed it.
That's right.
Well, don't get me wrong. You want to make the highlights back.
The spectacular is always good.
But he was, look, still got the win. But you're right.
It might.
Will it be enough?
It might have his chances for the final. Actually, at the moment,
I love that
going.
I love that. The J275, Lachlan Miller, Mighty R31, Steve Lundy. From Lachlan.
A big field is going 275 today. So Steve 2 wins, so he's got 2 wins from 2 stars.
That car's been consistent. Maybe at one point he might have 1 from 2 maybe.
He's one and one, so he's one with so far. Very close in qualifying, both of them in the mid-7 second zone. It really is anybody's race. It'll come down to reaction time.
This will be a tidy neck. Let's tie it up a big bow. Let's see what Lundy and Miller can do.
So Lundy had the preparing team, but Miller had the speed qualifying. Stephen Lundy will get the win here. 7:59, 179 miles an hour. Lachlan Miller goes 7:87 at 181 miles an hour. So Stephen Lundy, he goes 3 from 3 by my calculation so far in racing.
Yeah, the whole shot just got him, didn't it, Mark? That 055 light, he was just like, he was gone like a bullet. And, well done.
Lundy's reaction time in all 3 rounds. He was 050 in the first round, 070 second round, 050 here in round 3. Great racing, yeah.
So Vahid Sentinay and Denny Busbury. Toyota Supra. He's scared. Lined up nice. Just offload those guys. Big screen, you can see that beautiful sunset.
I'll tell you, one of the most impressive passes that we've seen today in racing is that second race that we've seen. Everyone was struggling. Everyone was spinning on the end. Then it goes much more down, goes second, and blowing to the opposite. That was one of the most impressive passes of the day. Although it wasn't like the full stuff, but at that time, just that we're seeing in Patrick, just absolutely struggling down the track. And to see Busbridge go down that second level where it was just super impressive.
You use the word, you use the word adapt. That's what they do. They adapted to the conditions better than anyone else.
That and Busbridge and Sentinay both with 2 wins. One of these drivers will go 3 from 3 and have a chance to be in the finals right for that J Trophy here on race day. Sentinay moving forward. Busbridge in the run. This is a big race. Both of them very close. Power goes through 7:36, 198 miles an hour. Danny Busbridge goes 3 from 3 here in J275. Sentinay rolls through for a 13-second pass. Is it enough? Is it enough for Busbridge to make the final here today? He has gone 3 from 3, but we've got a lot of racing to go through in J275. Right now, Scott Fortina, he's 2 wins today. Anything else? What's the winning Arnold? 2 from 2 as well, so one of these drivers is going to go 3 from 3, so straight up. The first 2 pairings here in J275. And what riding finds the race here right now, the back performance car leader. Looking to go 3 from 3. Well, the new team is in S&P, that's time from Busbridge. That's the time you want to be better than. Scott Fortina, he went 7:26 in round 2 of racing. Round 1 of racing, 7:25, we know. And he got a win in round 2 of the 116. So that was a nice pass to Scott Fortina.
Well, we know this stick that you've seen. You know what you've seen.
Fortina's bringing it home at the right time of the day. It goes 7:82, 137 right now. He was off it before the finish line. It's actually the best Scott Fortina again on the shot on. He has gone 3 from 3 though, so he's got 2 drivers now with 3 wins and 3 starts. So Danny Busbridge, Scott Fortina.
Yeah, you got to know whether maybe the car wasn't sitting
bit of time to spot the 1-5 to those like that later, but right now Garrett goes to the 7-5. Fourth is by Brisbane, we're going to pick the rods here. So this play, no Garrett won the final, so one way to the so both these are one loss.
And unbelievably, with a 9.34, but Brantley Schloss will get the winner. 10-11 for Ron Chaplin. I'll tell you what, that was a pedal fest, and well, how tough was that, Mark? Had to just. Were they looking at each other?
You would have been. You would see them out of the corner of your eye.
I don't know what's going on there. Rob and Brantley just going, looking at each other, going, "We're still coming through." No, but they have to.
But they have to, because it's about to get into win here. Okay, next up, it looks like it's going to be solo passing on Coach 7-5 with Lee Covey. Lee Covey today, so bring out a win in round 2. It's not showing up in my result for round 1, so he might not have been out on the track in round 1. Okay. Alright. So at the moment, all I can see is that he got a win in round 2. Lee Covey was spot on points here. He qualified, he went 7:48. And Lee Covey goes through for a 750, 188 miles an hour for Lee Covey. The lap auto centre Calais there. Getting the on that solo pass.
Straight down the centre of the line. Nice work there. That's Yoni. Spot on performance. Holden. Commodore. Still another one of these. What they do like to keep true to how they came out to show but the scoop on the front, probably the only thing really that's a giveaway. You're almost going to see stock wheels back on and take it well. Set it's exceptionally fast.
You know what that name is? He rolls through the 11.75, 91 ball an hour. We are in the final round of racing in J275. We've got so much racing to get through still. We've got another full round of racing for our pro categories. All of our other categories as well. We've got the rounds of racing, eliminations to go, and all our finals as well. So there's plenty of action to come here at the Garrett Advancing Ocean Jamboree. Next up here in J275. Put your hands together.
Alright, the XW.
Let's see, how did it get to round 3 of basketball? So you got a beat round 2. So he went 7.5 in round 1. Round 2, 40. Plus another one of these guys was spun guys, I think.
Yes. But this car, with 705, we know. Okay. And it's, well,
yeah, round 1, that's 705. What 206 miles an hour. It's an unfortunate using lane so he must be at 676.
That's a whole lot to push through with
well, he must be close to 1,000 pounds. 3,500, 4,000 pounds. Doing 200 mile an hour.
And when we talk about it, it's probably the one of the close to a leap spring. No, it's got anything to do with loud city sound. So it's big, Victoria, You know what? How tough is it? 2 parachutes tough. That is how tough it is.
Twin shoots always told you that's a 200 mile
This is what we do with this model forward. Forward never did it, but this is what we do. And you know what? We appreciate the fact what we always do. It's everything that happens in no heavy, blunt front. Seriously, and they want badges. That's quick. 719 at 202 mile an hour. There's your 202. Just casually 202 mile an hour. So 4.8 to the gate. I love it. So Matthew Aegis, we go from the 4 to the Holden.
I can't see Matthew results from rounds for racing in front of me. You've got a middle round for it.
Yes.
Sometimes the results as well. So no matter what, it's definitely going to be going to at least 2 wins in just rounds of my results. Yeah, just here.
If you think about the teams that are not in the first shot, honestly, they're probably going to go for a swing. You're probably thinking about the teams that know that if the money they're running, let's go for a swing. Let's see how quick we can go. If it looks, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That'd be my thought process anyway on the outside. Round of applause for Michael Bett. Right out there from the mightiness and nice work there, my man. So we seem to be trying to be able to say struck there. He got the front wheels up several times, got a little bit wild.
He almost crossed the centre line on one of those runs as well. It's been a little bit of a bucket ball. This thing just wanted to do its own thing to that.
Well, it's definitely been entertaining. I put it down to the front lever. To the front lever from how he's how good is it? Oh, 355 maybe. It's this so it'll either be a wheels up affair for Tony. Nice work, and Michael just absolutely get loads of time.
Yeah, he was going after, I think, after a good day. He didn't two starts, 2 from 2. Harlan, 1 from 1. These are hard well, you're not going to give anyone
the little green RX3 will be the spoiler for the RX7. We're going to find out. I think it's goes through for a 755 at 187. Well done. And an 811 at 171. The dip to all powers. He's everything right. Everything right.
You've got to be clear about that. He's on a solo pass in Cameron, so he's got 2 starts today. He's a fella.
RX2. Honeycomb style lights and damage. Kind of was towards the end of the RX2 ages. The biggest round lights which he got the RX2.
His quickest pass is what he did so far as in Norwood. 1.4 first round of racing today. He's always been
didn't leave the line happy there, Mark. Just didn't want to build up. He didn't want to come up first. Sometimes little fussy rotaries do that. So Eric Sliger, the RX3, have a look at this thing. This is a 7-7 car.
So Eric Sliger is 2 from 2.
What is his quickest so far? So he, what the guarantee was actually capable
well, when I look at the car, 191 miles an hour, that's a low 7
that's a big thing.
Still going to be 3 from 3.
Yep, still be 3 from 3. Sometimes that's just the way it is. Being a road guy, I can pass the guys entirely.
So at the moment, we only know one set of finals so far, and that's for J315. Simon O'Carroll and Andrew Coles will be in the final for J315. And as we get word on other finals, so at the moment, we know at least one class, one pair of finals.
There'll be some number crunching upstairs, mate. Not for you and I though, mate. So the direct clutch RX7 James Moore. Little FD RX7 coming through. I've done lots of rotaries in my time, but that way I've not had the pleasure of owning a later model this style.
What's your dream car, Terry? What is your dream car?
As in, like, if I had any amount of money?
Yeah. I haven't thought about it.
No, I've not really thought about that as well. I have a list on my phone of cars that I'd like to purchase. And everything from, McLaughlin's Volvo Turbo all-wheel drive.
Yeah, okay.
To a lot of obscure cars that I kind of go, it could be that. I actually have been looking at the Holden Insignia, which is a V6 turbo all-wheel drive. Yeah. So I think that'll be good for the street series because that'll be consistent and fast. Just get it to take in and then just put a bit of that turbo on. Put a different tune in it and away we go. So there's a few cars I think that I have. And what would be yours? Have you got a couple of you?
No,
I actually have gone through this process because I've probably got more time.
Only one on a live stream. Let us know what your car would be if you had money was no object. But
I never think about what money is no object. I always think about what car I could actually be ready to own.
So you haven't got Ford
That was an obscure car.
It's the first game we got.
You know what's underneath? What's it? Cars I'd like to own. There you go. The Volvo S60, an XR6 Turbo Falcon, a Piazza Holden, the Holden Piazza, a Focus XR5, massive 3 EPS Turbo, a Bullet, what an Insignia, a Bullet. You know what a Bullet is? You know what a Bullet is? Bullet is an MX-5. They have a tilt front. They do it now, I think it's down the coast of New South Wales. You get them with a Leyland V8 with a supercharger. And that would be, imagine having an MX-5. Have a look at this picture guy with an MX-5 with its cap on. It's a 10-second car. Like, what is this guy about?
There's some guy out James Bond.
No. No, so they're cars that I could theoretically, if I had a bit of time,
okay, if money was no object, what class would you race in your Jamboree?
All motor.
All motor?
I love the loudness. I'm going deaf. I'm going deaf in 1 year, so I may just finish the job off.
I do like the radio class, but I do like the pro road class as well. Yes. I think they're either the 315 or the pro road.
That category is exciting.
Yes.
So as we know. So to be in the mix,
yeah.
Maybe 315
Don't have the budget for the crew chiefs these days.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So look, we're waiting for. Look, this is the pro categories coming around. So that would mean that Mr. Diggles would be fired up and amped up and ready to jump on the microphone.
A couple of comments actually in the chat on the live stream as well. Hello, pro That's cool. Anyway, we can see the pro cars are coming in this weekend. So we've tried to keep the schedule so the pro cars do what 5 times. We kept the times consistent for the pro cars as close as we could to the schedule. And we'll work all the other classes around that this weekend. So yeah, we'll have Diggles back on the microphone very shortly with us. The man of the hour, Diggles.
Yeah,
One of the icons.
I'm still thinking about what car that you actually want that you could almost afford. And so, that's a little bit out of the box for Mr. Mark Allen. You've raced in the Honda, you've had different cars.
I love the Honda really, yeah. It was so consistent. I really enjoyed racing. I raced it at Jamboree. It was good fun. A lot of people are going to laugh because it's but I won a lot of races.
You know what? If you win and you're in a slower car, nobody's laughing at you if you've got a Bill and Jay sitting on the
the Honda Prelude, to anyone listening to Jamboree, is probably the cooler car of the cars that I've raced that they would not, they would appreciate it. I don't want to tell them that I've got a drag stuff.
You've got a modified car, modified drag, so let's be serious, Mark. It's pretty cool.
And you got it right.
And you're a racing tragic, so it's really good. So you've got good knowledge in the thing, but what would you have as a car that you could just go, don't you dare say Ford Territory because I'm going to hop up and leave you.
No, because I've always just been a drag racing fan, so I like drag racing cars, so I didn't really care about the car that I drive around in every day. Like when I was younger, I purposely thought I wanted a 4-cylinder, I could race it, really like the street series, and the 4-cylinder series I could race the Jamboree, so that's why I wanted the 4-cylinder to race more events with the 4-cylinder.
Money no object. See, if money's no object, I would definitely go for something like a Cobra or even a split window Corvette. I'd go for something.
Oh, you know what? I've
always
had like the apartments.
Yes.
So yeah, I'd probably do something.
Everyone know you're right, and yeah. You get the coffee shop with the other car parks, carpet parking spaces are too little because they're all made by my own guys. But that's the way it goes. But yeah, Mr. Rocky Road is here. Mr. Chris Diggles Rocky Road. He's going to jump on. He's going to have a Rocky Road before he jumps on.
I'm just going to nickname him the fifth. Yeah? This is the fifth.
What's the fifth?
Because he was the fifth guy to get the icon. So that's his nickname. The fifth. Yep. Actually, we've just been told the finalists for J275 as well. So finalists for J275 class this weekend is going to be Denny Busbridge and Stephen Lundy. Stephen Lundy Denny Busbridge in the final of J275.
Nice work. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity, Mark, and I'm going to jump off on the ever so capable hands of now, Mr. Christine.
The chat is going off with all the cars that all the cars that these guys would get. Money was no object. And then there's some cool cars being mentioned in here. Anyway, we're at the track here. We are getting underway. The track is just getting prepped for the final round of racing for our pro class here. Round 3, we will have Factory Extreme up first on track. And what a round of racing. So Mr. Diggles, the fifth, about to get on the microphone. How's it been from your vantage point, mate, since you've been down in the paddock with everyone? What's the word?
I feel like I'm 1,005th. Oh no, good. We ran down and we gave out a few free things to all of our diehards that have been hanging around. Good to catch up with the kids. Watched a little bit of the radial racing there in the last rounds. Knew the pro cars were coming. Renee and I ducked off down the pits to do some interviews, and guess what? They were all on the way up to the start line here. Had a quick toilet break, just came back in now, and Barry was supposed to run down there and get some interviews with the camera, which I still can do shortly. But this is where the rubber hits the road for the last time for all of these guys. In fact,
I can hear your voices just starting to get a little bit of a strain to it. It's been a big weekend for you.
No, we're all good. We're all good, mate. Don't worry about it.
Power on the through. He's in this thing. More smoked cheese, more Japanese whiskey. Chris Diggles, the fifth. Alright, Factory Extreme now. George Jezewski in front of us with Lotus Caravans about to move forward. Second on Vic Pacao. This is round 3 of racing. Get up here, it's on the So Jezewski's gone 2 from 2. went 598 round 2 and 607 in round 1. And he has gone. He hasn't picked up a win yet today, so he's looking to get his first win of the weekend. So looking to finish the weekend on a positive.
So in theory, he is none from 2. George Gazewski, 2 from 2. Is that right?
That is 2 from 2 for George. So he's looking to go 3 from 3 here.
So the end result. Is this the last time we see a 5th McHale this weekend? Very well could be. Not a win last round, and there was still a little bit of discussion about what happened in round 1 there when Ron Marjan had the big fight, went into stage, through the red, and through the red to the left lane, and he had to get out of the car choking with transmission smoke. So a 5th was beside him in that encounter. Second round, I think, as you said, a 5th didn't get the win. So if that's the case, he is on paper none from 2, and right now, considering we've got a line of hands on that car, is it still running? This is the confusion. Is this car wounded, or is this car just going to be put in the stage? We do not know. If we get given a signal for a solo, I think we've got his Royce going to the windscreen. Royce goes to the windscreen and goes to the driver to say 1, and look, I can count Mark Allen. That looked like a 1 to me. So that's saying, look, they're trying to get here on time. They've done it. They've done the burnout. They've had a little issue with the car. Wrong time of the day. Wrong time of the night. I mean, 24 hours ago, this was the right time when it ran 5.70, but a lot can happen in 24 hours of a Jambo. George Gazewski will get 3 from 3, but will he get lane choice? It'll depend on his quickest ET of round 3 for any competitor that might go against him in the final. So George is going to make it count. He's got to make it count, Mark. He's got to make it count right now.
598 round 2 of racing. His first pass on the weekend. 397.5 track. This is going to be good. 593, 252 miles an hour for George Gazewski. Quickest pass of the weekend for the team. 593. They bring it out at the right time here at round 3 of racing. Is that going to be enough to get him in the final? We'll find out shortly as we get through the remaining field here on factory extreme.
Nothing earth-shattering about the incrementals there, George. A 103 and a 60. Now that's a sweet spot. Car likes it.
Yeah.
Half track 397. Clean that up a little bit. 205. And that's just a great reward there for the team to, creep up on it, get into the 5s. Don't have to go 560 to win a factory extreme event. It'll help you qualify at 1, but it certainly won't help you win 1. They're on the thin end of the wedge every pass, these cars, between perfection and flaw. All right, that's Frank. Oh, here we go. Sure, this was the replay of the final of Factory Extreme last year. Different scenario. Captain Cole Wiltshire, a little 4-cylinder. You can never rule it out. You can never rule it out. 610, 610, 609. That's not a 590 or a 570 or a 585. Frank Tarabay, is he 2 from 2?
Colin is 2 from 2. Frank Tarabay is he had a win in round 1, and he didn't get a win in round 2, so he's 1 and 1. So Colin has a chance to go 3 from 3 here.
This can either end up 3 from 3 for Cole, or they'll both be 2 from 3. So ET's still going to matter, Mark, right now.
Absolutely.
If you're going to end up 2 from 3 in a battle, you've got to give yourself every chance against the other guys that might be 3 from 3. Scored enough points at the right time.
Colin has been Mr. Consistent all weekend, really. When you think about it, you look at all the ETs they've run, 610, 610, 609, 620. Frank Tarabay, he's been in the 5 zone. He's been consistent as well. He's been in the 5-second zone. So performance advantage to Frank Tarabay at the moment.
Clutch pedal in that Mitsubishi Eclipse, Billet 4G63, 2 turbochargers and 7 speeds. 2 JZ. crank it, he's going to get it. 6.24, 2.45. So if that's 2 from 3 with a 6.24, that's not bad. We can take that into contention, but Colin's going to go 2 from 3 and a 17.43. But yeah, that was some big rattle. Big rattle from the experts. Yeah. But big shake there for Frankie.
Was similar actually as well. He had shake and had to pedal. He went over right over towards the centre line there. He got awfully close to that centre line.
He sure did, but 4.25 to half track, 90 mile an hour, only 108 and a 60, so it was sort of nearly up on the tyre immediately. Cole did go after that, no doubt about it. As we said before, last run, 103s, that's consistent, but the difference between a 609 and a 599 still has to be something in, unfortunately, it's still got to be something 0.9, something in the 60, really aggressive, like full throw. And so far they normally just play that, you know, what we win rag races with this setup that doesn't fail, and that's that really good launch and clutch baseline that they've got. So whether or not that's just a little bit after it then to have another go, and that's the reaction they've got.
Yeah, just want to maybe want to be just launching for a long time.
Yeah.
Get that to show.
There's a lot to take here. All right, they keep turning up. They keep turning up. Paul Mahane, Sammy, Sammy's back here again. Round 3. This is horsepower Hunger Games like nothing else. Round 3 for Paul Mahane, off the button, 038 on the tree. Yeah, 407 to half track at 178 mile an hour. 6.22 down the other end, and hopefully I'm looking for the final there. If indeed he gets the call to be in that final. Oh, it is absolute buzz. The pins at the moment and the starting line. Look at the armies of crew that we have for the boys teams. Gas and pack. Here we are in 2025. The start line has never been fuller, which is not always a good thing. A lot of people there. Looks good. This is actually a good 6 on a Sunday evening, and he thought he'd give you one last piece of reminder of why Jambo's still so cool and worth waiting around for. Look at this, on front, 2 cars with clutch pedals. 11 years out there right now. 12 years, sorry. 7 plus 5 is 12. Kids. 7 plus 5 is 12. 7-speed gearbox in the back of action. 5-speed gearbox is on the action. This was his first time. You know what? George loved his first time right there. Jamboree history, and it doesn't get any less glory on a Sunday evening in Australia. Gets the win line. George beside him, Zoran and George. 044 off the tree for George. 086 off the tree. The boys were ready. George had that on the step for a long time. 401 and a half track. The Eric Nazinski clutch setup. The Zoran Gadget steering. Did you see the power wheel stand for Zoran Gadget? We're looking for a new wheel stand champion. What do you think? Hands up if you think the BMW gets a pretty big wheel stand award for that. Carries them for miles. If we get a chance for a replay.
I was going to say, I missed it because my eyes were on George Rahane because he was getting over towards that centre line. He actually took out the timing block, I think, at half track there, George Rahane. My eyes were on him, so I missed the wheel stand from Zoran Gadget.
Oh, that was an epic one for the ages. It was nearly all the right numbers. 401, God, if that wasn't 390 anything, we were going to see it. 603 for Zoran Gadget. He's got the win. I'm trying to remember the other 2 rounds. Are we, we're at least 2 from 3 now.
Yeah,
hang on, here we go. 2 from 3. So Mahayek, 2 from 3, 622. Gadget 2 from 3, 603. So that still be Zoran could still be there. Here's the replay right now. Look at this launch with Zoran, and it's still carrying him all the way there, absolutely to the finish line, under full power, full send, 603, 244 mile an hour. Yeah, it looked good from this angle, Mark, did it not? I can see, you can't say daylight when it's dark, right? So you can see light under the front tyres of that car for Nelly, all the half track.
Are you
all the
writing
way.
the nominations for the wheel stand?
I've got him down. On the wheel. Hey, look, Eddie Howark, that was a good one as well. So we've got 2 there to consider. Power wheel stand in a 603, power wheel stand in like a 629. So that's where I am in the wheel stand department right now. Notable mentions might be race car Keats done a few good ones.
He did in 3rd round of racing as well, was a big one again for the team.
Over the years, when we brought that new formula in for determining wheel stand awards, the 3H's seems to apply very, very well, especially if a wing light's attached to the end of them. That sometimes can be the decider. A big wheelie in the heat of battle with a wing light at the other end. So getting the wheelie, getting away with the wheelie and not lifting also helps. Big wheelies with a pedal, they can be super spectacular as best wheelie.
So there is one other driver that has a chance to go 3 wins.
Who's that?
Jason.
Oh, are you kidding me? Look at this one.
2 from 2.
This run matters. This run matters then, if that is the case. See, round 3. Like we might get lulled in the middle of the day, a bit of carnage, a bit of breakage, a bit of this, a bit of that. We think, who's left? Round 3, guess who's left? These guys, guess what? 3 from 3 is 3 from 3. If 2 from 3 is on the table, the number is 603.
Yep.
So Factory Extreme ain't any less pointy. And remember, a very worthy finals berth awaits the people in that category for $25,000 in that category. That's what the money's been offered up. So it's an important one to win, a big one. They went all out to put big money on to reward some of the best store cars, Factory Extreme cars, get them out of the garages and get them to the track and race for it. So this is where it comes down to now. JC Deck, if he goes 3 from 3.
And he's been quick as well. So in round 1 he had a solo bus, he went 6:47, 211 mile an hour. Round 2, he took on Rod Harvey, he went 6:35 at 216 miles an hour to get the win over Rod Harvey. So he's been quick to get those 2 wins today in Factory Extreme. And Chris Moller in the lane beside him. In round 1 of racing, he rolled through for a 12-second pass, didn't get the win. In round 2, similar situation. So they're struggling with the setup today for Chris Moller. Jason in the box seat at the moment.
So George Dazewski in the clubhouse.
He's in the
3 from 3. Doesn't need to probably prove his ET just yet in round 3. It was a 593, I think. So 3 from 3 with a 593. Provisional clubhouse leader, i.e. in the final for the 25 grand. Who his opponent is will not yet be determined until we see the end of this third session.
Yeah, and the other thing with us here in the commentary box, we're not part of race control, so we don't know. Sometimes drivers can be disqualified for things that we don't know about as well. So everything we talk about is still unofficial. So just from our vantage point, we can say, okay, well, this driver's got 3 from 3. He's run the CT. At the moment, it's looking like you'd be confident to say that they're one part of the final.
But it's almost like every time we say that stuff, there should be little asterisks attached.
Asterisks,
everything we say, it should be in the final. Asterisks. Subject to triple checking from someone smarter than Chris Stevens. And I'm willing to wait. We call it as we see it, and then if something else happens after that, we get told about it.
It's good to let everyone know that's watching. What are the stakes on the line right now? So the stakes
it's big stakes right now.
Jason Depp, 2 wins, he could go 3 from 3.
There's been some money given away in Australian drag racing just recently, and especially with the Kenda money that gets thrown around all the time, and that brings the best racers out of the woodwork. And Jambo, it's been money on it, but I mean, it's never had to be a big buck race. It was just an event you had to be at, and a Bill of J is the carrot that dangles more than anything.
Well, there's the prestige of that Bill of J as well.
But the money that is available for drag races in this country, you just got to look where the prize money is and realise there is still prize money to race for. You still got to have a pretty impressive race record. It's got to be a pretty professional operation to do it. And you know what's funny about that is that there's professional racing and then there's recreational racing. This is purely recreational. There's no pro teams here. We're not going back to our private workshops and working to the next round at Jambo. You just lick your wounds, put it away, get it ready for the next round, and go. We just went to war at Willowban, the 35th Jamboree, and it's almost like you go. You send everything you got, you cool down, and you do it again when you can afford it.
Some of those shots that we saw in the videos at the drive with the J trophies in the background on display, proudly on display. That's what the race will they want, those J trophies.
It's a massive flex. Massive flex. There's some, as you said, Chris Caramello, he goes 2 from 3. Jason Deck will be 2 from 3. If Jason Deck wins, he's 3 from 3 and provisionally.
Caramello hasn't got a win yet.
Okay, so if Jason Deck gets touched by Caramello here, just by the missing binding and speed, Jay will be 2 from 3 with whatever ET he's got, and we still won't have a 3 from 3.
That's correct.
Okay.
So we've got to give all, I think,
Right, here we go. Can we put a rotor in the final of Factory Extreme? Is it Nissan versus Mazda? Or Toyota versus Mazda? Let's go. All right, Wake's door up, here we are, round 3. Oh, A drama moment just came in. He's not loading up the boost there.
What you're line about that police mate today?
Yeah, boys, the damage right here. All right, I think he's getting it back into the water, and he's going to let it rip here. All right, Salupa up against the CK 370Z, RV30 against 20B.
Is anyone going to do a burnout here?
We are under starters orders. We got to go, boys. Come on, let's go to war. Round 3. Now or never. No more excuses.
Still issues around Jason Dick. He's going into stage. But no burnout from Jason Dick. This is interesting here right now. Jason Dick will wait up there.
Push it back, you got to put it in the stage. You've got to put it in the stage. Now remember, at least Jay can finish with his 2 for 3, but guess what? It's got to have an ET quicker than 603. So he's going to go really completely out of contention in one bout swoop here in a second, whether he wins or not. Because he needs a 603 right now to do it. And considering that it sounds like it's not. Both bolts for Jay. So Chris, the pressure's on Chris now. He's just got to get himself in the space. 7 seconds. 7 seconds. He's going to finish off with a win. Jay Sadek, 2 from 3. 2 from 3 for Jay. We've got a second that twist to the story.
Factory extreme.
What a twist.
Now he might be going back to
extreme twists. That's what happens here. That is drama. That is drama with a capital D, but you wouldn't expect it to be any other way. It's a rate of attrition. The wrong thing happening at the wrong time, the right thing happening when you least expect it. The joys, the elation, the ups, the downs, the triumphs, the tragedies, perfection, destruction.
Well, it's going to be a solo pass here for Rod Harvey for the US Factory Toyota.
All right, so what was Rod's stance here?
He hasn't got a win yet today.
Oh, so nothing at all. So even one win for him would be 1 from 3.
Yep.
So big rubber, but they're certainly not going to be that rubber for Rod Harvey. And we thank him for that. And you know what? Guys like Rod that have driven these things for a long time still, it's not like he's had a dream gauge available with tracing problems that he didn't find last night with Unstuck, and this problem and that problem and this cracked wheel and, you know, this big piece. Blew a spark plug out, had to fix all that, burnt the leads, and found that it cooked the coil. So stuff they've been chasing their tail on. So, you know, they deserve a bit of luck right now. They deserve a good number to finish off their Jamboree 2025 campaign.
It's amazing how a weekend can affect you. You've had a terrible weekend. Everything you've just listed for the team. It hasn't been a great weekend, but one pass can change everything.
But how many times do we get to this stage right now when there's drama? So, you know, we pray for the small moments. It's almost like I'm watching 6 episodes per run. That's what I'm watching, 6 episodes per run. Act 3, after the burnout. Act 4, the top bowl, and then 2 other episodes just for the run.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. It is one purpose-built weapon, Yuasa battery. It's the quickest battery signage I've ever seen. It's faster than Formula E, I know that. Stage is yours, Ryan. Sending that Ron Harley, 581, 250 miles an hour. 581, 250 miles an hour. 975 in the 60. Half track, 384, 197 miles an hour. And I need to probably see a replay if we have an opportunity.
One pass can change it all.
One pass can change it all. One pass to get on your streak. Ron would wish he could run 3 more times now that he's found that extra sweet spot. And but hey, sometimes those rewards come and they're quick. Month, day. Don't think these guys just turned up yesterday and are back again. It's been months. It's been a year build up to this. This is epic preparation to get it all right. There's a replay right now on Ron Harley on the line here. Look at this move. Stay on this camera, I tell you what, I just watch it walk here. Brings in the stays, the tree goes down, off it goes. And over there, didn't it? It's fish-tailing. Absolutely fish-tailing on
Those sort of moves make me nervous. Those cars will just launch the narrow one, there's no downforce.
Well, they go to fish-tail because they are so swoopy. They are so swoopy. All right, talk about swoopy, he's made it back. Bottom's made it back and he's going to get the solo. Last hit for him, perhaps. Here we are in the fantastic western Brisbane countryside to the scream of a village's 20 beats. What a scream. There's Is it more on the track? A whole door. Oh, I put the outdoors on. You can't run down that. It's dead well, it's a door. It's a door loser, that's what it is. It's lost a door. It's supposed to understand and stay sharp, but come off, that's another one. But good skin for us, good for bother. If they could reattach that, and they are designed to sort of clip in, that maybe just what it's been able to sort hasn't it? Round to round, the thrash has continued. Thrash, more thrash. Remember we used to say we've got a 10 lanes to call Jamboree in the future, and it was sand-based.
to back, in goes 654, 220 mile an hour. Jason Bond ends the win down, still a faster, 654, 220 mile an hour. 109 to the 60 foot, 431 to half track Eagles.
That's a good one. Take it away now. Really get into it. Finally, we can pack up now and start thinking about going home. But you're not going to pack it up and not have another run at it. You know what I mean? These cars are such a high-end burden. You need the love out of it somewhere. And one good last cent is enough to put it back in the truck. Again, wow, what a statement. What a statement right there from Eddie Howard. That's the sort of stuff that keeps you excited, you know, because he did it last round exactly the same way. And now in round 3, he comes back and goes 6:29 again. There's going to be a wheel going again. It's going to be good one too. Now I think Cookie's done all right here. He's kept his nose clean. He hasn't had to get in too many big battles. How's he gone?
Anybody else? Both drivers, one win, one loss.
Oh, okay. Eddie, maybe in the clubhouse, 2 from 3 with a 6:29. Jason Payne, 1 from 2. Justin Cook, 1 from 2. Winner of this will be 2 from 3. But ET-wise, 6:29, we're just talking about Eddie.
Yeah, Jason Payne ran a 6:54 in round 2, but lost on a pole shot. He went 6:59 in round 1. Justin Cook, 7:63 round 2, 7:74 round 1. So at the moment, you'll probably put the performance advantage in Jason Payne.
Oh, look, absolutely.
Yeah.
Cookie's just back in the seat after a nice revamp on the unit. I suppose, you know, when you get back into a pretty big event to start with, you know, get a baseline that you can race with, end up against a big competitor, well, you either decide to turn it up and send it. Remember, his tuner is Justin for horsepower solution, so either Simo's put in an RB tune in it to try and take the RB, but this 2JZ powered S10 is right for the battle. Payne's going down 220 mile an hour at that RB2.
It's good to see Justin Cook back here racing at the Jamboree. Who will join? Are the winners on 2 wins here? Pro Turbo, will it be Justin Payne? Will it be Justin Payne? in that scenario, this could be interesting.
Double loss.
No driver has accepted the tree.
Double loss, no loss.
First driver that runs through, I'm not too sure. That's up to our archer officials in race control and our meeting director to decide that.
It looks like 1 from 3 for both. I reckon it's 1 from 3 for both.
Potentially is.
Like, Cookie kind of half thought, could I go back and we restage it? And then of course, Payne's sitting there and then does that. And then they drive off and then we can't get a resolution. A feasible option. Ben Slaughter and Dominic Mayola. He's kind of rolled through a couple of times, but there was, I don't think, well, it depends on whether they acknowledge that winning round 2. I think
He ran to all, I think, obviously, in the like that. Slaughter got the win on a whole
That's right, so this is trying to the rest. 2 from 3, What about race control's got to sort this one out, mate? So, no, I'm just, thank you, race control, you'll sort this.
Third pairing in a row, yeah, both drivers with 1 win.
Yep, and the third pairing, we were both confused.
We're confused, I'm sorry to all our listeners. Watching the line.
But that just makes you want to watch the next episode, which is, you know, who's in the final.
Yeah. Make sure you subscribe to this.
We're just going to get it out there. We've never been able to ever write a script for this stuff.
I can't wait for season 2.
No, I can't wait for season 2. No, man. It'll be season 1, season 2, Brisbane, season 3, the lead. Yeah, it would be. I love it. I think we should. Especially for the Australian stuff. The Aussie stuff, and then it would be the playing sometimes. Alright, we got serious stuff right now. Pro Turbo round 3, they both need a win. Good on to Bennington, 668 boys, 668, 211 mile an hour, but that damn staging. I wish there was an easier way for people to stage cars, but there's not. And just at that moment when you're trying to tame 2,000 horsepower, obviously it ain't an easy thing to do. Cost you the win, cost you in that one moment. Everything else is perfect. The most frustrating thing is you roll through the beam, the light gets thrown red in your lane, you take off and it feels fantastic. You're on a tear, you're on a mission, you're on a march. Trouble is, you couldn't stay on stage long enough. And that's one of the heartbreaking ways to get a loss. And another one of those in the book, A Million Ways to Lose a Drag Race. Page 92, there it is, basically.
Second paragraph.
You can't crimp the staging beams in the heat of battle, but it happens. You saw it happen, and whether it happens again. All right then. All right.
Yeah, that's me clapping.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know, clap, cheer and whistle on the way back. Turn on your phone torches if you think that's the best burnout today. Clap, cheer and whistle, put on your phone torches. Who thinks that's the best burnout, give it to them on the way back. That was intense. If you think that was the best burnout, put on your phone. Put on your phone if you think we took it.
On the live stream, that's awesome.
Keep them on.
there's no second car beside him. So it's not just solo passing.
Yes.
Keep those phones on.
Yes, sir.
Anthony McTook, hands together for the speed. It looks like he's going to get the wins by my calculation. He's going to have 3 wins there from 3 starts.
Oh, that's amazing. That's coming up here in a second. All right, let's have a look at this run. It's all for you, folks. Can't be for Anthony. Anthony hates doing this stuff. Oh, naughty.
Well, when Anthony watches the live stream back later on, he's going to love that.
True showmanship. We needed a metric Victor Bray. I think we've got him. Haven't we not? In his own world, he is VL God. And I mean, the import racing world. The title and what it did then, it went crazy. Anthony just went crazy on the launch. I can see some shake there. I just wonder whether it lost the tyre or something broke in the back of it. Did some definite, perhaps, suspension damage there. There is some shake out of the car. Yeah. So he is down past the finish line. He is still just sort of rolling under his own power. Oh, I don't know, but there's definitely suspension issues in VL God there. No, or a flat tyre. Looks like a flat tyre. Or a rim. I don't know. We've got our sniper cam on it down there, and Anthony's got a little wobble up on that left-hand side.
He's definitely trying to get it to
the outside. Oh, 110 and a 68. No, it looks like a tyre or the suspension's gone there on the side. Oh, epic stuff. What a fantastic moment, folks, in the burnout there. You voted in your phone torches. Here we go, front wheel. Looking at the left-hand front wheel. Right now, Anthony on the launch. I still don't know. Looks like a back tyre. Looks like something in the rear suspension or in the back tyre there. Oh, it might have gone under, do you think? Might have actually...
You think in the front wheel?
What? Maybe it's lost the front wheel into the back of the car. Lucky it didn't come back out there. That's a pearl. I didn't see any sparks, didn't see anything like that out from under the car though, did we? It sort of got a bit loose. We're having a bit of an investigate sort of down the track where we sort of did, haven't changed direction, because sometimes you think to make a car sort of do that, it either has liquid under it to make it change direction, or it's broken something or done a tyre here. I don't know. Well, there'll be only sort of one bloke that'll be able to tell us anything about that, and that'll be the man driving. Yep.
Let's have a look. So the wheels are up in the air, it's got the shape in it. It's made a little bit of a turn there.
That's ooh.
Danny, I have a look.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It really is hard to say.
I don't know. And look at that big change there. Like, the front tyre's still on it. But it is down in the back corner there. Oh man.
Great.
Can that car get some air time? Let me tell you, if it's not doing power wheelies or massive skids, it gets a lot of camera time because it is so photogenic. Something always to see, either big numbers or spectacular runs, or what we just saw. And look, I've seen a lot of demands burnouts in my time. I can't remember too many where he nearly finishes up in the finish line. He never had to. The contest so far this year has been pretty good. Suck G had a good one there. The only trouble is Anthony comes back, does one better than everyone else, but then thinks that maybe he needs to do a bigger one just to make sure. So I keep putting asterisks beside his name to say, well, he did a big one, so he cancels that one. Everyone thinks it's that one. Then you do a bigger one. And I like the way we did our judging then. That was good. That would have been a special moment. I hope he appreciates that. Hope when he watches it back, realises that Showmanship does not go unnoticed in this form of the sport at all. Alright, here we go, Pro Compact, round 3 by the look of it. We've already got a winner, a pairing decided for Factory Extreme.
Who are the finalists in Factory
Alright, Factory Extreme finalists, George Jazewski, Zoran Gadzik. Here we go, 2 for 3, 603. George 3603, so George Jazewski, 3289 finalists, Tim Taylor, Garrett Sligar, J275 finalists, Danny Busby, Stephen Rugby, finalists for J315, yes, Simon O'Carroll, Andy Coles. So that's some of the finalists already determined. Simon O'Carroll, Andy Coles in J315, Danny Busby, Stephen Rugby in J275, J285, Tim Taylor, Garrett Sligar, George Jazewski's all gadget, and you know what, we've got strict contact, we've got all motor finally coming out, and they're going to go back to back until they have to. All day we hope to know them all. I don't know, I think it was coming in that way. So it's going to pan out right in front of us, I think. So the last run just in the wings. Okay, so here's 3 from 3. What late George you said that what a save the party. Final. He's having a crack here. We did a big burnout. Yeah, alright, so he's got a point here. He's got a point. Sort of spark, 711, 195, that'll do. 3 from 3 with a 711 should give you mostly lane choice. Kind of turn the tire a bit before it took off.
Next up here in Pro Compact, just by the bird, next up here to Marcus Pepe, the Mazda, the first word. So he's going to go 3 from 3 here, solo runs.
Alright, you can see the normal unpaired solos, no show. Remember the attrition rate, especially if races don't tell us after we've seen it. And we're going to get these go solos, but ET still matters. Rate choice still now matters. And guess what? There's nothing down to back off because we've got Simon Ionu behind him, which is going to be able to do exactly the same thing here. So this time has turned into Pro Compact time attack. Run the number, see if you can get it in the ball. Find the Pro Turbo, Anthony Batuk, Eddie Hummer. Half track kick, and Marcus goes 3 from 3, and a 691.
691 with some pedals.
That was great. 108 to 60 foot, half track 425 to 160. Early click 691. Does that make it 3 from 3 with a 691? Small 3 from 3 with a 711. All right, there we are at the moment. Ionu now. Vigor is Simon, I think 1, 2 from 2. Okay. So right now, 711 or quicker, we may see him in the final. And again, we're only instantly will see him.
It's all unofficial. It's just us working on the results that we've got here in front of us at the moment. So, Simon. He's running best of the 724 this weekend. So you can D20 minutes past the week. It's a bump off that.
Everybody's talking about it. Everyone's talking about it. The conditions right now for everyone. Right. Trouble is, we've still got a bit of equipment to send down the track, so all the better. Maybe ETs may a million blossoms bloom. I'm going to spend a bit of time on it. But every day 13B Bill in Australia runs a 6. From Thomastown, Victoria, Simon Owen, Target within 711, Tempo for 691. Be in there. Could it be a Max Fix? Throwbacks bottle or a Max Fix? Loose Works bottle? Let's see right now. About 8 seconds, Chris. All the way out, 707, all quicker than a 711. Simon could just nearly be there, could just nearly be in the final, 707. Is that 3 from 3, 707? Could be Pro-Maz and Loose Works.
Right there.
Yeah, they did it. I mean, it's a long way off what they've done before, but hey, you know what, survivor mode sometimes. I guess Moose again, it's another little in the Burnout journey. So nice that Dotties hasn't quite hung up the Arctics to put it in the pasture. Moose knows his way around a 13B, knows his way around a clutch response. So here we go. He gets to have a free set here on Burnout. Thank you. Just one more time so we can listen to it for the next 2 weeks. Oh, great. Good timing. Great. Still going to hear it. So, all right. I don't mind it. You know what? I get a little bit transfixed. Anything with one on come on, Bruce, give the people what they want. The people's protocol matching. No. Anyway, 776 there for those 164 mile an hour. Oh my God. If that thing stalled on the yard back, you should have been 16 times, not 26 times, and it would have been ran out of fuel. Probably ran out of fuel on the way in. Big burnout, 29 pop. Hey, we should have actually counted it. We should have a pop. Hey, we'll go back to a video and do a little grass and his 3 outside tone back. A little bit of venom attached to it still. Tell us things. 15 by 34 and a half, 16. There we go. 15 by 34 and a half, 16. You need to go to VL Golf with some tyres. Anthony Matuk is supposed to race Andy in the final, but he's done that tyre. Wonder how he did that. 34 and a half by 16 tyre, 15 by 34 and a half, 16. To the VL God pits, please. Urgent, and that came from on the hall. I tell you what, boys, 7:21 at 194 mile an hour. Won't beat that 7:07, but all the way to finish. Well, is it 3 for 3? It's 3 for 3, yeah, right. Okay. No, 3 for 3, 91 and 07. So, yeah. Yeah, and a 1-1. So, hey, you know what, how time it was after around 3. That's good to see. Pro Compact cleaning up decently. The solos happen, you know how many cars are around, you know the attrition rate kicks in. It's like a lottery, it's like playing a game of, you know, going down and playing big bingo and then removing half the balls and starting the game again. That's kind of what this is all about. It's like lotto, it's like playing Keno and then they go, hang on a sec, these are the following numbers that are no longer on your card. And taking half a quarter of the field out. Yeah. Bits and pieces everywhere. It's the horsepower Hunger Games of 2025. Yeah, right, okay, so Pro Compacts, Brown number 3, just about run and done. We've got a call there, all motors get into the lanes. So, yeah, we do know that we've got the other categories now that are going to give us, I would imagine, this is going to be that little bit of turnaround time. Hello, Mrs. Doddsy there. That'll be just about all over for the weekend now. That's like the pack-up time, I would say. Because I reckon it's going to be, I think it's going to be Marcus and Simon. Simon may have done enough of that. That's just looking on the surface.
Unofficially, mate, with the asterisks beside it, like we always say.
So that's an urgent call. Anthony Matuk needs a set of, I would assume, tyres or wheels and tyres. Honestly, if you had a set of wheels that just go straight on, tell you what, the Karam yellow VL had a nice big set on the back of that. It needs a big set of tyres on it. So Shane T's put the message out. They are 15 by 34 and a half by 16s. So 15 by 34 and a half by 16. Big set of tyres there for VL. Yeah. So that looks like what's happened. That tyres let go, collapsed, did whatever, whether the rim failed or whatever. But that's what they need. They need the call that they are going to be in the final of Pro Turbo against Eddie. And I'm sure right now it is nothing but thrash, like it's been all day, like it's been yesterday, like it was on Friday, to keep these marvellous machines together and intact. And of course, when the drag strip is ever increasingly, sticky and variable because of the, as we say, the heat, the UV comes in throughout the day. Big tyre, radial tyre, small tyre, whatever it is, everyone's got to fight the same track. And the weak spots have been found. The failures have been identified. The repair strategies enabled. We are back to scratch, and may the best teams do the last bit to win. And it's not only just the teams that we've seen in the sort of, our Pro Mod teams, our Factory Extreme teams. It's going to be all now our individuals and the rest of our categories, because for a long time, isn't it amazing? We've been wrapped up in what we've seen with our range of Pro categories for the last couple of hours, but we've still got our other categories to come still to try and whistle them down around onto. Now, I haven't quite caught up with where we were on that running around with the various duties. We'll be seeing it shortly because we're getting those calls from race control.
ไม่มีอย่าง2 ทุ่มอ่ะอ๋อไฟนอล
So no more word for race control in regards to any other finals, but we have had that urgent message, 34.5 by 16 tyres to Anthony Matuk's team down there, the VL guide. Drama aplenty, and you know what, Terry Dale, it's, I don't bat an eyelid at it, mate. I am not surprised at all. I've seen too many of them. The trade-off with being epic is drama, right?
And that is exactly what's happened. And
it's humbling because the very best teams can also experience adversity.
And you and I know that. It's like, what do you do? What JB do you want to take home?
Someone suggests to take some of the tyres off the rotator. Not a happy rider right now, not a happy brappy.
No, let's see if we can get it started again.
Oh, rotten luck with their deals this weekend for some of our guys. Been working on them.
What a wild weekend. I said earlier, this is the longest 5 days I've commentated on Jamboree.
Yeah, and it only since yesterday.
It has been a long haul.
Oh well, I don't know whether my boss is watching this live stream, Barney, but
I agree.
I do have a funny feeling I won't be in the morning.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just hoping that nobody at my work will watch it or listening or having anything to do with it.
Or I'll be driving straight to work in my Jambo outfit, and the first Mincy goes in tomorrow will be in a Jambo outfit.
You know that as soon as you and I just mentioned that we're probably going to get a text within the next 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't we heard that?
Oh, yeah.
He's still required.
Oh yeah,
he's still required.
Not tomorrow. It'll be Barney come back with you. Deems, you're kidding me. You're letting me down. You're too much on, and then I'll have to go. Well, I'll put it in.
A late day's okay.
Well,
it's a late morning.
A late morning is, and you know what? Look, once I get over myself in the morning, I'll be okay, mate. Because it fills my heart to be able to go and install probably some of the best, split system air conditioners you can buy.
Mitsubishi throwing out.
Mitsubishi Electric. Very best.
This is someone who works for electrical wholesale, mate.
I know.
They're not the brands that we use. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you've got a variety of different ones to offer.
We have them all. We actually have yours. We have the others, and we have everyone's.
Well, Mitsubishi Electric, we do have quite a wide variety. And you know what? With the cold weather, we've been doing quite a few because they're great heaters.
Mate, we've actually found through this winter that people have finally gotten on that if you do need an air conditioner, you probably should get it in winter where the blokes aren't busy.
Yep.
Get it
and it actually is. And it's a little bit cheaper, and there's not much waiting list if you can get them in. That's true.
That was a public service announcement.
Authorised by the Air Conditioning Industry Council of Australia. I've just got an announcement. Mr. Pete Jansen. Mr. Paul, I reckon it's Paul Jansing. So Paul Jansing, something of yours has been handed into the tower. Paul Jansing. And Lincoln Dull found it. Lincoln Dull. So Dully Jr., Lincoln Dully, we've got some lost property for you too. So Lincoln Dull, is that Junior Dully? All right, Provide, round 3, oh my God, round 3. All right, Batching Street determined. Pro Compact, we're working out who. 3 tie 9, we found that. The J315, J275, we found those finalists. Now, Robot round 3, we have got minutes of pairings here. And then we're going to be told who's in the final of the $20,000 outlaw Robot field.
That's the point. On Australian standards, that's nice. You want to go home with that. Well, how is it, how do they get it? Is it a big check? It might be like a monstrous check.
Well, I mean, we've worked out, I suppose, market price of gold, and we've worked out how big a gold J we can make. according to the current gold prices, you might just get a billet golden J. I don't know, it might be this big. It might be this big. But what would you do? $25,000 billet J made out of gold, it might be this big. Yeah, on top of the big store like this. There you go. Over a 2-week period for this to buy. All your friends get it. Yeah, all your friends get it. And for $100 I'll install it. $200 I won't talk while I'm putting it in. Okay. Alright, to do off round 3, the robot. Here we go. He's going to have a sweep, one more sweep, will it matter? I'm sure it will to you, robot fans. Here we go. Kurdo, heavy. Put the tyre there, a bit of traction control or power management, 655, 228, but it came out with 115, got all ugly there, we're missing, we're farting, we're coughing, but what it is, I don't know, cleaned itself up, half track, 448, 187, sanded sweet out the back, and that may or may not be his last run of the night, 655 and 228. If that's street and tree, well, I don't know. Again, last year had it all up here. But race control's going to test whether he fares well for the final. Solo central again, just because of expected it, when you ask them to come and compete, sometimes that looks like attrition. Attrition is part of that. You don't win around the world car race by breaking down on the first day.
And nothing can happen to us. You know what I mean? Like we're going to, we'll throw it all in with the hope we're going to get there.
Well,
it's not about winning, it's about winning the big back.
Well, these things aren't cheap. I don't want to give you a sticker price, but if you wanted to get that car to this track, something like Lorenzo, Lorenzo, you don't know what these guys do when they buy cars and what it costs really. Sticker price, in the car driving, transported to bring you here to drive the whole thing, 6-second, 5-second car, bring $500,000. Yeah, right. Bring $500,000, bring 500 grand. That's what it'll take you. If you want a 6-second radial drag and drive car that can take your family to a cars and coffee, that's 300 grand.
Yes.
So a pro mod, honestly, we might be selling a bit short. You see some of the nice trucks they've got. So anyway, I love watching people spend their money. So let's see this, right? Let's watch Lorenzo for recreation. Remember, no pro drivers here. We're all recreation. So clean and so smooth. Oh, no, for the little 471. 609, 240 mile an hour. Be nearly the quickest Lorenzo's ever gone. 609, 240 mile an hour. 104 in the 60 foot. Half track of 405 at 191. And the Rock got that little 471 down there sweet.
Mate, they were happy, but they weren't
overly
excited.
No, they wanted a 5.
Yeah.
They wanted a 5, I'm sure they did.
Because we know how it goes when it all of a sudden gets emotional, Chris, doesn't it? All of a sudden they're jumping up and down and they're high-fiving and they're hugging in tears, and you're thinking there's something special that's happening there. Speaking of something special, guess what?
Yeah, it's here.
Yeah, it's here.
It's here. I'm looking for the opponent beside me. That's going to be the opponent for Jeff Cutajar. It does say here, no one on file beside Mr. John Ricker. Round 3 solo, the attrition rate, the seated paired, the pairing, the attrition rate, I guess, this is John on the solo, so no competitor. And remember, we had Russ Pavey around that would have been in the proceedings, so there's a few guys that can't come back. Our Kiwi friend, unfortunately, in the Falcon did the same thing in the heat of battle, so he's out. So as the table, we don't mess with the table after that.
No, he's not allowed to.
We don't start juggling. Oh, well, if he's not here, you get to race him. Or if he's not here, you get to race.
We still run the seeding system
because that's that's a random way to get results. There's no way of all of a sudden starting to change the variables to suit at the moment. Yes, it means solo runs. Yes, everyone loves side by side. Did we not see 3 rounds of that just in quality yesterday? So we're going to hit the battle against some Kira's riding on both side by side. Now it's a numbers game. Johnny Ricker went 45 on the last run. He's on the runner, but he can make it right now, or he's done the right choice. I think the man's a shoot. I think it's a shoot. I want to see when he lift it. Half track, 359, 212 mile an hour, 934, 60 foot, 212 at half track, and 549, 224 mile an hour. That he had to still lift there somewhere. 549, so a 545 before, now a 549. Folks, you've never seen something special in the night. We have been in our past to Australian history. Jeez, I tell you what, he's got a string of great passes today. 396 to half track, 199 mile an hour, and JC finishes off round 3. And that little mouse-powered Nova, Daniel Camilleri, 686, 145 mile an hour, gives up the ghost, gives up the chase. The best thing he can do is nip at the heels of the big boys, and he's done that. And these gentlemen, that might be stumps on their weekend so far. Are they eligible enough for that $20,000 final? Well, whoever is going to deal with Mr. J. Ricker, that's kind of what we're looking at. Ricker versus who? I reckon that's going to be.
Well, so consistent, so impressive.
Please have a look at that. Tail of the tape of the button. Reaction time. Joe Gauchi 015. Craig Burns 030. 60 foot 992 for Joe, 975 for Burnsy. Massive wheel stand for Burnsy as the blower starts to take off. 377.5 track for Burnsy. 383 for Joe at 209. The turbo car was covered. I don't know what happened down the end for the turbo car. 200 mile an hour at the stripe at half track for Craig Burns. 575, 246 mile an hour. That car on a tower very well could be the villain in the final against Ricker. I don't know.
Joe did look like he pulled the chute as he went over the line, so might have washed off a bit of speed there, Chris. But mate, what a run side by side. I bet you the crowd who were down the deep end would have had that. Would have had the best view of the whole race.
Champagne door slammer racing right here. Run after run after run. And there's another one here, Salam Matter and John Canuli. Overcrunched the numbers as well. John's kind of been getting in, getting out. Right now he's got to show it all.
We need our numbers, man, don't we? We need Mark.
All right, we've got emergency down there, just running down there for the moment. I don't know whether you got someone deep. Well, I mean, he was on the chutes early, Joe. Now we've got the buggy going down there now. Now we're just checking down the deep end. Here we go. Nothing sort of telling us off that angle there. So unless they've both got their chutes out for a look at that. So we've gone for a look down. We're just following them down there to make sure everything's okay. But I always wonder when we see them disappear over the finish line here, Terry, especially when they're doing 250 mile an hour. You know, you need an extra couple of seconds to look down and go, did that just happen?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, what have we just seen go down? And you know what? There we go. Burnsy went deep. Thank you, Jacob Brown. Burnsy went deep. He sure did. That man wanted to win, and you know what? I did. Actually, I did because I took the phone. Because I took a photo. Because I took a photo. Let me get it up here, right? Okay, Burnsy. Yeah, Burnsy went 246. The margin of victory was 124. Hey, that was what we couldn't get out. That's what we couldn't get out in that small amount of time after the run. Now, lucky I take photos of the time slips. The margin of victory at the strike phase, 124 thousandths of a second. The difference between maybe Joe Gauchi going to the final, or the difference between Craig Burns going to the final, could come down to what that was, 124 thousandths at the strike between two of the nicest guys that I know. And look at the lights off the tree, 015, 030. That, again, these guys, they got a chassis shop for a living. Drag racing's their recreation. It's their only way of life that they love. So they're helping everyone every day with their cars. When you get a chance to run your own, and gentlemen perform like that, that is recreational motorsport at its finest. I don't care what anyone else says. That's the equivalent of putting these guys in an F1 car and going, all right, boy, you race 124 thousandths beside each other. Yes. We're using every bit of talent you've got. Imagine Max Verstappen trying to drive the villain to 1,000 foot with the wheels. He'd be scared. Box, Max, box, please. Wouldn't it? The flipping car's nearly trying to fly. And it's like, Max, that's what it's supposed to do, mate. That's what it's doing. It's a pro mod. It's going to do that in the air, all right? The wheels are off the ground. Yes, Max, that's what they do, mate. It's a pro mod. Get used to it. It's called horsepower, Max. Maybe you've had some. Max,
do it wearing a pair of floral pants.
No, I don't do that with floral pants, no. But you know what I mean? So that's just, to me, watching Burnsy steer that thing, the thing's in the air, you're trusting your suspension setup. You're trusting everything in the car when you see an effort like that. You are putting your complete faith, not only in yourself as a driver, but as the builder of the car, the tuning of the car, what Burnsy's able to take as a driver, what he's able to withstand. Trusting that car's going down straight, and man, that is just poetry in motion. When that happens in front of you, you know you've seen something special. Folks, I don't care whether you think you've got your money's worth today or not. I think just then you did for the 900th time, just today. Yes, we'll give you 900 setbacks as a free bonus, no extra charge. We'll make you wait all day to see the results, but we want to reward, and all the people here that are still competing. They want that final run down the track, they want that final pass, they want that Jambo glory. No one's got a billet J yet, just remember. No one's got a billet J just yet, just remember. Cars in the sand, righto, so Burnsy's gone deep into the sand. So look, that's better than trying to clean up anything that they might have dropped down. Good to see my cousin Benny Vlecken watching from home. He's back at home. He's pulled himself out a microwave meal and hooking in. And hopefully we're going to pull him out of the sand. We're only a minute or two away from getting there. Terry, I know it's a hard question to ask.
Don't ask me the hard questions, Chris. It's been a long 5 days.
You've been...
And I've taken over your role, having to do the baby bikini comp, and I've done the car show, and I've done...
You've done a lot. You've been hard working at it. Marky's also been working hard. And you know what? It's good to see both Rusty and Mark today not only helping us and knocking it out on the commentary, but be able to catch up on some sleep in the back here. Like, both guys have managed to have a nap in the chair over here.
Oh, mate, I've even got photographic evidence of that.
Yeah, I saw the photographic evidence. So Burnsy's deep. So maybe one shoot, the other one didn't quite come out or something. So he went 246 mile an hour. And it looks like it was mainly only the one shoot. And that's why I think Burnsy went deep. So we're just getting Burnsy out of the sand, and I think we won't get too far of 80, 230 mile an hour. You heard the engine note go.
Yeah.
381 to half track, 984 to 60 foot. Doesn't matter. Even if you could make the final, you're not putting that thing back together, I don't think. Wow.
Top of that attitude, Chris.
Well, I know, sorry, Dave. I just called it as I saw it. It was having a bit of an eat of itself up. Now, look, Johnny backed off early, or the thing shut off or whatever, so we got to hear Salem go through that court. There was something about a Hemi. Something, look, I love a scrambler too, I love all of that, but I love every noise of drag racing. In fact, I produced a CD back in the day.
We
I was a
actually saw
producer.
that today.
I was a
actually.
producer.
That Iceman had the CD.
But that thundering Hemi into the distance, you just got to appreciate internal combustion forever. If that sounds like that, I want to hear it. And I'm hearing it, and it's singing, and it's thumping, and it goes, bleh. And then all the smoke comes
okay.
So I'd say that thing's touched the piston or done something down the end. It's definitely done a head gasket or popped the piston. Chris Osley believes that the locus theory could be correct. Thank you for that.
Well, he's a local Ipswich lad, so he's probably saying, look, I've got locusts all over on the back patio. Something is going on. Something is wrong with the world. It's probably those rotors at Jambo. But anyway.
Scientists managed to consider that a complete coincidence that the only frequency we could detect that's the same is a 20B master rotary engine.
He would say it exactly like that. It would be very purposeful.
I don't think Attenborough's even discovered rotaries yet. We've got to get him on before he turns 100 there. I think they can save the planet, I reckon, pretty much. But that's sort of another episode. That is Pro Mod for those two guys, and we are just checking whether or not any of that combustion got to the track.
Let's hope not, because you've got Mr. Plumpton sitting there waiting.
And you know what? I don't want to keep him waiting too long. He's on New Zealand time. So what time's that over there?
They're a couple of hours.
Ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So for Barry, on a school night, it's 9:45. So, yep, okay, they got him out. Oh no, that's John. So the car has been... Yeah, the car lost... The car lost power, and then got completely lost power, couldn't even drive the thing around the bottom, which just goes to show, yeah, those things don't sort of just roll in neutral really. A lot of these cars, like, don't be, I mean, they look swoopy, they look fast. They need that 4,000 horsepower to make them do that. But if you were to stand beside one of them and go, well, I think I'll push this thing to be neutral, this thing, they're 2,700 odd pound.
And Chris, the track is flat.
Yeah.
We know that. It's been rebuilt and it's beautifully flat. So you're not going anywhere.
No, that's got something going on there, which I hope hasn't locked up the transmission, but they are in the process of, they've got, I think, one of the little push buggies there for it. It's about trying to get that thing either further down the track and gone or in through that little...
There's a
He's just missed it, I think, so they just got to send it down.
Yeah, that's chewing in front. It's like a Tupperware party. And everybody's lost the lid.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what is going on. Everyone's looking for the lid. Oh, that's a pretty good analysis considering after, 3 golden days of being out here. That's great. So yeah, they've sussed that out and they're rolling down there. So I think before too long, we might get the call for the fire up. Where's all our nitrous fans out there still? We're going to let Big Barry have one more go here. And 3 from 3, could he go 3 from 3? Mark, can we check whether Barry Plumpton's progress today? And let's see who can meet Mr. Ricker in the final, because I still think Race Control would like to see what Barry does here before we consider it.
Somebody actually asked if the Sounds of the Eagles is going to make the hottest 100.
Oh, I don't know that.
Is that right?
The Sounds of Jambo. Oh yeah, no, yeah. There was a CD I released called Jam, which was called Sounds of the Jamboree. I went out there and did some recordings one year, and just the sounds of 20Bs, 13Bs, 2Js. And you know what, if I produced another one of those now, it'd sound completely different, because what I got back then, we're double the horsepower everywhere with what we've got.
So you're saying that it could make the hottest 100. Look, we tried it with Darryl Braithwaite's horses.
Yes.
We tried it with Taylor Swift. They've got to try it with that CD next year for the hottest 100. Let's see. Coming in at 13. Oh, thank you. How quick is that? Oh my God, that is so good to get a big tank of power.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for that. Well, then there's a chance.
Oh, look, the Kiwi flag flying. Oh, that's
What you guys looking at? Oh, the typical Jambo. Boys, ECU paintings. Have you heard the sounds of Jambos using the sound? I'm not even sure. The next one, 959 kills and 5 hits. I think it's got everyone here at Jambo. That's a tough news. As I said, this is all value. This is all value earnings. This is the land of the blind and not enough player. There it is. And you know what I like? The ECU takes over here. You see this little one. Watch this. The ECU does this by itself. This is firing the This is the ever block. This is the keeping the constant bottle pressure. Monitoring the bottle pressure. Second to second. Letting it emerge. The ECU keeping the nitrous arm. I'm going to let it go here. Let's listen to the 959. 50 speakers choose this car in the United States. So, we need to That's the quickest ever nitrous run in this country. We already had that record anyway. 5.69 for a nitrous car. 5.69. They've got to be going. You boys are happy. You boys are happy.
That means we are now moving into all motor.
That was only just treatment now. The athletes went high. The car was pretty wet, it was a pretty clean run. So maybe there's just some questions here going on with the time. Sorry on a solo. Look, I tell you what, it may be just because we might have had a dial-in difference, because one was saying 20 seconds on the dial-in. So it was an incorrect dial-in put in, I think, which is why everyone freaked out. And you know what? Guys in the past, I think this happened down in Sydney earlier on in the year. Two guys sort of went in, didn't check, they swapped lanes at the last minute, and the dial-ins had not swapped lanes.
Yeah.
So they just staged and it went all crook. And they both came and complained, well, who wins? So we run around that time, so we didn't get that.
Doesn't go under that dial in.
1278.
Nice and safe. 1278 and 1228. Andrew, step on.
We've got a couple of Rovers through. Now there's a couple of Pistons taking each other out. Michael Holt in the middle, 11.33. He's chasing Jason Stewart. Barrett now at Tina Cortina. That's 11.81.
Jason has won probably a couple of times at least been a track champion here at the street series in that car. So the Barrett Cortina knows Jason and that Cortina are unified. So if you can beat Jason very well, he's told him 11.81 up for an 11.84, 5 and 7. Holman, 11.33. He is the best of 11.33 today in that point.
It's a hard it's on the foot brake. Great little off-road bike. And the Aspo there, I love Aspo 6s and 5s and 4s and all over those 2, 3 and 4 rovers. So much freedom. All the air you want for free. All the way up. Half a second head start to Strawberry right now.
Double over 2 for Jason, and he can go for it for the first red light with 11.88 and 11.81 with a double 0 to light to lead.
Except Garrett Clark to double 02.
Yes, the first, always goes.
Supposed to race back and jump on through the little way against him. Trying to get himself in twice or whatever.
It's just a little bounce. How many of these do you see? Hang on, you're done. These are the accidents.
So, there's one in Sydney that also runs pretty angry clear.
Actually, you're right. Oh, no, they're pushing back sadly. That's a 13B anyway, that way. So let's have a look. So Brandon says, Village should beat us if I can take this big flag. at 140 mile an hour in that loud, proud Familiar.
I do love all motor. They're not going to be 2,000 horsepower cars. You know, a good bridgie or peripheral pork should make 250, maybe 280 horsepower. Nice little light car. That's got a tricky gearbox in it. I think a little G-force in it. So,
Chris, pre-turbo days, back in the late 80s when we were racing here, a lot of my mates had, they were running 13B non-turbos, peripheral ports, and they were running mid to low 12s, non-turbo.
That's 25 plus years
that is
ago.
a long haul, and that's 35.
Yeah, 35
that's
plus
close
years.
to 40 years ago.
So that is still around if you want it done. As I was saying, my son Oliver's got a bridgie in his Escort, so he should have about 250.
And if you get a chance to drive a peripheral port, either injector or the big 51, they're a lot of fun. I mean, all the action happens at about 8,000 RPM and then beyond.
I drove an old RX4 peripheral port with reed valves and a 48 IDA. And that thing, come on, just as the buzzer started, about 8,000.
That's how it happened. The action. When's the action happening? It's going to happen soon.
All right, Rusty Wilshire against Hales. So Hales is there, and it's a street compact ready to go. Yeah, that's right. We're flicking around upstairs, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon there's a lot going on.
We're flicking around upstairs.
It's been a long 5 days.
And the Skylines. Tell you what, you know, R34s kind of grew bigger than the 33s and of course the 32s, but compared to a 35, well, the 35's not much bigger.
No, it's not.
Weight-wise, though, they just kept the thing with these cars over the years. They just got fatter and fatter and fatter.
They kept adding more and more. And they kept adding more and more airbags.
And more horsepower.
28 more horsepower. How many airbags do you need? All of them.
All right, here we go. Rusty Wilshire, street compact. Is this round one or round two? Round two. 11-10 getting chased by 10 flat from Hardy Scott. She's got the Barra under the bonnet of the R34. She's going to let Rusty go here. 11-1-0 getting chased by a 10-0. Street compact, sorry.
Rusty will need to be on his game, Chris. Because Haley's been pretty consistent all weekend.
Barra versus VR38. It is 10-18 on a 10-0. Puts Rusty Wilshire away. Haley Scott into the next round of street compact.
Well, I will say this, Chris. Rusty doesn't have to come back on the trail. It was probably good.
It was right. Thanks for all your input and all your calculations towards who's in the final of Pro Mod. I would like to it's officially announced. I'm not going to float any more speculation there. Ben Moore and Nick Wright, watch out here, Benny. 10.50 with the big tray back with the one who's there. 12.50 for the RX2. Nick Wright gets the tree coming down first. 5-7. 2-1.
Here it comes. Oh, no, it's gone off the boil at half track.
I reckon he thought he was going to round and little Jackrabbit Scarpet. 13.89, and Nick Wright is going to take out. Well, this guy could have some top end if he wanted. Ben Moore. So Benny, a little problem there with the tray back.
I think maybe he was just taking a job as he was heading down.
Yeah, well,
someone's rang and said, mate, I've got a couch I need delivered to Jindalee.
Apparently there's 3 of that type of vehicle sort of around the turbo one presents in it down the Redlands.
I love that.
Yeah, I love it too. Thank the Hoff for a bit of that as well.
That's right. Thank you, Cleveland Dyno, for creating havoc in the streets of Cleveland. So, down at the Redland Bay area.
Honestly.
Well, there's all those roundabouts, Chris. They got about 7,000 roundabouts in the down at Redlands.
Netflix series called The Tuners. You'd be creeping in on what Hoff's doing.
Yeah.
You know, Hoff would just have that Nugget Garage attitude to it, you know.
It'd be awesome. Yeah. So Michael Crouch and Martin Klein, we're just waiting for these guys to come up. We've got the mighty Hyundai up against the Supra. So 11-00 for Klein, 13-44 for Crouch, all the way from Jamboree in the Hyundai.
All right, here we go, 11 flat, 13.44. Good to see the Hyundai guys wanting to come in and race at Jambos. I like that.
That's the end. It's an end, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the end. Leaves the line, 2-6-0. Colin's still got a chance. Still got a chance. Hyundai in the next round. What's Street Compact? There's Toyota Supra about to tumble.
Top end coming. No, it's not going to be enough, I don't think, unless he's gone too quick.
That's Hyundai.
And he did not. 13.89 on the 13.44 for Crouch. He will take the win quite easily. And the Supra didn't come 652 on the tree, you can't have that.
So the trade-off for these guys waiting all day to get round 1 or round 2 going, because they're getting a bit of hot lap now.
Yes, so look, Dave Rodgers, Steve Johnson in the Salika, Dave Rodgers and the Tuna Racing Corona. We always talk about the Tuna Racing guys. Mark and I have had an ongoing thing about this with, since the Winter Nationals, 14-15 for Roger in that what looks like a Stockers Rock Corona. How good is it?
One of our apprentices, Aiden's got a brown one of those with the 18R.
Of course it was brown. Brown. Who painted it brown?
Clean green. So he's got to be careful here. He can't just go rumbling past him. He might break out because it's been a good light both sides. Whoa, no, look at that. You don't put anything on the train unless you snapple a pretty good run on yourself. Dave Rodgers, 14:30, puts away one of our favourites.
He did too. Well done. Well done. Speaking of one of our favourites, here we've got one of our favourites, Mr. Wade Benson, commentator extraordinaire. Still fighting. Up against Anthony Dunn in the RX 808 wagon. So 1100 for Anthony, 1675 for Wade in the SCG Racing Parts XR6. Stick shift, let's see what he got through that first round, let's see what he can do. Oh, 0-4-5. Everything to lose here. He's just got to play the game with a light like that. He might have hit the brakes in some. Oh, nice! What were you thinking? 11-12 on the 1100. Anthony Dunn in the mighty little Mazda wagon says, I will take the win over Benson. And you know what that means? You know what that means? We can actually get another commentator.
Awesome. All right,
let's get him up here. Put him on here. We'll just put him on his own.
He flinched a little too early there, Wade.
Yep.
Laurie Gurley, 12-3-0 now in the Beetle, getting chased by Joseph Freer and Cressida. I think this was a stick. There's one of them there has a stick.
Yes, you were right.
One of these has a stick.
That one.
Reaction time, six. Nothing, virtually nothing in the reaction time. Look for the win light. No one's on the brakes. This is a tight race as well. Oh, 10.75 on a 60. 40-48. Tried hard Laurie Gurley, but Joseph's got to come back around and go again.
So Alvin Johnson and Zach Anderson. Zach in the forward with 11.53 dialing. 10.20 for Alvin in the rotary reaction Mazda RX-5. Now the Hulk, of course. Alvin looking to go to a different category next Jamboree. Going to let the beast go a little bit freer because we know the thing can run well and Top end him, Alvin. Can't get him. No. 65. 11.73 on a 53. So, yeah, Zach did it up on the start line and Alvin sayonara. Yeah, Zach Anderson is experienced from the street meet. You know, Alvin has raced but, yes. Modern street meets, again, the local talent. Oh, yes. Sportsman drag racing talent, again, recreational drag racing talent is exceptional. So Chris Johnson, Lockie Sanders, 10.30 for Sanders in the highlights. The Mazda of Johnson with a 1000 with that beautiful purple RX-7. Chris Johnson got out quicker. Hopefully he's not going to go too quick because he might need to back out of it a little bit. Oh, look, he's done it easily. A 10.42 on a 1000. So Chris Johnson will bring the RX-7 back round. I'm a little excited too because that's the only stick shift I think in that field. So to be able to go rounds with the stick shift, extra kudos. All right, Emily Barron finishes off the round. Hey, it's the last time she'll get that solo. Emily, seasoned campaigner in the street meet, very successful in powder puff. Quite been a regular to the top 8. So she's going to be one to watch. Cuts a 0.32. She will be super consistent. Does she listen to 88 FM in the car? Because she put the left blinker, put the left indicator on. If you get there we go. Right indicator. There we go. Yeah, she's got 88 FM in the car. That's an old trick I used to do at street. Yeah, mate. We still do it. It's interesting. Yeah, it is. Interaction it is. It is. Get Daniel Reed doing it. Yeah. Scott Harker doing it. Luke Crowley doing it. Michael Adams, all the young kids I get, they'd be all on 88 FM. Luke Marston, you name it. I do love it, it is, buddy.
Look at us, these boys. There's some serious stuff going on.
It's Euro.
Some serious strikes are going on here with the Euros. They're just about to unleash the Wonder House.
They're gonna run up one of the V-dubs up against the gas car. That seems a little bit unfair.
All right, here we go. So we're getting the Euro guys sorted. What do we say? Mark 3 golf. It's far side. Mark 3 golf.
How quick is that? Like, seriously, dialing it at 1060. That Stewart's been a regular to Jamboree to brought that car. I think he should actually be racing it. That thing's quick.
There's the Twydale boys. Hayden Twydale, Stuart Twydale. Very proud moment for the Twydale family. This is Twydale.
That's a good bracket race. So let's see what Stu can do. You know he wants to get the win over Hayden. Oh, Hayden's gone too quick. He's gone a 13.32 and a 13.75. You'd probably be happy with that, but a 10.67 on a 10.60, that's a tidy pack.
That's the face of modern tuner cars that are on the streets, and a lot of people own them. Yeah.
So running a 10.60 or thereabouts in that little well, it's got to be running around 5. Trying to get a bit of retribution here, Jason Scott, one of the nicest guys for my guy. Scott Speed, barrel power, EL. Was caning him at Kenya a couple of weeks ago up there in his local track. He said, I can't wait for Jambo. Hopefully he'll be down for the next Kent January as well, radial ride. Something about a full-bodied Falcon with this Aussie six-bagger running in the wood. And it's barrel versus 2J. Pick your poison. Poe Tuck, 719. Jason Scott, 786. So Poe's got the top end. If Poe plays the safety game here, he's probably got the EL covered. Scotty had a horrible bump in fridge probably round one. Something went awry for him. Not normally creeping into his game, but it did. Modified 10-5 rounds. Both sides, 725, 790, 208 mile an hour for Potar. And Scotty 790 at 178. Strapped the whole shot on him, better than 64. 2J come on strong. Big skid there from Trent Beck into Calais. Nice work.
That's for all of the punters that are hanging around. A lot of this is not only for them, but for you.
You know what? You just... There's Mark. Get Mark up and cut the sleep. How was he?
Well, I'm ashamed. Well, whoever asked what happened was, it wasn't in a Ford household, it wasn't in a Holden household, it wasn't in a Nissan household. We were drove MGs. So,
is that what
I grew up with the name Eagles, and we drove MGs. We were weird from the start.
That is the way you break into English accents.
Oh, Johnny, good. Nothing.
Have you got a parade?
I've got a box full of SU carburetor pizza. You've got some. Tickle me dashboard. Got an overburning engine, you know. English major. Engine are called modified 10.5. Well, Johnny could fly like I remember running 160 mile an hour back in my Jaguar on the autobahn, you see? Yeah,
well, it's certainly wouldn't have been in the FG.
Yeah, so that's why I wasn't before the whole time. That's why I was easily influenced all the way. Tell me now. England 6,
tell you this. They call the Euro game soccer, and I do it from a pants and a polo, like a polo jet, and everybody reckons it's the best Jackie Stewart impersonation. Everybody loves it.
It's that accent.
Oh, that wasn't a totally Jackie Stewart. Jackie Stewart. Where's those MPs?
Beautiful name, Michael, and Gravity from Edmonton, Queensland. Driving what I call a turbocharged car.
Because he couldn't afford a Jensen Interceptor.
Problem with turbocharged, you need to screw the beast.
Now let's see how Michael goes in this tough as nails ballet.
Fantastic things expected to leave.
And he has been campaigning at Jamboree for quite a few years too.
Well, he ordered or brought up G, of course, that was Alan Dodd's first sort of serious race car.
Big green.
I do like that him down nature of their sport, especially drag racing, because you can buy things as a roller. Sometimes circuit racing, it's hard to buy it as a roller, but you've got to engage in a racing series to buy the right car. Drag racing, you can buy a roller and then just not race anywhere you want. Old drag racing rollers, just like if you were to say get a rolling chassis, like an old super or something. The world's your oyster, do whatever you want with it. I.e., put a load and injected Barra in one, or a injected LS in it. This is the simplest, easiest way to go drag racing right now in today's modern economy. We've got Extreme coming up here round 2. If you go buy, I know, because remember, I'm trying to sell my car on the open market for under 20 grand. So when you go racing and go quick, there are rolling and chassis ultras like hot rods for about 20 grand. Put whatever engine and gearbox you want in it, you can come out and
you can hunt it at the start.
But those cars are out there right now for sale. Because mainstream drag racing, a lot of final in the day when they're like that, there's a lot of rolling chassis around. So guys coming in and out of racing. So you know what? I love that Hot Rods put a barrier in one of these things. I love Lucas Holtz has his other ultimates.
Really? Oh, well, you might make that if there was a window of opportunity.
Alright, Hot Rod Williams take 98 and Williams holds 928. So it's really good to go to Ray up and number 3. Jambo shoot out before the end of the final. Hot Rod do it. Williams lost in round 1. And he broke it up to the ultimate plate.
It's a rarity. And you know what? That's just what happens when it racing. Lucas doesn't go under, and he most certainly with that. 923 on a 920 with a 094 light.
That's, I think that's 2 and 3 for Lucas. So
needs to win this.
Yeah, alright, let's see. I'd be very biased here. I'm going to go for Megan's because I know Megan since she was like 5 years old. Her father Jimmy built my first dragster on the driveway of her house. I love the Anderson family. They're one of my first sort of drag racing families I encountered. Jimmy had brought my uncle's old dragster 2 years ago and Turbo Intel.
That's not a sentence I've heard for a long time.
That's a Pinto in there right now. That's driving with 190 cubes of S-Slinger 4-cylinder, makes upwards of 300, nearly 400 horsepower. Clayton Ethel. They threw this thing together in about 3 weeks once Hoff agreed to buy it off yours truly.
What's the weight?
Oh, what did we say it was? 1,204 pounds.
Really?
With me hitting 1,476, with Clayton 30 kilos lighter than me, this thing is probably nearly 1,400 pounds with me. So we're looking at the dial in here, 810, Megan Anderson, 895. And are we looking down the end? Is there a leak from the Hot Rod? Or you wouldn't think it would be from Lucas because Lucas's things are fairly stock, mild, small block. But there was something
Actually, well, maybe we can't actually see the times even up there. So maybe it might not be something like that. So I can't see any cars rushing out there. So maybe it might be something.
I love it. It's surreal to actually be watching on the live stream. But, you know many nights I sat under my house picking that thing off to put my World Cruiser Ford engine in that. A long time to take took a year to get it all off, get my 4-cylinder in there, set the national record for CMA.
And with that whole drama, mate, when you were, I just remember that day. It was the whole drama with you trying to rush back.
Yes, rush back to where?
To here.
Oh yes, yeah. To get to the lakes. Was any of the nostalgias that day? We ran in nostalgias when it was really hot. I think I was at that one.
Yeah.
I think Brenny just threw the toys out of the cot the last round. I didn't have him in the final, but I was in the B final. But look, I had a lot of fun driving that car. It took a while to get that record. Halfway through when I was going to go do that, try and get the old national record from Airdra, of course, sanctioning bodies changed. In theory,
yeah,
there was nowhere I could go in the country to get that old record anymore because the sanctioning bodies changed. I would have had to have gone to Perth to set that record. And then, of course, when Taylor Bend's there now, you could go to Taylor Bend and try and do that record. But would you believe, and I know he messaged me before, I had a guy message me about a year ago, ring me and say, I just want to let you know, I hold the CMD record and I'm coming after your CMA record.
Oh.
And his name's Matthew Hallar, big shout out there to Matty. He has the little ex-protest GSXR Suzuki powered dragster that's gone 880 tonight. And he says, I'm going to put my motor in an altered and I'm going to smash your CMA record. Go your hardest, mate. I mean, I only saw that record as one of the longest in Australian history, and I thought I'm going after it. And I built this car completely on a budget, a lot of handy-down stuff on it. But I think we pulled off a nice car.
I think you did well.
Jamie Page from ET Chassis did all the front half on it. It was an ex-fuel money car. That nose cone's from the late great Daryl Marsh. So Marsh, I bought the nose cone. The front wheels came from Racing Junk in Illinois. The difference.
Did you get your record in the mail?
I did eventually.
So tell me this.
Before I pull out a set of undies, I look at the national record.
That is beautiful. Now look, so old mate might be able to take that record off you, but right at this point in time, that is Chris Stegall. There it is. There is Christine.
Okay, come on, let's talk about Mark. Mark's got more Christmas trees than Santa Claus over here, right?
He actually has too.
So Mark's our multi-champion. Of course, Kelly here, of course, the Jamboree multi-champion in various things. So yeah, that was a budget car to get a national record. I did that. I always wanted to see it go to a big set of hands if I wasn't going to keep it.
And it is definitely.
Well, now I've got 4 day. I've always wanted one of these cars, and then I saw the window, and then I'm promoting I want one of those as well. Try and have everything you can in life. All right, 895, 810, 2-line stagger. The S-slinger against the 1JZ. Where is she going? Ready to watch out. Clayton centre through the defense. Oh, 797. Oh, Hoffman. No. What are you doing? Hoffman. 797. Look at Hoffman walking away. Look at him walking away. He just turns his back. 797. Fastest that damn thing's ever gone since I've owned it. Hoffman, you animal. You animal. I think Maggie got really close to the center line. That thing came out wild. Hoffman breaks out, gives it back to Maggie. So Clayton, that's going to affect his final. Through for a 918 6.
That's tidy.
He's run that twice. 918 with a 6 twice. I was talking to Luke in the staging lane. So that is a full tube style, sort of top sportsman style car. And asked him if he wanted to put a radio on it for the next Kangaroo, and he said I'll be there. So talking guys up on small tyres. So here's the replay. Of course, here comes the lights. Megan to lead first here, the front engine rail, packing lots of S-Slinger horsepower. Down, he starts to roll here, Clayton. Whoa, over there, she's gone the centre line. Oh, yes, she did go the centre line. So Clayton does get it back, even though it's a break here.
And didn't go front on the beam, so...
There we go, back to Glenn. So it's Matty Glenn, he goes, I'm coming for your record, and here's a picture. So he's building an evolution of Matty is building literally, I would say nearly a replica of the Bob Blackley car, which I was nearly going to build for an R1 or a high booster motor. But now Matty's going to take that. He reckons he's coming from a record. He just texts me to tell me he's going 840s on my record.
That's two things. He's obviously listening in, and he's had a flex. So there we go. So Craig Edwards, here we go. We are in outlaw buying.
Stu Walsh, John Rickard, Pro Mod 5.
How hard do you need to work on a bike? It's how hard.
Oh, the thrill of doing it, though.
735 at 191. That is that they earn, I don't know. They're not earning any money, but whatever they were earning, they earn it. These guys.
Well, you don't have to pay these guys to hop on these things. They hop on their own free will. They're mad. Loves these bikes, and I love them too. And then I remember saying to myself, I can't believe a no-bar bike's run a 5.
Yes, exactly.
And then I thought, wow, imagine a Jambo where we put 8 of the quickest no-bar bikes from America in a container to race the best no-bar bike.
Let's make that happen.
Do you reckon the Australian no-bar bike in fraternity
I want it to happen.
Step up for that.
I want it to happen. Have a look at this. Nathan Nielsen, Matt Wilson.
That'd be a big
Watch this thing, look at that, 690 at 168, so he's got off at the top end, 175 mile an hour at half track.
446 is no, 446, you look at how quick we are on our radial cast, 446 is no joke over the 8.
Oh, yes.
That's on a no-bar bike, 120 to the 60, squeeze that power on. Remember when they come on a stage, the distance between the they have a few little attitude They share a few little attitude similarities to radial cars, I suppose. You want to decorate the tyre, use the suspension travel to help transfer all of that. And again, whether you're on a square tyre or a round tyre, relatively square here, Brendan, and Darren Foley, who gets into the final, who knows, race control's going to win it, we know that Stu Walsh and John Ricker in the final for 20 grand in Pro Mod, George Dazewski, Zoran Gadget, 25 grand, Factory Extreme final, amongst many others.
But Brendan doesn't matter how, let's see, he can run 716 at 200 mile an hour there for the high booster of Brendan Miglianico. Well done.
They keep bringing the performance. Rick, love that people are watching the live stream still everywhere. Rowan Hudson is stuck in Bali watching it from
what a hard life.
What a hard life.
Seriously.
Well, here we are, slating it out on a Sunday night in Australia. Queensland, the radio state that moved to Jamboree. This is what a 35th anniversary party is. It's a 2-day party that's going to go. Well, hopefully not more all night tonight, but we're going to get through to the
Well, it's Bali a couple of hours different, so he's probably going to be up against Taz Gregorio. 1270 third, 15 Xavier. Gemini. A little orange
How close did he go? 30.08 on a 30.00. It should make it very hard. That could be 12.45 for Matt, 12.85 for Michael. A little Dachshund is back.
Dachshund is back. Michael Williams, 12.85, 12.45. One light stagger on the Christmas tree.
How good is that beat? Yeah, just really how this Jamboree has become tumbleweed innings back in the early 90s.
I like that we can just go straight back there. Some of these classes just stay pure, and you can't get any more sophisticated anymore, mate. There we go, Pete Basmage. Rotaries can save the planet. Christian John, David Rotaries can save the planet. Happy Rivers, there you go. David Bradford.
It's all about David Bradford.
David Bradford.
Was it all about the Sahara?
Here we go. Here we come. You got enough in the tank? No, he hasn't. A 13.85 on a 12.85. Michael Williams is the 13.91 on a 12.45. A little bit off the dial, but Williams in that beetle will take the win.
Alright, so all finalists except the pros, all finalists except the pro line and Patrick Street and Bob Popper. All other finalists to the lanes, please. All other finalists to the lanes, please. Here we go. Rodney Williford went 242 mile an hour on the Robar bike in the States yesterday. Thank you, Shagger. G'day, Shagger. How are you, Shagger?
Thanks for that awesome information. Our eyes in the sky from up north. Thank you, Mr.
We've got the MTF final. Someone's just texting to say who might find out it's the MTF final. We've seen that from
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, let's have a look and see if I've got an MTF final again.
So we're just waiting here. We've got voices going up.
I think
I'm not
we've
sure
still
what's
got
going on, but we've got Burnout and Kinos, but I'm not too sure what's going on.
I'll just say they'll contact you. So no, we haven't had any word yet about MTF yet. I'm sure we haven't. But all finalists to the lanes, please. All finalists to the lanes. Bar the pro guys.
No pro guys
So
yet.
the pro guys, they've got a bit of time to still turn around. They're going to be called specifically. But we do need all finalists to the lanes. We're that close. All motors still fighting each other around here. Again, I don't know whether we forgot these guys. How can you forget the Landis guys in the place? You know. Now, I thought he was going to run for Kinos here in the next round, but he's sitting back.
It's a full lap. Racing, beautiful little master. I love that.
Isn't that what the epitome of all motor?
Without a doubt, Chris. That thing just sideways through the burnouts. He does not muck around, James. He just gets into it, and it's like he's all about the show. It's loud, it's fun, and mate, I'm never disappointed when he comes to the line.
You know what I get a kick out of? If you want to search Pal February TV, which is the Puerto Rican YouTuber, type in Salinas or Puerto Rico, or even just type in Aspirados. So Aspirados, Puerto Rico, and then they have fully NA events called Aspirados, but you can run nitrous on your rotors. You can have nitrous as a power adder, as they still call it, kind of the atmosphere, right? So Aspirados sees 7-second NA nitrous door cars, all running 7s. So many all engines running even 8s. You put there as light as a feather.
I'm going to go get my passport.
No, you should see it, honestly. Honestly, you talk about before, I heard you guys talking about it. Money was no option. I want to buy one of those little Aspirados because I think they've changed a few people's minds about how cool NA cars are.
I love NA. Anyway, I'm going to move on, Chris. Zach Anderson and Dave Rodgie with a 14.15 in the Corona. Anderson with an 11.57 in the Ford. And this will be a tough race. As I said, Zach Anderson, a local racer here with the street meet. Dave Rodgie, he's down, look, he's got the Tuna Racing on the side. That Corona has been a giant killer, but will he be able to put away the Ford of Anderson?
Oh, 011, Dave Rodgie, 011, 141. It's got 3 hours ahead in that Corona. Look at the brakes, no one's on the brakes. Here he comes through the line. Oh, he's doing a double breakout.
And double breakout, the worst went to Dave Rodgie, 14.08. Zach Anderson, 11.53 and 11.57, is closer to the dialing, and he will get the win. So Chris Johnson in the RX-7, Michael Crouch in the Hyundai. Look at that, Chris. Look. How is the ages of those vehicles? We've got a 90, well, theoretically, probably a 90, I can't see whether it could be 81, could be an 81 or an 82 or something. And we've got a Hyundai, which is probably only about 5 or 6 years old at that. Now it's 6 months away. I don't know. Good chance here, but look at the flames kicking out the back of that RX-7.
Oh, tap on the brakes there. The Hyundai's into the next round. Wow. Takes out one of my favourite stick shift guys in the class, Chris Johnson. Oh, it's just a bit too late on the lights there. And a little tap on the brakes for the Hyundai.
I'm going to miss those big flames kicking out of the top end here. We'll see the Hyundai back. So Anthony Dunn, Joseph Briere, the Cressida, the Mazda wagon of Dunn. 11.00 for Anthony and a 10.60 for Joe.
Yeah, one light stagger of the Christmas tree. Jeez, we've got some little, these are the littlest long roofs for
Yes, they are. The 808s. You can't put too much in the back of them. I have owned one.
Yeah, I don't want to. There's a whole lot of Crusader out there in front. No touching the brakes though. 10.62 on a 60.
That is tight.
That's trusting your eye.
That is tight.
Joseph Freer from Ella Moorvale in New South Wales. So remember, let's turn a little bit of state of origin into here right now. Who are going to be the interstaters in the finals? Queenslanders, where are they? Well, I'll tell you what, the Queensland radial finals look pretty good. Nearly all Queensland. But here we go, we've still got guys in New South Wales. We've got Nick right here from Goonellabah. He's in the RX2. Emily Barron from Jamboree. Queensland versus New South Wales, here we go.
Emily's got a chance to put this little RX2 sedan away. So it'll be the Emily to lead first. Cut a light. And she will, a 0.71. Nick will have to, so Emily will be pretty pleased with that. Earlier, I think she's pretty keen. She wants to win one of those billets, and she's definitely going the right way about it.
All right, here we go through for a 15.82 on a 15.70. So a bit of business to take care of there. The next round of street compact. Around you go again.
Christian 120Y wagon. Did it have an MG engine in it?
No, not at all.
Because you know what? Actually, it probably would have been quicker with an MG engine. You don't say that very often.
No.
MG 1200. Pretty well.
Well, I mean, it could
depending on what order it
depends. It could be the 1275. It could be 1298.
I did have a mini as well. With a big block 850.
Well,
so Hayley Scott.
Well, you're certainly trying to impress the tweens off me here, aren't you?
Hey, I didn't have that beret for no reason, sir.
You know how much I paid for that 120Y wagon? I paid like $100 on the car, right?
That's sweet.
There's a lot of people to kids here remember that. The front shocks were shot. I would come in here, jump on the brakes and bounce the front end off the ground. It was great.
You said you were the 180 bit.
we had a 180 beat there for drag car.
Get it 60.
We paid $100 for it. We bought it from Night Strike. All right, then it Brisbane. That's what we did. Over to Scott. Barrel now, I'm going to drill the kicks a little bit this time. She's got the solo. Pushed around the street coverage. Goes to the next round. That was fine. I went $100 for that. This is down to to the Jambo video.
And it has 600 property points.
Yeah, well, that's right. And it's still had 20 less than 200 there. I put 200 that's insane now. I'm shocking.
Yeah, no, stop it. Because, you know, we'll both be fine. We've got stuff with R100, and I'll be here. Where's those tissues I gave you?
Yeah, where those tissues? Bring those tissues.
Up against Jamboree, we got the rotary, we got the 2J. How good is that?
Here we go. The rotor gig is still here. I'm torn. I love both of these guys. I love these guys. I'm Queenslander. I'm kind of tuned with the Queenslander. Kind of like that Daniel Rouge here, the rotor gigs. I'm back up for 7 years doing their normal business, and that's chopping the trees, bringing them to their knees. Rotor versus 2J. Modified combat. Head towards the corner here.
Certainly is.
Rotor Geek on the brakes, 908 goes to the next round. 908, Rotor Geeks are back. Willie zings the tyres off the 2J, and that might, well, that's going to be his night. Rougier is back. He's going to probably have the face. I'm torn because I love him. He's been doing Jambo forever, but Parry, Georges, Queenslander, I'm going a little bit towards Parry. RB now versus 13B.
Parry with the big wheel stand earlier on yesterday did say he did had an error and did take the weight out of the front, which he probably shouldn't have. But that's the way it goes. I've had that from a few races. He said that. I think probably Bubba even said that once. But that's the way it goes. Georges in the Jackson Transport Gemini, Ben Clark in the Calais, 942, 962, not much difference in the dial ends. This will be a good drag race. Grab your beer, grab your coffee, grab your tea, grab your wife, grab your girlfriend, I don't care, just get ready to see these two run.
Both guys not ready to go in, not at all. All right, gentlemen, please. On a 42, 37,000's at the stripe. That's the drag racing we're here to see.
You could have put an envelope in between those two as they crossed the line, Chris. How good was that?
Oh, Parry so close to a final. An all-rotor final would have been Rotor Geek against Parry, but it's going to be Benny Clark and Daniel Rougier, an all New South Wales final in modified compact. It's going to be RB versus 13B. It's going to be like a 942 and an 887. The dial-ins around that. That's going to be, I think, the modified compact final. So yes, the final of modified 10.5 to the lanes, please. Po Tung and Michael Andreevich. The final of extreme, Lucas Holtz and Clayton Ethel.
Oh,
so we need
that's
you to the lanes. We need
well
all finalists to the lanes, please. All finalists to the lanes, except the pro categories, because we'll give you a little bit more time in a sec. But we do need all finalists to the lanes. Marcus Pepe, Simon Ione, get ready to roll. We need, because Anthony Matuk and Eddie Hawa, get ready, don't roll. You've still got a little bit of time for that. George Jazewski, Zoran Gadget, get ready, don't roll. You're going to be called a little bit later. But we do need finalists like Street 289 to the lanes, Dib Taul and Eric Sligar. We need finalists for J275 to the lanes now. Danny Busbridge, Stephen Lundy. How about that, Victoria?
Yes.
In Queensland, the radial state, J275. Victoria's Danny Busbridge, WA's Stephen Lundy. But what about J315, Simon O'Carroll, Andy Cole, so Jim Boomba and Regents Park right there. That's going to be that we need those finalists to the lanes. So we've still got a couple of little names to come. Remember, those people will know who they are because they're still in racing. So the all motorists, I still think there's one more round we've got to do there. There's like a semi there. Right? I think there's a semi still there.
Chris, when we come into Clayton and Lewis's race, if Clayton wanted to test himself, who better to test himself? I get then someone like Halsey. Because Halsey's the gun. So, mate, that is going to be that. We've got a lot of finals that we're looking forward to, mate. But there's going to be a couple there that I think are going to hold a little bit of a special place in our heart, I think.
Well, you know, we're trying to also think about just looking back through the finalists here now. Right? Big cheer. We're going to give shout out to all the Mopar boys in the stand here. So we've got a few Mopar fans still hanging around. They're here for the pro mods. The Mopar guys must be here for all them Hemis. That's what they're here for. So all the Mopar guys still here. So look at this. So Michael Andrevicic and Po Tung. Well, that's not a Queensland final. Lucas Holtz, Clayton Eckel, that's all Queensland. Nathan Nielsen now and Brendan Miglianoko are the two outlaw bike finalists. As we said, John Lucas, Stu Walsh, Victoria versus Queensland / New Zealand. What was the other final we saw there? Marcus Pepper, Simon O'Oden. So South Australia versus Victoria. Anthony Matuka against Eddie Harwan, all Sydney final there. And what about George Jazewski and Zoran Gadget? Victoria versus New South Wales. So we've got a lot of diversity.
I was just about to say that.
Final, South Australia in the final, maybe a couple of Queenslanders. So that's not bad. That's sharing the love.
We've thrown the home ground advantage out for a lot of these races. We've said, no, everybody's had a fair crack and everybody's... we're trying to... How many states have we got represented then? All except South Australia, Northern Territory and Tasmania?
Well, okay, WA, South Australia, Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland. So there's the five. I don't know about the MC and I don't know about Tassie. But we've had Tassie once before in Sydney, I remember. So yeah, we can nearly light up 6 states any which time. We've got them out there lurking in the wilderness. And you know what? There's a lot of people out there watching the stream right now, the same as you and me. We don't know where the next one's coming out of the garage. That's what I love about it. So people don't tell you.
No, they don't.
There's not a lot of people getting out there bragging and saying, hey, I'm coming to a Jambo in a while. It'll just be ready when it's ready.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they're there.
And every year we have these events, you know the dates, we put them out early. It's the incentive for people to be motivated to get ready for either 1, 2 or all 3 of those events.
Right.
And if you're thinking about getting into these categories, well, the website shows you a lot about the categories. You probably already know a few workshops if you're considering it. Getting a car is probably look, before you even work on one, even to get one to start with, it's going to be the big financial hurdle to start with. As we already told you, you want sort of turnkey pro mod deal, $500,000, if you want, the 7-second J275 style car, fair dinkum, retail sticker price 300 plus. So if you don't have to start at that, as we said before, if you want to go grab a rolling chassis opposite or drag start,
you can do it
whack your barra in it, whack your 2J
do it ground level.
Come and run an extreme or grab a car and put something.
Did you actually see Glenn Finnegan's car for sale? It was over on
I didn't see it.
Yes, the Mustang. I think it's one of the best of 380 whatever. I know he had a price on that, so if anybody was looking for something to go radial quick, there it is. With, just if I'm going to get a call, because that thing was beautiful seeing in the car show there. I mean, we had a lot of interest, but somebody needs to just go, yep, I'm going racing. Just to build something, Chris. It's not an easy thing. You just got to get yourself, if you want yourself in the game, you got to get yourself in the game. So we are waiting for our non-pro finalists to come round. Just wondering whether we should go to a little quick ad. I think they've not nodded off. They've not nodded off. Like Tyler's definitely still there. Like up for anything. But we might go for a don't play Chris's box because I don't want him to cry this time of night.
Don't do that. We've got a lot of our finalists. Look, we're not too far away. We can't have too much of a break because we're not too far away. We've got to thank all of those great sponsors. Of course, Garrett in Motion. Of course, the 35th running of the Brisbane Jamboree presented by Fiatech. The Real Street live stream has been fantastic. all of our great category sponsors, including Precision Turbo and Engine, Long Boost, McCurd, Manly, Boost Line, Mainline, Speed Flow, Racer Industries, the list goes on and on. Of course, Shannon, that great show and shine. Terry, quickly about that Shannon show and shine. Was there one that cleaned up a few awards there, or they got the nice scatter?
No, it was really a mixed bag, to be honest, Chris. It was, I think, only one car, which is a very rare thing, actually won 2 trophies. Quite often they'll fill out a few, but no, it was a beautiful trip. There was 150 entrants.
Is that right?
They had about 40 or 50 cars turn up on the day and entered. So it was when it goes to car shows, it was. Now Marek from 70 Clubs and one of the other boys who was judging, and he actually said to me, I said, mate, are you coming tomorrow? And he had the look of a destroyed man in his eyes because he said, no, Terry, but he thinks that it was important. He said, and I'm just, exhausted. And it was, imagine having to go around 150 cars, but it was, look, Shannon's always jumped on board at a great time, and it was, it made it packed, it was fantastic. And look, I don't know if Shannon's guys are still up there. I know they're up in box 12, but...
Is Nick still here too? Nick and the guys? G'day,
because he was crewing, wasn't
he? I did want to catch up with any of the boys from Shannon's this weekend, but that just goes to show every year it's a barometer of whether the scene is still relevant and subscribed and followed. To see 150 cars at a show and shine is amazing. To see 230 odd entrants turn up for drag racing after 35 years of the same sort of event is amazing. The turnout of the crowd, the traffic jam to get in yesterday, it's so good to see that in 2025. This is red hot, still a red hot go here. This event just really epitomises everything that Australian car culture should be proud of, the industry should be proud of, and its people should be proud of.
And you and I talk about it, Chris. Nobody who runs an event ever says, oh, I can't believe we've got too many people here.
Yeah.
Nobody says that. And to see it crowd, and the one thing I kept saying when I was even doing the Babe comp, you know what? No one in the crowd is miserable. Everybody who's walking around this whole thing, everyone's got a smile on their face. Everyone watching this race today, no one is miserable. If you are, you can go home. You can go home now.
Go home and put another load in the washing or something like that, All right, a big shout out to our Mopar guys again. They said shout him out. A big happy birthday. Oh, Jai Core. Happy birthday, Big Jai. The Mopar boys, and a big happy birthday to Jai Core. That's right, Lincoln Gully. That's it, Gully.
Double out. Ôi.
ที่ใส่รถมาน่ะนะ
อย่าง
คนคันเราที่ไหนจะใส่รถมาเลยน่ะรถ
มันน่าจะมีห้องน้ำข้างในด้วยนะ
ก็
โอ้มันอยู่ไหน
สุดยอดเลยอ่ะเขาเดินทางไปทั่ว
หนาวว่ะ
โอ้ยพี่หมอนหนูดีใจหนูเห็นฟอร์รารี่
ไหน
อู้ปัดรถบอกฟอร์รารี่สีดำบอกเคยเห็นครั้งแรกโอ้รถคันนี้พวกไหนเดีย
Gemini SLS with a 1550 Jamboree. The Willowban. How good is that name? What an Aussie name for something. Two steering racks and a bottle of butter as well. Yes, so someone's dropped out.
Now it's not quite right there. It's right there.
เต้จ้าไปกล้องหน่อยไปไปไล่หน่อยลงไล่ก่อน